Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 201. Yudhishthira said, "What are the fruits of the yoga represented by knowledge of all the Vedas and of the various observances and vows? How also may the creature soul be known? Tell us this, O grandsire." Bhishma said, "In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between that lord of creatures, viz., Manu, and the great rishi, Vrihaspati. In days of old, the foremost of celestial rishis, viz., Vrihaspati, who was a disciple of Manu, bowed to his preceptor and addressing that lord and first of all creatures, said, 'What is the cause of the universe? Whence have the ordinances about sacrifices and other pious observances flowed? What are those fruits which the learned say are attached to knowledge? Tell me also truly, O illustrious one, what is that which the very Vedas have not been able to reveal? What are those fruits which are adored by eminent personages conversant with the science of artha, with the Vedas, and with the mantras, through sacrifices and plentiful gifts of kind? Whence do those fruits arise? Where are they to be found? Tell me also this old history, viz., whence have the earth, all earthly objects, wind, sky, aquatic creatures, water, heaven, and the denizens of heaven, all sprung? Man's inclinations tend towards that object about which he seeks knowledge. I have no knowledge of that ancient and supreme one. How shall I rescue myself from a false display of inclinations towards him? The Riks, all the Samamas, all the Yajuzas, the Chandas, astronomy, Nirukta, grammar, Sankalpa, and Siksha, I have studied. But I pave no knowledge of the nature of the great creatures, the five primal elements that enter into the composition of everything. Tell me all I have asked thee, by using only simple assertions and distinguishing adjectives or attributes. Tell me what the fruits are of knowledge and what those fruits that are attached to sacrifices and other religious rites. Explain to me how also an embodied being departs from his body and how he attains to another body." Manu said, "That which is agreeable to one is said to constitute one's happiness. Similarly, that which is disagreeable to one is said to constitute one's misery. By this I shall obtain happiness and keep off misery. From a sentiment like this flow all religious acts. The efforts for the acquisition of knowledge, however, arise from a sentiment for avoiding both happiness and misery. The ordinances about sacrifices and other observances that occur in the Vedas are all connected with desire. He, however, who liberates himself from desire, succeeds in attaining to Brahma. That man who, from desire of winning happiness, walks in the path of acts which are of diverse kinds, has to go to hell." Vrihaspati said, "Men's aspirations are concerned with the acquisition of the agreeable which ends in happiness, and the avoidance of the disagreeable which brings misery. Such acquisition and such avoidance again are accomplished by acts." Manu said, "It is by liberating oneself from acts that one succeeds in entering into Brahma. The ordinances about acts have flowed for that very end. The ordinances about acts tempts only those whose hearts are not free from desire. By liberating oneself from acts, as already said, one acquires the highest state. One desirous of felicity, emancipation, betaking oneself to religious rites, becomes purified from attachments by acts having for their object the purification of the soul, and at last wins great splendor. By liberating oneself from acts, one acquires the highest end, viz., Brahma, which is very much above the reward that acts give. Creatures have all been created by mind and act. These again are the two best paths adored by all. Outward acts produce fruits that are transitory as also eternal. For acquiring the latter there is no other means than abandonment of fruits by the mind. As the eye, when night passes away and the veil of darkness is removed from it, leads its possessor by its own power, so the understanding, when it becomes endued with knowledge, succeeds in beholding all evils that are worthy of avoidance. Snakes, sharp-pointed kusa blades, and pits, men avoid when they perceive them lie on their way. If some tread upon or fall into them, they do so through ignorance. Behold the superiority of the fruits of knowledge over those of ignorance. Mantras applied duly, sacrifices, the presents called dakshina, gift of food, and concentration of the mind, for divine contemplation, these are the 5 acts that are said to be productive of fruits, there being none else. Acts have the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas for their soul. The Vedas say this. The Vedas consist of mantras. The mantras, therefore, have the same 3 attributes, since it is with mantras that acts are to be accomplished. The ritual also must be liable to the same 3 attributes. The fruits of action depend upon the mind. It is the embodied creature that enjoys those fruits. All excellent kinds of sound, form, taste, touch, and scent are the fruits of acts, being attainable in the region of acts, i.e., heaven. As regards, however, the fruits of knowledge, man acquires them even here before death. Whatever acts are accomplished by means of the body, one enjoys the fruits thereof in a state of physical existence. The body is, indeed, the framework to which happiness inheres, as also the framework to which misery inheres. Whatever acts are accomplished by means of words, their fruits are to be enjoyed in a state in which words can be spoken. Similarly, whatever acts are accomplished by the mind, their fruits are enjoyed in a state in which one is not freed from the mind. Devoted to the fruits of acts, whatever kind of acts, sattvika or rajasica or tamasica, a person covetous of fruits accomplishes, the fruits, good or bad, that he actually enjoys partake of their character. Like fishes going against a current of water, the acts of a past life come to the actor. The embodied creature experiences happiness for his good acts, and misery for his evil ones. Him from whom this universe hath sprung. Him by knowing whom persons of cleansed souls transgress this world, him who has not been expressed by Vedic mantras and words. I will now indicate. Listen to me as I speak of that highest of the high. Himself liberated from the several kinds of taste and scent, and sound and touch and form. He is incapable of being grasped by the senses, unmanifest, without color, the one, and he has created the 5 kinds of objects for his creatures. He is neither female, nor male, nor of the neuter sex. He is neither existent, nor non-existent, nor existent non-existent, only those that are acquainted with Brahma behold him. He knoweth no direction. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 202. Manu said, from that eternal and undeteriorating one first sprang space, from space came wind, from wind came light, from light came water, from water sprang the universe, and from the universe, all things that occur in it. The bodies of all earthly things, after dissolution, first enter into water, thence to light or heat, thence to the wind, and thence to space. They that seek emancipation have not to return from space. On the other hand, they attain to Brahma. The refuge of emancipation, viz., Brahma, is neither hot nor cold, neither mild nor fierce, neither sour nor astringent, neither sweet nor bitter. He is not endued with sound, or scent, or form. He transcends all these and everything, and is without dimensions. The skin perceives touch, the tongue, taste, the nose, scent, the ears, sounds, and the eyes, forms. Men not conversant with Adhyatma succeed not in beholding what is above these. Having withdrawn the tongue from tastes, the nose from scents, the ears from touch, and the eyes from forms, one succeeds in beholding one's own self as independent of the senses and the mind and, therefore, of attributes. It hath been said that that which is the cause of the actor, the act, the material with which the act is done, the place and the time of the act, and the inclinations and propensities in respect of happiness and misery, is called the self, or soul. That which pervades everything, which does everything, assuming the forms of living creatures, that which exists in the universe even as the mantras declare, that which is the cause of all, that which is the highest of the high, and that which is one without a second and does all things, is the cause. Everything else is effect. It is seen that a person, in consequence of the acts performed by him, obtains results both good and evil, which, though apparently incompatible with each other, still dwell together in harmony. Indeed, as the good and evil fruits born of their own acts dwell together in the bodies of creatures which are their refuge, even so knowledge dwells in the body. As a lighted lamp, while burning, discovers other objects before it, even so the five senses, which are like lamps set on high trees, find out their respective objects when lighted by knowledge. As the various ministers of a king, uniting together, give him counsel, even so the five senses that are in the body are all subservient to knowledge. The latter is superior to all of them. As the flames of fire, the current of the wind, the rays of the sun, and the waters of rivers go and come repeatedly, even so the bodies of embodied creatures are going and coming repeatedly. As a person by taking up an axe cannot, by cutting open a piece of wood, find either smoke or fire in it, even so one cannot, by cutting open the arms and feet and stomach of a person, see the principle of knowledge, which, of course, has nothing in common with the stomach, the arms, and the feet. As again, one beholds both smoke and fire in wood by rubbing it against another piece, so a person of well-directed intelligence and wisdom, by uniting, by means of yoga, the senses and the soul, may view the Supreme Soul which, of course, exists in its own nature. As in the midst of a dream one beholds one's own body lying on the ground as something distinct from one's own self, even so a person, endued with the five senses, the mind, and the understanding, beholds, after death, his own body and then goes from one into another form. The soul is not subject to birth, growth, decay, and destruction. In consequence of the acts of life being endued with effects, the soul, clothed in body, passes from this body, when deprived of animation, into another, unseen by others. No one can behold with the eye the form of the soul. The soul cannot, again, form the subject of any one's touch. With those, i.e., the senses, the soul accomplishes no act. The senses do not approach the soul. The soul, however, apprehends them all. As anything, placed in a blazing fire before a spectator, assumes a certain color in consequence of the light and heat that operates upon it, without taking any other hue or attribute, even so the soul's form is seen to take its color from the body. After the same manner, man, casting off one body, enters another, unseen by all. Indeed, casting off his body to the five great primal elements, he assumes a form that is similarly made of the same five elements. The embodied creature, upon the destruction of his body, enters space, wind, fire, water, and earth in such a way that each particular element in his body mingles with the particular element out of his body, with whose nature it is consonant. The senses also, which are engaged in diverse occupations and dependent on the five elements for the exercise of their functions, enter these five elements that call forth their functions. The ear derives its capacity from space, and the sense of scent from the earth. Form, which is the property of the eye, is the consequence of light or fire. Fire or heat has been said to be the dependent cause of water. The tongue, which has for its property taste, becomes merged into water. The skin which has touch for its property becomes lost in the wind whose nature it partakes. The fivefold attributes, viz., sound, etc., dwell in the 5 great creatures, viz., the 5 primal elements. Those fivefold objects of the senses, viz., space, etc., dwell in the 5 senses. All these again, viz., the fivefold attributes, the fivefold elements, and the 5 senses, follow the lead of the mind. The mind follows the lead of the understanding, and the understanding follows the lead of that which exists in its true and undefiled nature, viz., the Supreme Soul. The doer in his new body receives all the good and bad acts done by him as also all acts done by him in his past existence. All these acts done in this life and the next ones to come follow the mind even as aquatic animals pass along a genial current. As a quickly moving and restless thing becomes an object of sight, as a minute object appears to be possessed of large dimensions, when seen through spectacles, as a mirror shows a person his own face, which cannot otherwise be seen, even so the soul, though subtle and invisible, become an object of the understanding's apprehension. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 203. Manu said, "The mind united with the senses recollects after a long time the impressions of the objects received in the past. When the senses are all suspended, in respect of their functions, the Supreme, the Soul, in the form of the understanding, exists in its own true nature. When the soul, at such a time, does not in the least regard all those objects of the senses in respect of their simultaneity or the reverse in point of time, but mustering them from all directions holds them before it together, it necessarily happens that he wanders among all things that are incongruous. He is, therefore, the silent witness. Hence the soul encased in body is something having a distinct and independent existence. There is Rajas, there is Tamas, and there is Sattva, the third. There are again 3 states of the understanding, viz., waking, dreaming, and sound sleep. The soul has knowledge of the pleasures and pains, which are all contradictory, of those states, and which partake of the nature of the threefold attributes first mentioned. The soul enters the senses like the wind entering the fire in a piece of wood. One cannot behold the form of the soul by one's eye, nor can the sense of touch, amongst the senses, apprehend it. The soul is not, again, an object of apprehension by the ear. It may, however, be seen by the aid of the Shrutis and the instructions of the wise. As regards the senses, that particular sense which apprehends it loses upon such apprehension its existence as a sense. The senses cannot themselves apprehend their respective forms by themselves. The soul is omniscient, inasmuch as it apprehends both the knower and the known. It beholds all things. Being omniscient, it is the soul that beholds the senses, without, as already said, the senses being able to apprehend it. Nobody has seen the other side of the Himavat mountains, nor the reverse of the moon's disk. Yet it cannot be said that these do not exist. Similarly, though never apprehended by the senses, yet nobody can say that the soul, which dwells in all creatures, which is subtle, and which has knowledge for its essence, does not exist. People see the world reflected on the moon's disk in the form of spots. Though seeing, they do not know that it is the world that is so reflected there. Even such is the knowledge of the soul. That knowledge must come of itself. The soul depends upon the soul itself. Men of wisdom, reflecting on the formlessness of visible objects before birth and after destruction, behold by the aid of intelligence the formlessness of objects that have apparent forms. So also, although the sun's motion cannot be seen, yet persons, by watching its rising and setting, conclude that the sun has motion. Similarly, those who are endued with wisdom and learning behold the soul by the aid of the lamp of intelligence, though it is at a great distance from them, and seek to merge the fivefold elements, which are near, into Brahma. Verily, an object cannot be accomplished without the application of means. Fishermen catch fish by means of nets made of strings. Animals are captured by employing animals as are the means. Birds are caught by employing birds as the means. Elephants are taken by employing elephants. In this way, the soul may be apprehended by the principle of knowledge. We have heard that only a snake can see a snake's legs. After the same manner one beholds, through knowledge, the soul encased in subtle form and dwelling within the gross body. People cannot, through their senses, know the senses. Similarly, mere intelligence at its highest cannot behold the soul which is supreme. The moon, on the 15th day of the dark fortnight, cannot be seen in consequence of its form being hid. It cannot be said, however, that destruction overtakes it, even such is the case with the soul dwelling in the body. On the 15th day of the dark fortnight, the gross body of the moon becomes invisible. After the same manner, the soul, when liberated from the body, cannot be apprehended. As the moon, gaining another point in the firmament, begins to shine once more, similarly, the soul obtaining a new body, begins to manifest itself once more. The birth, growth, and disappearance of the moon can all be directly apprehended by the eye. These phenomena, however, appertain to the gross form of that luminary. The like are not the attributes of the soul. The moon, when it shows itself after its disappearance on the 15th day of the dark fortnight, is regarded as the same luminary that had become invisible. After the same manner, notwithstanding the changes represented by birth, growth, and age, a person is regarded as the same individual without any doubt of his identity. It cannot be distinctly seen how Rahu approaches and leaves the moon. After the same manner, the soul cannot be seen how it leaves one body and enters another. Rahu becomes visible only when it exists with the sun or the moon. Similarly, the soul becomes an object of apprehension only when it exists with the body. When liberated from the sun or the moon, Rahu can no longer be seen. Similarly, the soul, liberated from the body, can no longer be seen. Then again, as the moon, even when it disappears on the 15th day of the dark fortnight, is not deserted by the constellations and the stars, the soul also, even though separated from the body, is not deserted by the fruits of the acts it has achieved in that body. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 204. Manu said, as in a dream this manifest, body, lies, inactive, and the enlivening spirit in its subtle form, detaching itself from the former, walks forth after the same manner, in the state called deep slumber, or death. The subtle form with all the senses becomes inactive and the understanding, detached from it, remains awake. The same is the case with existence and non-existence. As when quantity of water is clear, images reflected in it can be seen by the eye. After the same manner, if the senses be unperturbed, the soul is capable of being viewed by the understanding. If, however, the quantity of water gets stirred, the person standing by it can no longer see those images. Similarly, if the senses become perturbed, the soul can no longer be seen by the understanding. Ignorance begets delusion. Delusion affects the mind. When the mind becomes vitiated, the five senses which have the mind for their refuge become vitiated also. Surcharged with ignorance, and sunk in the mire of worldly objects, one cannot enjoy the sweets of contentment or tranquility. The soul, thus circumstanced, undetached from its good and evil acts, returns repeatedly unto the objects of the world, and consequence of sin one's thirst is never slaked. One's thirst is slaked only when one's sin is destroyed. In consequence of attachment to worldly objects, which has a tendency to perpetuate itself, one wishes for things other than those for which one should wish, and accordingly fails to attain to the supreme. From the destruction of all sinful deeds, knowledge arises in men. Upon the appearance of knowledge, one beholds one's soul and one's understanding even as one sees one's own reflection in a polished mirror. One obtains misery in consequence of one's senses being unrestrained. One obtains happiness in consequence of one's senses being restrained. Therefore, one should restrain one's mind by self-effort from objects apprehended by the senses. Above the senses is the mind, above the mind is the understanding, above the understanding is the soul, above the soul is the supreme or great. From the unmanifest hath sprung the soul, from the soul hath sprung the understanding, from the understanding hath sprung the mind. When the mind becomes associated with the senses, then it apprehends sound and the other objects of the senses. He who casts off those objects, as also all that are manifest, he who liberates himself from all things that arise from primordial matter, being so freed, enjoys immortality. The sun rising diffuses his rays. When he sets, he withdraws unto himself those very rays that were diffused by him. After the same manner, the soul, entering the body, obtains the fivefold objects of the senses by diffusing over them his rays represented by the senses. When, however, he turns back, he is said to set by withdrawing those rays unto himself. Repeatedly led along the path that is created by acts, he obtains the fruits of his acts in consequence of his having followed the practice of acts. Desire for the objects of the senses keeps away from a person who does not indulge in such desire. The very principle of desire, however, leaves him who has beheld his soul, which, of course, is entirely free from desire. When the understanding, freed from attachment to the objects of the senses, becomes fixed in the mind, then does one succeed in attaining to Brahma, for it is there that the mind with the understanding withdrawn into it can possibly be extinguished. Brahma is not an object of touch, or of hearing, or of taste, or of sight, or of smell, or of any deductive inference from the known. Only the understanding, when withdrawn from everything else, can attain to it. All objects that the mind apprehends through the senses are capable of being withdrawn into the mind can be withdrawn into the understanding can be withdrawn into the soul, and the soul into the supreme. The senses cannot contribute to the success of the mind. The mind cannot apprehend the understanding. The understanding cannot apprehend the manifested soul. The soul, however, which is subtle, beholds those all. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 205. Manu said, upon the appearance of the physical and mental sorrow, one does not become able to practice yoga. It is advisable, therefore, for one not to brood over such sorrow. The remedy for sorrow is abstention from brooding over it. When sorrow is brooded over, it comes aggressively and increases in violence. One should relieve mental sorrow by wisdom, while physical sorrow should be cured by medicaments. Wisdom teaches this. One should not, while under sorrow, behave like a child. The man of wisdom should never cherish a desire for youth, beauty, length of life, accumulation of wealth, health, and the companionship of those that are dear, all of which are transitory. One should not grieve singly for a sorrow that affects a whole community. Without grieving, one should, if one sees an opportunity, seek to apply a remedy. Without doubt, the measure of sorrow is much greater than that of happiness in life. To one who is content with the objects of the senses, death that is disagreeable comes in consequence of his stupefaction. That man who avoids both sorrow and happiness succeeds verily in attaining to Brahma. Such persons, who are possessed of wisdom, have never to grieve. Worldly possessions bring about sorrow. In protecting them thou canst not have any happiness. They are again earned with misery. One should not, therefore, regard their loss. Pure knowledge, or Brahma, is regarded, by ignorance, as existing in the diverse forms that are objects of knowledge. Know that mind is only an attribute of knowledge. When the mind becomes united with the faculties of knowledge, then the understanding, which bodies forth the forms of things, sets in. When the understanding, freed from the attributes of action, becomes directed towards the mind, after being withdrawn from outward objects, then does it succeed in knowing Brahma by meditation or yoga, ending in complete absorption, samadhi. The understanding flowing from ignorance, and possessed of the senses and attributes, runs towards external objects, like a river issuing from a mountain summit and flowing towards other regions. When the understanding, withdrawn into the mind, succeeds in absorbing itself into contemplation that is free from attributes, it attains to a knowledge of Brahma like the touch of gold on a touchstone. The mind is the apprehender of the objects of the senses. It must first be extinguished, before Brahma can be attained. Dependent upon the attributes of objects that are before it, the mind can never show that which is without attributes. Shutting up all the doors constituted by the senses, the understanding should be withdrawn into the mind. In this state, when absorbed in contemplation, it attains to the knowledge of Brahma. As the fivefold great creatures, in their gross form, upon the destruction of the attributes by which they are known, become withdrawn into their subtle form called Tanmatra, after the same manner the understanding may dwell in the mind alone, with the senses all withdrawn from their objects. When the understanding, though possessed of the attribute of certainty, dwells in the mind, busied with the internal, even then it is nothing but the mind, without being anything superior to it. When the mind or consciousness, which attains to excellence through contemplation, succeeds in identifying attributes with what are considered as their possessors, then can it cast off all attributes and attain to Brahma, which is without attributes. There is no indication that is fit enough for yielding a knowledge of what is unmanifest, Brahma. That which cannot form the subject of language cannot be acquired by anyone. With cleansed soul, one should seek to approach the Supreme Brahma through the aid afforded by penances, by inferences, by self-restraint, by the practices and observances as laid down for one's own order, and by the Vedas. Persons of clear vision, besides seeing the Supreme within themselves, seek Him in even external forms by freeing themselves from attributes. The Supreme, which is called by the name of Naya, i.e., that which should be known, in consequence of the absence of all attributes or of its own nature, can never be apprehended by argument. When the understanding becomes freed from attributes, then only it can attain to Brahma. When unemancipated from attributes, it falls back from the Supreme. Indeed, such is the nature of the understanding that it rushes towards attributes and moves among them like fire among fuel. As in the state called Sushupti, deep and dreamless slumber, the five senses exist freed from their respective functions, after the same manner the Supreme Brahma exists high above Prakriti, freed from all its attributes. Embodied creatures thus betake themselves to action in consequence of attributes. When they abstain therefrom, they attain to emancipation. Some again, by action, go to heaven. The living creature, primordial nature, the understanding, the objects of the senses, consciousness, conviction of personal identity, are called creatures, for they are subjected to destruction. The original creation of all these flowed from the Supreme. Their second or succeeding creation is due to the action of couples or pairs of opposite sexes, and is confined to all things save the primal five, and is restrained by laws in consequence of which the same species produce the same species. From righteousness, living, creatures obtain a high end, and from sinfulness they earn an end that is low. he who is unemancipated from attachments encounters rebirth, while he who is emancipated therefrom attains to knowledge, or Brahma. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 206. Manu said, when the fivefold attributes are united with the five senses and the mind, then is Brahma seen by the individual like a thread passing through a gem. As a thread, again, may lie within gold or pearl or a coral or any object made of earth, even so one's soul, in consequence of one's own acts, may live within a cow, a horse, a man, an elephant, or any other animal, or within a worm or an insect. The good deeds an individual performs in a particular body produce rewards that the individual enjoys in that particular body. A soil, apparently drenched with one particular kind of liquid, supplies to each different kind of herb or plant that grows on it the sort of juice it requires for itself. After the same manner, the understanding, whose course is witnessed by the soul, is obliged to follow the path marked out by the acts of previous lives. From knowledge springs desire. From desire springs resolution. From resolution flows action. From action proceed fruits, i.e., consequences, good and bad. Fruits, therefore, are dependent on actions as their cause. Actions have the understanding for their cause. The understanding has knowledge for its cause, and knowledge has the soul for its cause. That excellent result which is achieved in consequence of the destruction of knowledge, of fruits, of the understanding, and of acts, is called knowledge of Brahma. Great and high is that self-existent essence which yogins behold. They that are devoid of wisdom, and whose understandings are devoted to worldly possessions, never behold that which exists in the soul itself. Water is superior to the earth in extension, light is superior to water, wind is superior to light, space is superior to mind is superior to space, understanding is superior to mind, time is superior to understanding. The divine Vishnu, whose is this universe, is superior to time. That God is without beginning, middle, and end. In consequence of his being without beginning, middle, and end, he is unchangeable. He transcends all sorrow, for sorrow has limits. That Vishnu hath been called the Supreme Brahma. He is the refuge or object of what is called the highest. Knowing him, they that are wise, freed from everything that owns the power of time, attain to what is called emancipation. All these, that we perceive, are displayed in attributes. That which is called Brahma, being without attributes, is superior to these. Abstention from acts is the highest religion. That religion is sure to lead to deathlessness, emancipation. The riches, the yajuzas, and the samans have for their refuge the body. They flow from the end of the tongue. They cannot be acquired without effort and are subject to destruction. Brahma, however, cannot be acquired in this way, for, without depending upon the body, it depends upon that, i.e., the knower or soul, which has the body for its refuge. Without beginning, middle, or end, Brahma cannot be acquired by exertion, like to what is necessary for the acquirement of the Vedas. The riches, the samans, the yajuzas have each a beginning. Those that have a beginning have also an end. But Brahma is said to be without beginning. And because Brahma hath neither beginning nor end, it is said to be infinite and unchangeable. In consequence of unchangeableness, Brahma transcends all sorrow as also all pairs of opposites. Through unfavorable destiny, through inability to find out the proper means, and through the impediments offered by acts, mortals succeed not in beholding the path by which Brahma may be reached. In consequence of attachment to worldly possessions, of a vision of the joys of the highest heaven, and of coveting something other than Brahma, men do not attain to the Supreme. Others beholding worldly objects covet their possession. Desirous of such objects, they have no longing for Brahma in consequence of its transcending all attributes. How shall he that is attached to attributes which are inferior arrive at a knowledge of him that is possessed of attributes that are superior? It is by inference that one can arrive at a knowledge of him that transcends all this in attributes and form. By subtle intelligence alone can we know him. We cannot describe him in words. The mind is seizable by the mind, the eye by eye. By knowledge the understanding can be purified of its dross. The understanding may be employed for purifying the mind. By the mind should the senses be controlled. Achieving all this, one may attain to the unchangeable. One who has, by contemplation, become freed from attachments, and who has been enriched by the possession of a discerning mind, succeeds in attaining to Brahma, which is without desire and above all attributes. As the wind keeps away from the fire that is embedded within a piece of wood, even so persons that are agitated by desire for worldly possessions keep away from that which is supreme. Upon the destruction of all earthly objects, the mind always attains to that which is higher than the understanding, while upon their separation the mind always acquires that which is below the understanding. That person who, in conformity with the method already described, becomes engaged in destroying earthly objects, attains to absorption into the body of Brahma. Though the soul is unmanifest, yet when clothed with qualities, its acts become unmanifest. When dissolution of the body comes, it once more becomes manifest. The soul is really inactive. It exists, united with the senses that are productive of either happiness or sorrow. United with all the senses and endued with body, it takes refuge in the five primal elements. Through want of power, however, it fails to act when deprived of force by the supreme and unchangeable. No man sees the end of the earth, but knows this, viz., that the earth's end will surely come. Man, agitated here by attachments, is surely led to his last refuge like the wind leading a vessel tossed on the sea to a safe harbor at last. The sun, spreading his rays, becomes the possessor of an attribute, viz., the lighter of the world withdrawing his rays. At the hour of setting, he once more becomes an object divested of attributes. After the same manner, a person, abandoning all distinctions, attachments, and betaking himself to penances, at last enters the indestructible Brahma, which is divested of all attributes. By discerning him who is without birth, who is the highest refuge of all righteous persons, who is self-born, from whom everything springs and unto whom all things return, who is unchangeable, who is without beginning, middle, and end, and who is certainty, self, and supreme, a person attains to immortality, emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 207. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of great wisdom, I desire to hear in detail, O chief of the Bharatas, of that lotus-eyed and indestructible one, who is the creator of everything but who has been created by none, who is called Vishnu, in consequence of his pervading everything, who is the origin of all creatures and unto whom all creatures return, who is known by the names of Narayana and Hrishikesa and Govinda and Kesava, and who is incapable of being vanquished by anyone. Bhishma said, I have heard of this subject from Jamadagni's son Rama, while he discoursed on it, from the celestial Rishi Narada, and from Krishna Dwaipayana. Asitadevala, O son, Valmiki of austere penances, and Markandeya, speak of Govinda as the most wonderful and the supreme. Kesava, O chief of Bharata's race, is the divine and puissant Lord of all. He is called Purusha, and pervades everything, having made himself many. Listen now, O Yudhishthira of mighty arms, to those attributes which great Brahmanas say are to be met with in the high-souled wielder of Saranga. I shall also, O Prince of Men, recite to thee those acts which persons conversant with old histories ascribe to Govinda. He is said to be the soul of all creatures, the high-souled one, and the foremost of all beings. He created, by his will, the fivefold elements, viz., wind, light, water, space, and earth. That puissant Lord of all things, that high-souled one, that foremost of all beings, having created the earth, laid himself down on the surface of the waters. While thus floating upon the waters, that foremost of all beings, that refuge of every kind of energy and splendor, created consciousness, the firstborn of beings in the universe. We have heard that he created consciousness along with the mind, consciousness which is the refuge of all created things. That consciousness upholds all creatures and both the past and the future. After that great being, Almighty Armed One, viz. Consciousness, had sprung, an exceedingly beautiful lotus, possessed of effulgence like the sun's, grew out of the navel of the Supreme Being, floating on the waters. Then, O Sun, the illustrious and divine Brahman, the grandsire of all creatures, sprang into existence from that lotus, irradiating all the points of the horizon with his effulgence. After the high-souled grandsire had, Almighty Armed One, thus sprung from the primeval lotus, a great Asura of the name of Madhu, having no beginning, started into birth, springing from the attribute or darkness, tamas. The foremost of all beings, viz., the Supreme Divinity, for benefiting Brahman, slew that fierce Asura of fierce deeds, engaged even then in the fierce act of slaying the grandsire. From this slaughter, O Son, of the Asura named Madhu, all the gods and the Danavas and men came to call that foremost of all righteous persons by the name of Madhusudana, slayer of Madhu. After this, Brahman created, by a flat of his will, 7 sons with Deksha completing the tale. They were Marichi, Atri, Angiras, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, and the already mentioned Deksha. The eldest born, viz., Marichi, begot, by a fiat of his will, a son named Kasyapa, full of energy and the foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma. From his toe, Brahman had, even before the birth of Marichi, created a son. That son, O chief of Bharata's race, was Deksha, the progenitor of creatures. Unto Deksha were first born 3 and 10 daughters, O Bharata, the eldest of whom was called Dithi. Marichi's son Kasyapa, O sire, who was conversant with all duties and their distinctions, who was of righteous deeds and great fame, became the husband of those 13 daughters. The highly blessed Deksha, besides the 3 and 10 already spoken of, next begot 10 other daughters. The progenitor of creatures, viz., the righteous Deksha, bestowed these upon Dharma. Dharma became father of the Vasus, the Rudras of immeasurable energy, the Viswadevas, the Sathyas, and the Maruts, O Bharata. Deksha next begot 7 and 20 other younger daughters. The highly blessed Soma became the husband of them all. The other wives of Kasyapa gave birth to Gandharvas, horses, birds, kine, Kempurushas, fishes, and trees and plants. Aditi gave birth to the Adityas, the foremost ones among the gods, and possessed of great strength. Amongst them Vishnu took birth in the form of a dwarf. Otherwise called Govinda, he became the foremost of them all. Through his prowess, the prosperity of the gods increased. The Danavas were vanquished. The offspring of Dithi were the Asuras. Danu gave birth to the Danavas having Viprachiti for their foremost. Dithi gave birth to all the Asuras of great strength. The slayer of Madhu also created the day and the night, and the season in their order, and the morn and the even. After reflection, he also created the clouds, and all the other, immobile and mobile objects. Possessed of abundant energy, he also created the Vishvas and the earth with all things upon her. Then the highly blessed and puissant Krishna, O Yudhishthira, once again created from his mouth a century of foremost Brahmanas. from his 2 arms he created a century of Kshatriyas, and from his thighs a century of Vaishyas. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, Kesava created from his 2 feet a century of Sudras. Possessed of great ascetic merit, the slayer of Madhu, having thus created the 4 orders of men, made Dhatri, Brahman, the lord and ruler of all created beings. Of immeasurable effulgence, Brahman became also the expositor of the knowledge of the Vedas. And Kesava made him, called Virupaksh, the ruler of the spirits and ghosts and of those female beings called the Matrikas, mothers. And he made Yama the ruler of the Pitris and of all sinful men. The supreme soul of all creatures also made Kuvara the lord of all treasures. He then created Varuna the lord of waters and governor of all aquatic animals. The puissant Vishnu made Vasva the chief of all the deities. In those times, men lived as long as they chose to live, and were without any fear of Yama. Sexual congress, O chief of the Bharatas, was then not necessary for perpetuating the species. In those days offspring were begotten by flat of the will. In the age that followed, viz. Trita, children were begotten by touch alone. The people of that age even, O monarch, were above the necessity of sexual congress. It was in the next age, viz. Dwapara, that the practice of sexual congress originated, O king, to prevail among men. In the Kali age, O monarch, men have come to marry and live in pairs. I have now told thee of the supreme lord of all creatures. He is also called the ruler of all and everything. I shall now, O son of Kunti, speak to thee about the sinful creatures of the earth. Listen to me, those men, O king, are born in the southern region and are called Andrakas, Guhas, Pulindas, Savaras, Chachukas, Madrakas. Those that are born in the northern region, I shall also mention. They are Yamas, Kambodjas, Gandharas, Kiratas, and Barbaras. All of them, O sire, are sinful, and move on this earth, characterized by practices similar to those of Chandalas and ravens and vultures. In the Krita age, O sire, they were nowhere on earth. It is from the Trita that they have had their origin and began to multiply, O chief of Bharata's race. When the terrible period came, joining Trita and the Dwapara, the Kshatriyas, approaching one another, engaged themselves in battle. Thus, O chief of Kuru's race, this universe was started into birth by the high-souled Krishna. That observer of all the worlds, viz., the celestial Rishi Narada, has said that Krishna is the supreme God. Even Narada, O king, admits the supremacy of Krishna and his eternity, O mighty-armed chief of Bharata's race. Thus, O mighty-armed one, is Kesava of unvanquishable prowess. That lotus-eyed one is not a mere man. He is inconceivable. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 208. Yudhishthira asked, who were the first Prajapatis, O bull of Bharata's race? What highly blessed rishis are there in existence, and on which points of the compass do each of them dwell? Bhishma said, hear me, O chief of the Bharatas, about what thou askest me. I shall tell thee who the Prajapatis were and what rishis are mentioned as dwelling on which point of the horizon. There was at first one eternal, divine, and self-born Brahman. The self-born Brahman begot 7 illustrious sons. They were Marichi, Atri, Angiras, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, and the highly blessed Vasishtha, who was equal to the self-born himself. These 7 sons have been mentioned in the Puranas as 7 Brahmanas. I shall now mention all the Prajapatis who came after these. In Atri's race was born the eternal and divine Varhai the Ancient, who had penances for his origin. From Varhai the Ancient sprang the 10 Prakritasas. The 10 Prakritasas had one son between them, viz., the Prajapati called by the name of Deksha. This last has two names in the world, viz., Deksha and Kasyapa. Marichi had one son called Kasyapa. This last also has two names. Some call him Arishtanami, and some Kasyapa. Atri had another son born of his lions, viz., the handsome and princely Soma of great energy. He performed penances for 1,000 celestial yugas. The divine Aryaman and they who were born unto him as his sons, O monarch, have been described as setters of commands and creators of all creatures. Sasavindu had 10,000 wives. Upon each of them their lord begat 1,000 sons, and so the tale reached 10,000,000. Those sons refused to call anybody else save themselves as Prajapatis. The ancient Brahmanas bestowed an appellation on the creatures of the world, derived from Sasavindu. That extensive race of the Prajapati Sasavindu became in time the progenitor of the Vrishni race. These that I have mentioned are noted as the illustrious Prajapatis. After this, I shall mention the deities that are the lords of the three worlds. Bhaga, Ansa, Aryaman, Mitra, Varna, Savitri, Dhatri, Vivasvat of great might, Tvashtri, Pushan, Indra, and Vishnu known as the 12th, these are the 12 Adityas, all sprung from Kasyapa. Nasatya and Dasra are mentioned as the two Ashwins. These two are the sons of the illustrious Mrthanda, the 8th in the above tale. These were called first the gods and the two classes of Pitris. Tvashtri had many sons. Amongst them were the handsome and famous Visvarupa, Ajakapat, Ahi, Bradna, Virupaksh, and Revata. Then there were Hara and Vahirupa, Triamvaka the chief of the deities, and Savitriya, Janta, and Pinaki the invincible. The highly blessed Vasus, 8 in number, have formerly been enumerated by me. These were reckoned as gods at the time of the Prajapati Manu. These were at first called the gods and the Pitris. Amongst the Siddhas and the Sathyas there were two classes in consequence of conduct and youth. The deities were formerly considered to be of two classes, viz., the Ribus and the Maruts. Thus have the Vishvas, the gods, and the Ashwins been enumerated. Amongst them, the Adityas are Kshatriyas, and the Maruts are Vaishyas. The two Ashwins, engaged in severe penances, have been said to be Sudras. The deities sprung from Angirasa's line have been said to be Brahmanas. This is certain. Thus have I told thee about the fourfold order among the gods. The person who, after rising from his bed at morn, recites the names of these deities, becomes cleansed of all his sins, whether committed by himself intentionally or unintentionally, or whether born of his intercourse with others. Yavakriti, Ravya, Arvavesu, Parvasu, Azija, Kashivat, and Vala have been said to be the sons of Angiras. These, and Kanwa son of Rishi Medhatithi, and Varhishada, and the well-known 7 rishis who are the progenitors of the three worlds, all reside in the east. Unmucha, Vimucha, Svastyatriya of great energy, Pramucha, Idmavaha, and the divine Dritavrata, and Mitravaruna's son Agastya of great energy, these regenerate rishis all reside in the south. Upangu, Karusha, Daumya, Paravayata of great energy, and those great rishis called Ektha, Dvita, and Trita, and Atri's son, viz., the illustrious and puissant Saraswata, these high-souled ones reside in the west. Atreya, and Vasishtha, and the great Rishi Kasyapa, and Gautama, Bharadvaja, and Viswamitra, the son of Kusika, and the illustrious son of the high-souled Richika, viz., Jamadagni, these 7 live in the north. Thus have I told thee about the great rishis of fiery energy that live in the different points of the compass. Those high-souled ones are the witnesses of the universe, and are the creators of all the worlds. Even thus do they dwell in their respective quarters. By reciting their names, one is cleansed of all one's sins. A person, by repairing to those points, becomes cleansed of all his sins and succeeds in returning home in safety. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 209. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of great wisdom and invincible prowess in battle, I wish to hear in detail of Krishna, who is immutable and omnipotent. O bull among men, tell me truly everything about his great energy and the great feats achieved by him in days of old. Why did that puissant one assume the form of an animal, and for achieving what particular act? Tell me all this, O mighty warrior. Bhishma said, Formerly, on one occasion, while out a-hunting, I arrived at the hermitage of Markandeya. There I beheld diverse classes of ascetics seated by thousands. The rishis honored me by the offer of honey and curds. Accepting their worship, I reverentially saluted them in return. The following that I shall recite was narrated there by the great Rishi Kasyapa. Listen with close attention to that excellent and charming account. In former days, the principal Danavas, endued with wrath and cupidity, and mighty Asuras numbering by hundreds and drunk with might, and innumerable other Danavas that were invincible in battle, became exceedingly jealous of the unrivaled prosperity of the gods. Oppressed, at last, by the Danavas, the gods and the celestial rishis, failing to obtain peace, fled away in all directions. The denizens of heaven saw the earth looking like one sunk in sore distress. Overspread with mighty Danavas of terrible mien, the earth seemed to be oppressed with a heavy weight. Cheerless and grief-stricken, she seemed as if going down into the nether depths. The Adityas, struck with fear, repaired to Brahman, and addressing him, said, How, O Brahman, shall we continue to bear these oppressions of the Danavas? The self-born answered them, saying, I have already ordained what is to be done in this matter. Endued with boons, and possessed of might, and swelling with pride, those senseless wretches do not know that Vishnu of invisible form, that God incapable of being vanquished by the very deities all acting together, hath assumed the form of a boar. That supreme deity, rushing to the spot whither those wretches among Danavas, of terrible aspect, are dwelling in thousands below the earth, will slay them all. Hearing these words of the grandsire, foremost ones among the deities felt great joy. Some time after, Vishnu, those of mighty energy, encased in the form of a boar, penetrating into the nether regions, rushed against those offspring of Dithi. Beholding that extraordinary creature, all the Daityas, uniting together and stupefied by time, quickly proceeded against it for exerting their strength, and stood surrounding it. Soon after, they all rushed against that boar and seized it simultaneously. Filled with rage, they endeavored to drag the animal from every side. Those foremost of Danavas, of huge bodies, possessed of mighty energy, swelling with strength, succeeded not, however, O monarch, in doing anything to that boar. At this they wondered much and then became filled with fear. Numbering in thousands, they regarded that their last hour had come. Then that supreme god of all the gods, having yoga for his soul and yoga for his companion, became wrapped in yoga, O chief of the Bharatas, and began to utter tremendous roars, agitating those Daityas and Danavas. All the worlds and the 10 points of the compass resounded with those roars, which, for this reason, agitated all creatures and filled them with fear. The very gods with Indra at their head became terror-stricken. The whole universe became stilled in consequence of that sound. It was a dreadful time. All mobile and immobile beings became stupefied by that sound. The Danavas, terrified by that sound, began to fall down lifeless, paralyzed by the energy of Vishnu. The boar, with its hoofs, began to pierce those enemies of the gods, those denizens of the nether regions, and tear their flesh, fat, and bones. In consequence of those tremendous roars, Vishnu came to be called by the name of Sanatana. He is also called Padmanabha. He is the foremost of yogins. He is the preceptor of all creatures, and their supreme lord. All the tribes of the gods then repaired to the grandsire. Arrived at the presence, those illustrious ones addressed the Lord of the universe, saying, "What sort of a noise is this, O puissant one? We do not understand it. Who is this one, or whose is this sound at which the universe hath been stupefied?" With the energy of this sound or of its maker, the gods and the Danavas have all been deprived of their senses. Meanwhile, O mighty armed one, Vishnu in his porcine form was in sight of the assembled gods, his praises hymned by the great rishis. The grandsire said, "That is the supreme God, the creator of all beings, the soul of all creatures, the foremost of all yogins. Of huge body and great strength, he cometh here, having slain the foremost ones among the Danavas. He is the Lord of all beings, the master of yoga, the great ascetic, the soul of all living beings. Be still, all of you. He is Krishna, the destroyer of all obstacles and impediments. That supreme God, of immeasurable splendor, that great refuge of all blessings, having achieved a most difficult feat that is incapable of being accomplished by others, has returned to his own unmixed nature. It is he from whose navel the primeval lotus had sprung. He is the foremost of yogins. Of supreme soul, he is the creator of all beings. There is no need for sorrow or fear or grief, ye foremost of gods. He is the ordainer. He is the creating principle. He is all-destroying time. It is he who upholds all the world. The roars that have alarmed you are being uttered by that high-souled one. Of mighty arms, he is the object of the universal worship. Incapable of deterioration, that lotus-eyed one is the origin of all beings and their lord. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 210. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O sire, of that high yoga by which, O Bharata, I may obtain emancipation. O foremost of speakers, I desire to know everything about that yoga truly." Bhishma said, "In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between a preceptor and his disciple on the subject of emancipation. There was a regenerate preceptor who was the foremost of rishis. He looked like a mass of splendor. Possessed of a high soul, he was firm in truth and a complete master of his senses. Once on a time, a disciple of great intelligence and close attention, desirous of obtaining what was for his highest good, touched the preceptor's feet, and standing with joined hands before him, said, "If, O illustrious one, thou hast been gratified with the worship I have offered thee, it behoveth thee to solve a great doubt of mine. Whence am I and whence art thou? Tell me this fully. Tell me also what is the final cause. Why also, O best of regenerate ones, when the material cause in all beings is the same, their origin and destruction happen in such dissimilar ways? It beseems thee, O thou of great learning, also to explain the object of the declarations in the Vedas about difference of rights in respect of different classes of men, the meaning of the injunctions of the Smritis and of those injunctions which apply to all cases of men." The preceptor said, "Listen, O disciple, O thou of great wisdom. This that thou hast asked me is undisclosed in the very Vedas and is the highest subject for thought or discourse. It is called Adhyatma and is the most valuable of all branches of learning and of all sacred institutes. Vasudeva is the supreme cause of the universe. He is the origin of the Vedas, viz., Om. He is truth, knowledge, sacrifice, renunciation, self-restraint, and righteousness. Persons conversant with the Vedas know him as all-pervading, eternal, omnipresent, the creator and the destroyer, the unmanifest, Brahma, immutable. Hear now the story of him who took his birth in Vrishni's race. A Brahmana should hear of the greatness of that god of gods, viz., him called Vishnu of immeasurable energy, from the lips of Brahmanas. A person of the royal order should hear it from persons of that order. One who is a Vaishya should hear it from Vaishyas, and a high-souled Sudra should hear it from Sudras. Thou deservest to hear it. Listen now to the auspicious account of Krishna, that narrative which is the foremost of all narratives. Vasudeva is the wheel of time, without beginning and without end. Existence and non-existence are the attributes by which his real nature is known. The universe revolves like a wheel depending upon that Lord of all beings. O best of men, Kesva, that foremost of all beings, is said to be that which is indestructible, that which is unmanifest, that which is immortal, Brahma, and immutable. The highest of the high, and without change or deterioration himself, he created the Pitris, the gods, the Rishis, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Nagas, the Asuras, and human beings. It is he who also created the Vedas and the eternal duties and customs of men. Having reduced everything into non-existence, he once more, in the beginning of a new yuga, creates Prakriti, primordial matter. As the diverse phenomena of the several seasons appear one after another according to the season that comes, after the like manner creatures start forth into existence at the beginning of every celestial yuga. Corresponding with those creatures that start into life is the knowledge of rules and duties that have for their object the regulation of the world's course. At the end of every celestial yuga, when universal destruction sets in, the Vedas and all other scriptures disappear, like the rest. In consequence of the grace of the self-born, the great rishis, through their penances, first reacquire the lost Vedas and the scriptures. The self-born, Brahman, first acquired the Vedas. Their branches, called the Angas, were first acquired by the celestial preceptor, Vrihaspati. Bhrigu's son, Sukra, first acquired the science of morality that is so beneficial for the universe. The science of music was acquired by Narada, that of arms by Bharadvaja, the history of the celestial rishis by Gargya, that of medicine by the dark-complexioned son of Atri. Diverse other rishis, whose names are connected therewith, promulgated diverse other sciences such as Nyaya, Vaiseshika, Sankhya, Patanjala, etc. Let that Brahma which those rishis have indicated by arguments drawn from reason, by means of the Vedas, and by inferences drawn from the direct evidence of the senses, be adored. Neither the gods nor the rishis were, at first, able to apprehend Brahma which is without beginning and which is the highest of the high. Only the divine creator of all things, viz., the puissant Narayana, had knowledge of Brahma. From Narayana, the rishis, the foremost ones among the deities and the Asuras, and the royal sages of old, derived the knowledge of that highest remedy of the cure of sorrow. When primordial matter produces existences through the action of the primal energy, the universe with all its potencies begins to flow from it. From one lighted lamp, thousands of other lamps are capable of being lighted. After the same manner, primordial matter produces thousands of existent things. In consequence, again, of its infinity, primordial matter is never exhausted. From the unmanifest flows the understanding determined by acts. The understanding produces consciousness. From consciousness proceeds space. From space proceeds wind. From the wind proceeds heat. From heat proceeds water, and from water is produced the earth. These 8 constitute primordial Prakriti. The universe rests on them. From those 8 have originated the 5 organs of knowledge, the 5 organs of action, the 5 objects of the first 5 organs, and the one, viz., the mind, forming the 16th, which is the result of their modification. The ear, the skin, the 2 eyes, the tongue, and the nose are the 5 organs of knowledge. The 2 feet, the lower duct, the organ of generation, the 2 arms, and speech are the 5 organs of action. Sound, touch, form, taste, and smell are the 5 objects of the senses, covering all the things. The mind dwells upon all the senses and their objects. In the perception of taste, it is the mind that becomes the tongue, and in speech it is the mind that becomes words. Endued with the different senses, it is the mind that becomes all the objects that exist in its apprehension. These 16, existing in their respective forms, should be known as deities. These worship him who creates all knowledge and dwells within the body. Taste is the attribute of water, scent is the attribute of earth, hearing is the attribute of space, vision is the attribute of fire or light, and touch should be known as the attribute of the wind. This is the case with all creatures at all times. The mind, it has been said, is the attribute of existence. Existence springs from the unmanifest, of Prakriti, which every intelligent person should know, rests in that which is the soul of all existent beings. These existences, resting upon the supreme divinity that is above Prakriti and that is without any inclination for action, uphold the entire universe of mobiles and immobiles. This sacred edifice of 9 doors is endued with all these existences. That which is high above them, viz., the soul, dwells within it, pervading it all over. For this reason, it is called Purusha. The soul is without decay and not subject to death. It has knowledge of what is manifest and what is unmanifest. It is again all-pervading, possessed of attributes, subtle, and the refuge of all existences and attributes. As a lamp discovers all objects great or small, irrespective of its own size, after the same manner the soul dwells in all creatures as the principle of knowledge, regardless of the attributes or accidents of those creatures. Urging the ears to hear what it hears, it is the soul that hears. Similarly, employing the eye, it is the soul that sees. This body furnishes the means by which the soul derives knowledge. The bodily organs are not the doers, but it is the soul that is the doer of all acts. There is fire in wood, but it can never be seen by cutting open a piece of wood. After the same manner, the soul dwells within the body, but it can never be seen by dissecting the body. The fire that dwells in wood may be seen by employing proper means, viz., rubbing the wood with another piece of wood. After the same manner, the soul which dwells within the body may be seen by employing proper means, viz., yoga. Water must exist in rivers. Rays of light are always attached to the sun. After the same manner, the soul has a body. This connection does not cease because of the constant succession of bodies that the soul has to enter. In a dream, the soul, endued with the 5-fold senses, leaves the body and roves over wide areas. After the same manner, when death ensues, the soul, with the senses in their subtle forms, passes out of one body for entering another. The soul is bound by its own former acts. Bound by its own acts done in one state of existence, it attains to another state. Indeed, it is led from one into another body by its own acts, which are very powerful in respect of their consequences. How the owner of a human body, leaving off his body, enters another, and then again into another, how, indeed, the entire range of beings is the result of their respective acts, of past and present lives, I will presently tell you. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 211. Bhishma said, all immobile and mobile beings, distributed into 4 classes, have been said to be of unmanifest birth and unmanifest death. Existing only in the unmanifest soul, the mind is said to possess the attributes of the unmanifest. As a vast tree is ensconced within a small unblown swath of flower and becomes observable only when it comes out, even so birth takes place from what is unmanifest. A piece of iron, which is inanimate, runs towards a piece of lodestone. Similarly, inclinations and propensities due to natural instincts, and all else, run towards the soul in a new life. Indeed, even as those propensities and possessions born of ignorance and delusion, and inanimate in respect of their nature, are united with soul when reborn, after the same manner, those other propensities and aspirations of the soul that have their gaze directed towards Brahma become united with it, coming to it directly from Brahma itself. Neither earth, nor sky, nor heaven, nor things, nor the vital breaths, nor virtue and vice, nor anything else, existed before, save the Chit Soul. Nor have they any necessary connection with even the Chit Soul defiled by ignorance. The soul is eternal. It is indestructible. It occurs in every creature. It is the cause of the mind. It is without attributes. This universe that we perceive hath been declared, in the Vedas, to be due to ignorance or delusion. The soul's apprehensions of form, etc., are due to past desires. The soul, when it becomes endued with those causes, viz., desire, is led to the state of its being engaged in acts. In consequence of that condition, for those acts again produce desires to end in acts anew, and so on, this vast will to existence revolves, without beginning and without end. The unmanifest, viz., the understanding, with the desires, is the nave of that wheel. The manifest, i.e., the body with the senses, constitutes its assemblage of spokes, the perceptions and acts from its circumference. Propelled by the quality of rajas, passion, the soul presides over it, witnessing its revolutions. Like oilmen pressing oil seeds in their machine, the consequences born of ignorance, assailing the universe of creatures, which is moistened by rajas, press or grind it in that wheel. In that succession of existences, the living creature, seized by the idea of self in consequence of desire, engages itself in acts. In the union of cause and effect, those acts again become new causes. Effects do not enter into causes, nor do causes enter into effects. In the production of effects, time is the cause. The primordial essences, 8 in number as mentioned before, and their modifications 6-10 in number, fraught with causes, exists in a state of union, in consequence of their being always presided over by the soul. Like dust following the wind that moves it, the creature soul, divested of body, but endued still with inclinations born of passion and darkness, and with principles of causes constituted by the acts of the life that is over, moves on, following the direction that the Supreme Soul gives it. The soul, however, is never touched by those inclinations and propensities. Nor are these touched by the soul that is superior to them. The wind, which is naturally pure, is never stained by the dust it bears away. As the wind is truly separate from the dust it bears away, even so, the man of wisdom should know, is the connection between that which is called existence or life and the soul. No one should take it that the soul, in consequence of its apparent union with the body and the senses and the other propensities and beliefs and unbeliefs, is really endued therewith as its necessary and absolute qualities. On the other hand, the soul should be taken as existing in its own nature. Thus did the divine Rishi solve the doubt that had taken possession of his disciple's mind. Notwithstanding all this, people depended upon means consisting of acts and scriptural rites for casting off misery and winning happiness. Seeds that are scorched by fire do not put forth sprouts. After the same manner, if everything that contributes to misery be consumed by the fire of true knowledge, the soul escapes the obligation of rebirth in the world. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 212. Bhishma said, persons engaged in the practice of acts regard the practice of acts highly. Similarly, those that are devoted to knowledge do not regard anything other than knowledge. Persons fully conversant with the Vedas and depending upon the utterances contained in them are rare. They that are more intelligent desire the path of abstention from acts as the better of the two, viz., heaven and emancipation. Abstention from acts is observed by those that are possessed of great wisdom. That conduct, therefore, is laudable. The intelligence which urges to abstention from acts is that by which one attains to emancipation. Possessed of body, a person, through folly, and endued with wrath and cupidity and all the propensities born of passion and darkness, becomes attached to all earthly objects. One, therefore, who desires to destroy one's connection with the body should never indulge in any impure act. On the other hand, one should create by one's acts a path for attaining to emancipation, without wishing for regions of felicity in the next world. As gold, when united with iron, loses its purity and fails to shine, even so knowledge, when existing with attachment to earthly objects and such other faults, fails to put forth its splendor. He who, influenced by cupidity and following the dictates of desire and wrath, practices unrighteousness, transgressing the path of righteousness, meets with complete destruction. One who is desirous of benefiting oneself should never follow, with excess of attachments, earthly possessions represented by the objects of the senses. If one does it, wrath and joy and sorrow arise from one another, and make one miserable. When every one's body is made up of the 5 original elements as also of the 3 attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness, whom shall one adore and whom shall one blame with what words? Only they that are fools become attached to the objects of the senses. In consequence of folly, they do not know that their bodies are only modifications. As a house made of earth is plastered over with earth, even so this body which is made of earth is kept from destruction by food which is only a modification of earth. Honey and oil and milk and butter and meat and salt and treacle and grain of all kinds and fruit and roots are all modifications of earth and water. Recluses living in the wilderness, giving up all longing for rich and savory food, take simple food, that is again unsavory, for only supporting the body. After the same manner, a person that dwells in the wilderness of the world should be ready for labor and should take food for passing through life, like a patient taking medicine. A person of noble soul, examining all things of an earthly nature that come upon him, by the aid of truth, purity, candor, a spirit of renunciation, enlightenment, courage, forgiveness, fortitude, intelligence, reflection, and austerities, and desirous of obtaining tranquility, should restrain his senses. All creatures, stupefied, in consequence of ignorance, by the attributes of goodness and passion and darkness, are continually revolving like a wheel. All faults, therefore, that are born of ignorance, should be closely examined, and the idea of self, which has its origin in ignorance, and which is productive of misery, should be avoided. The 5-fold elements, the senses, the attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness, the 3 worlds with the Supreme Being Himself, and acts, all rest on self-consciousness. As time, under its own laws, always displays the phenomena of the seasons one after another, even so one should know that consciousness in all creatures is the inducer of acts. Tamas, from which proceeds consciousness, should be known as productive of delusions. It is like darkness and is born of ignorance. To the 3 attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness are attached all the joys and sorrows of creatures. Listen now to those consequences that spring from the attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness. Contentment, the satisfaction that arises from joy, certainty, intelligence, and memory, these are the consequences born of the attribute of goodness. I shall now mention the consequences of passion and darkness. Desire, wrath, error, cupidity, stupefaction, fear, and fatigue belong to the attribute of passion. Cheerlessness, grief, discontent, vanity, pride, and wickedness all belong to darkness. Examining the gravity or lightness of these and other faults that dwell in the soul, one should reflect upon each of them one after another, for ascertaining which of them exist, which have become strong or weak, which have been driven off, and which remain. Yudhishthira said, "What faults are abandoned by persons desirous of emancipation? What are those that are weakened by them? What are the faults that come repeatedly, and are, therefore, incapable of being got rid of? What, again, are regarded as weak through stupefaction, and, therefore, as permissible? What, indeed, are those faults upon whose strength and weakness a wise man should reflect with the aid of intelligence and of reasons? I have doubts upon these subjects. Discourse to me on these, O grandsire." Bhishma said, "A person of pure soul, by extracting all his faults by their roots, succeeds in obtaining emancipation. As an axe made of steel cuts a steel chain, and accomplishing the act becomes broken itself, after the same manner, a person of cleansed soul, destroying all the faults that spring from darkness and that are born with the soul, when it is reborn, succeeds in dissolving his connection with the body, and attaining emancipation. The qualities having their origin in passion, those that spring from darkness, and those stainless one characterized by purity, viz., those included under the quality of goodness, constitute as it were the seed from which all embodied creatures have grown. Amongst these, the attribute of goodness alone is the cause through which persons of cleansed souls succeed in attaining to emancipation. A person of cleansed soul, therefore, should abandon all the qualities born of passion and darkness. Then again, when the quality of goodness becomes freed from those of passion and darkness, it becomes more resplendent still. Some say that sacrifices and other acts performed with the aid of mantras, and which certainly contribute to the purification of the soul, are evil or cruel acts. This view is not correct. On the other hand, those acts are the chief means for dissociating the soul from all worldly attachments, and for the observance of the religion of tranquility. Through the influence of the qualities born of passion, all unrighteous acts are performed, and all acts fraught with earthly purposes, as also all such acts as spring from desire, are accomplished. Through qualities born of darkness, one does all acts fraught with cupidity and springing from wrath. In consequence of the attribute of darkness, one embraces sleep and procrastination and becomes addicted to all acts of cruelty and carnal pleasure. That person, however, who, possessed of faith and scriptural knowledge, is observant of the attribute of goodness, attends only to all good things, and becomes endued with moral beauty and soul free from every taint. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 213. Bhishma said, "From the attribute of passion arises delusion or loss of judgment. From the attribute of darkness, O bull of Bharata's race, arise wrath and cupidity and fear and pride. When all these are destroyed, one becomes pure. By obtaining purity, a person succeeds in arriving at the knowledge of the Supreme Soul, which is resplendent with effulgence, incapable of deterioration, without change, pervading all things, having the unmanifest for his refuge, and the foremost of all the deities. Invested in his Maya, men fall away from knowledge and become senseless, and in consequence of their knowledge being darkened, yield to wrath. From wrath, they become subject to desire. From desire spring cupidity and delusion and vanity and pride and selfishness. From such selfishness proceeds various kinds of acts. From acts spring diverse bonds of affection, and from those bonds of affection spring sorrow or misery, and from acts fraught with joy and sorrow proceeds the liability to birth and death. In consequence of the obligation of birth, the liability is incurred of a residence within the womb, due to the union of vital seed and blood. That residence is defiled with excreta and urine and phlegm, and always fouled with blood that is generated there. Overwhelmed by thirst, the chit soul becomes bound by wrath and the rest that have been enumerated above. It seeks, however, to escape those evils. In respect of this, women must be regarded as instruments which set the stream of creation a-going. By their nature, women are kshetra and men are kshetrajna in respective attributes. For this reason, persons of wisdom should not pursue women in especial, among other objects of the world. Indeed, women are like frightful mantra-powers. They stupefy persons reft of wisdom. They are sunk in the attribute of passion. They are the eternal embodiment of the senses. In consequence of the keen desire that men entertain for women, offspring proceed from them, due to the action of the vital seed. As one casts off from one's body such vermin as take their birth there, but as are not on that account any part of oneself, even so should one cast off those vermin of one's body that are called children, who, though regarded as one's own, are not one's own in reality. From the vital seed, as from sweat and other filth, creatures spring from the body, influenced by the acts of previous lives or in the course of nature. Therefore, one possessed of wisdom should feel no regard for them. The attribute of passion rests on that of darkness. The attribute of goodness, again, rests on that of passion. Darkness which is unmanifest overspreads itself on knowledge and causes the phenomena of intelligence and consciousness. That knowledge possessing the attributes of intelligence and consciousness has been said to be the seed of embodied souls. That, again, which is the seed of such knowledge is called the jiva, or chit soul. In consequence of acts and the virtue of time, the soul goes through birth and repeated rounds of rebirth. As in a dream, the soul sports as if invested with a body which, of course, is due to the action of the mind. After the same manner, it obtains in the mother's womb a body in consequence of attributes and propensities having, past, acts for their origin. Whatever senses, while it is there, are awakened by past acts as the operating cause, become generated in consciousness in consequence of the mind coexisting with attachments. In consequence of the past thoughts of sound that are awakened in it, the soul, subjected to such influences, receives the organ of hearing. Similarly, from attachment to forms, its eye is produced, and from its longing after scent its organ of smelling. From thoughts of touch it acquires the skin. In the same way the fivefold breaths are acquired by it, viz., prana, apana, vyana, udana, and samama, which contribute to keep the body a-going. Encased in body with all limbs fully developed in consequence, as shown above, of past acts, the soul takes birth, with sorrow, both physical and mental, in the beginning, middle, and end. It should be known that sorrow springs from the very fact of acceptance of body in the womb. It increases with the idea of self. From renunciation of these attachments which are the cause of birth, sorrow meets with an end. He that is conversant with sorrow's end attains to emancipation. Both the origin and the destruction of the senses rest in the attribute of passion. The man of wisdom should act with proper scrutiny with the aid of the eye constituted by the scriptures. The senses of knowledge, even if they succeed in earning all their objects, never succeed in overwhelming the man that is without thirst. The embodied soul, by making its senses weak, escapes the obligation or rebirth. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 214. Bhishma said, I shall now tell thee what the means are for conquering the senses, as seen with the eye of the scriptures. A person, O king, will attain to the highest end by the help of such knowledge and by framing his conduct accordingly. Amongst all living creatures man is said to be the foremost. Among men, those that are regenerate have been called the foremost, and amongst the regenerate, they that are conversant with the Vedas. These last are regarded as the souls of all living creatures. Indeed, those Brahmanas that are conversant with the Vedas are regarded as all-seeing and omniscient. They are persons who have become conversant with Brahma. As a blind man, without a guide, encounters many difficulties on a road, so has a person destitute of knowledge to encounter many obstacles in the world. For this reason, those that are possessed of knowledge are regarded as superior to the rest. Those that are desirous of acquiring virtue practice diverse kinds of rites according to the dictates of the scriptures. They do not, however, succeed in attaining to emancipation, all that they gain being those good qualities of which I shall presently speak: purity of speech, of body, and of mind, forgiveness, truth, steadiness, and intelligence. These good qualities are displayed by righteous persons observant of both kinds of religion. That which is called Brahmacharya, religion of abstention or yoga, is regarded as the means of attaining to Brahma. That is the foremost of all religions. It is by the practice of that religion that one obtains the highest end, viz., emancipation. Brahmacharya is divested of all connection with the 5 vital breaths, mind, understanding, the 5 senses of perception, and the 5 senses of action. It is on that account free from all the perceptions that the senses give. It is heard only as a word, and its form, without being seen, can only be conceived. It is a state of existence depending only on the mind. It is free from all connection with the senses. That sinless state should be attained to by the understanding alone. He that practices it duly attains to Brahma. He that practices it half and half attains to the condition of the gods, while he that practices it indifferently takes birth among Brahmanas and possessed of learning attains to eminence. Brahmacharya is exceedingly difficult to practice. Listen now to the means by which one may practice it. That regenerate person who betakes himself to it should subdue the quality of passion as soon as it begins to manifest itself, or as soon as it begins to be powerful. One that has betaken oneself to that vow should not speak with women. He should never cast his eyes on an undressed woman. The sight of women, under even indifferent circumstances, fills all weak-minded men with passion. If a person, while observing this vow, feels a desire for woman rising in his heart, he should, as an expiation, observe the vow called Krichkra and also pass 3 days in water. If desire is entertained in course of a dream, one should, diving in water, mentally repeat for 3 times the 3 riks by Agamarshana. That wise man who has betaken himself to the practice of this vow should, with an extended and enlightened mind, burn the sins in his mind which are all due to the quality of passion. As the duct that bears away the refuse of the body is very closely connected with the body, even so the embodied soul is very closely connected with the body that confines it. The different kinds of juices, passing through the network of arteries, nourish men's wind and bile and phlegm, blood and skin and flesh, intestines and bones and marrow, and the whole body. Know that there are 10 principal ducts. These assist the functions of the 5 senses. From those 10 branch out thousands of other ducts that are minuter in form. Like rivers filling the ocean at the proper season, all these ducts, containing juices, nourish the body. Leading to the heart there is a duct called Manova. It draws from every part of the human body the vital seed which is born of desire. Numerous other ducts branching out from that principle one extend into every part of the body and bearing the element of heat cause the sense of vision and the rest. As the butter that lies within milk is churned up by churning rods, even so the desires that are generated in the mind, by the sight or thought of women, draw together the vital seed that lies within the body. In the midst of even our dreams, passion having birth and imagination assails the mind, with the result that the duct already named, viz., Manova, throws out the vital seed born of desire. The great and divine Rishi Atri is well conversant with the subject of the generation of the vital seed. The juices that are yielded by food, the duct called Manova, and the desire that is born of imagination, these three are the causes that originate the vital seed which has Indra for its presiding deity. The passion that aids in the emission of this fluid is, therefore, called Indriya. Those persons who know that the course of vital seed is the cause of that sinful state of things called intermixture of castes are men of restrained passions. Their sins are regarded to have been burnt off, and they are never subjected to rebirth. He that betakes himself to action simply for the purposes of sustaining his body, reducing with the aid of the mind the three attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness into a state of uniformity, and brings at his last moments the vital breaths to the duct called Manova, escapes the obligation of rebirth. The mind is sure to gain knowledge. It is the mind that takes the form of all things. The minds of all high-souled persons, attaining to success through meditation, become freed from desire, eternal, and luminous. Therefore, for destroying the mind, as mind, one should do only sinless deeds, and freeing oneself from the attributes of passion and darkness, one is sure to attain to an end that is very desirable. Knowledge, ordinarily acquired in younger days, becomes weakened with decrepitude. A person, however, of ripe understanding succeeds, through the auspicious effects of past lives, in destroying his desires. Such a person, by transcending the bonds of the body and the senses like a traveler crossing a path full of obstacles, and transgressing all faults he sees, succeeds in tasting the nectar of emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 215. Bhishma said, living creatures, by being attached to objects of the senses which are always fraught with evil, become helpless. Those high-souled persons, however, who are not attached to them, attain to the highest end. The man of intelligence, beholding the world overwhelmed with the evils constituted by birth, death, decrepitude, sorrow, disease, and anxieties, should exert themselves for the attainment of emancipation. He should be pure in speech, thought, and body. He should be free from pride. Of tranquil soul and possessed of knowledge, he should lead a life of mendicancy and pursue happiness without being attached to any worldly object. Again, if attachment be seen to possess the mind in consequence of compassion to creatures, he should, seeing that the universe is the result of acts, show indifference in respect of compassion itself. Whatever good acts are performed, or whatever sin is perpetrated, the doer tastes the consequences. Hence, one should, in speech, thought, and deed, do only acts that are good. He succeeds in obtaining happiness who practices abstention from injuring others, truthfulness of speech, honesty towards all creatures, and forgiveness, and who is never heedless. Hence one, exercising one's intelligence, should dispose one's mind, after training it, on peace towards all creatures. That man who regards the practice of the virtues enumerated above as the highest duty, as conducive to the happiness of all creatures, and as destructive of all kinds of sorrow, is possessed of the highest knowledge, and succeeds in obtaining happiness. Hence, as already said, one should, exercising one's intelligence, dispose one's mind, after training it, on peace towards all creatures. One should never think of doing evil to others. One should not covet what is far above one's power to attain. One should not turn one's thoughts towards objects that are non-existent. One should, on the other hand, direct one's mind towards knowledge by such persistent efforts as are sure to succeed, with the aid of the declarations of the Shrutis and of persistent efforts calculated to bring success, that knowledge is sure to flow. One that is desirous of saying good words or observing a religion that is refined of all dross should utter only truth that is not fraught with any malice or censure. One that is possessed of a sound heart should utter words that are not fraught with dishonesty, that are not harsh, that are not cruel, that are not evil, and that are not characterized by garrulity. The universe is bound in speech. If disposed to renunciation of all worldly objects, then should one proclaim, with a mind fraught with humility and a cleansed understanding, one's own evil acts. He who betakes himself to action, impelled thereto by propensities fraught with the attribute of passion, obtains much misery in this world and at last sinks into hell. One should, therefore, practice self-restraint in body, speech, and mind. Ignorant persons bearing the burdens of the world are like robbers laden with their booty of straggling sheep, secreted from herds taken out for pasture. The latter are always regardful of roads that are unfavorable to them, owing to the presence of the king's watch. Indeed, as robbers have to throw away their spoil if they wish for safety, even so should a person cast off all acts dictated by passion and darkness if he is to obtain felicity. Without doubt, a person that is without desire, free from the bonds of the world, contented to live in solitude, abstemious in diet, devoted to penances and with senses under control, that has burnt all his sorrows by the acquisition of knowledge, that takes a pleasure in practicing all the particulars of yoga discipline, and that has a cleansed soul, succeeds, in consequence of his mind being withdrawn into itself, in attaining to Brahma or emancipation. One endued with patience and a cleansed soul should, without doubt, control one's understanding. With the understanding thus disciplined, one should next control one's mind, and then with the mind overpower the objects of the senses. Upon the mind being thus brought under control and the senses being all subdued, the senses will become luminous and gladly enter into Brahma. When one's senses are withdrawn into the mind, the result that occurs is that Brahma becomes manifested in it. Indeed, when the senses are destroyed, and the soul returns to the attribute of pure existence, it comes to be regarded as transformed into Brahma. Then again, one should never make a display of one's yoga power. On the other hand, one should always exert to restrain one's senses by practicing the rules of yoga. Indeed, one engaged in the practice of yoga rules should do all those acts by which one's conduct and disposition may become pure. Without making one's yoga powers the means of one's subsistence, one should rather live upon broken grains of corn, ripe beans, dry cakes of seeds from which the oil has been pressed out, pot herbs, half-ripe barley, flour of fried pulses, fruits, and roots obtained in alms. Reflecting upon the characteristics of time and place, one should according to one's inclinations observe, after proper examination, vows and rules about fasts. One should not suspend an observance that has been begun. Like one slowly creating a fire, one should gradually extend an act that is prompted by knowledge. By doing so, Brahma gradually shines in one like the sun. The ignorance which has knowledge for its resting ground extends its influence over all the three states of waking, dreaming, and dreamless slumber. The knowledge, again, that follows the understanding is assailed by ignorance. The evil-hearted person fails to obtain a knowledge of the soul in consequence of taking it as united with the three states, although in reality it transcends them all. When, however, he succeeds in apprehending the limits under which the two, viz., union with the three states and separation from them, are manifested, it is then that he becomes divested of attachment and attains to emancipation. When such an apprehension has been attained, one transcends the effects of age, rises superior to the consequences of decrepitude and death, and obtains Brahma, which is eternal, deathless, immutable, undeteriorating. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 216. Bhishma said, "The yogin who wishes to always practice sinless brahmacharya and who is impressed with the faults attaching to dreams should, with his whole heart, seek to abandon sleep." In dreams, the embodied soul, affected by the attributes of passion and darkness, seems to become possessed of another body and move and act influenced by desire. In consequence of application for the acquisition of knowledge and of continued reflection and recapitulation, the yogin remains always awake. Indeed, the yogin can keep himself continually awake by devoting himself to knowledge. On this topic it has been asked, what is this state in which the embodied creature thinks himself surrounded by and engaged in objects and acts? True it is that the embodied being, with its senses really suspended, still thinks itself to be possessed of body with all the senses of knowledge and of action. As regards the question started, it is said that that master of yoga, named Hari, comprehends truly how it happens. The great rishis say that the explanation offered by Hari is correct and consistent with reason. The learned say that it is in consequence of the senses being worn out with fatigue, dreams are experienced by all creatures. Though the senses are suspended, the mind, however, never disappears or becomes inactive, and hence arise dreams. This is said by all to be their noted cause. As the imaginings of a person that is awake and engaged in acts are due only to the creative power of the mind, after the same manner the impressions in a dream appertain only to the mind. A person with desire and attachment obtains those imaginings and dreams based upon the impressions of countless lives in the past. Nothing that impresses the mind once is ever lost, and the soul being cognizant of all those impressions causes them to come forth from obscurity. Whichever among the three attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness is brought about by the influence of past acts, and by whichever amongst them the mind is affected for the time being in whatever way, the elements, in their subtle forms, display or indicate accordingly in the way of images. After images have thus been produced, the particular attribute of goodness or passion or darkness that may have been brought by past act rises in the mind and conduces to its last result, viz., happiness or misery. Those images having wind, bile, and phlegm for their chief causes, which men apprehend through ignorance and in consequence of propensities fraught with passion and darkness, cannot, it has been said, be easily discarded. Whatever objects again a person perceives in the mind, while wakeful, through the senses in a state of perspicuity are apprehended by the mind in dreams while the senses are obscured in respect of their functions. The mind exists unobstructedly in all things. This is due to the nature of the soul. The soul should be comprehended. All the elements and the objects they compose exist in the soul. In the state called dreamless slumber, sushupti, the manifest human body which, of course, is the door of dreams, disappears in the mind. Occupying the body, the mind enters the soul which is manifest and upon which all existent and non-existent things depend, and becomes transformed into a wakeful witness with certainty of apprehension. Thus dwelling in pure consciousness, which is the soul of all things, it is regarded by the learned as transcending both consciousness and all things in the universe. That yogin who in consequence of desire covets any of the divine attributes of knowledge or renunciation, etc., should regard a pure mind to be identical with the object of his desire. All things rest in a pure mind or soul. This is the result attained to by one who is engaged in penances. That yogin, however, who has crossed darkness or ignorance, becomes possessed of transcending effulgence. When darkness or ignorance has been transcended, the embodied soul becomes supreme Brahma, the cause of the universe. The deities have penances and Vedic rites. Darkness, or pride and cruelty, which is destructive of the former, has been adopted by the Asuras. This, viz., Brahma, which has been said to have knowledge only for its attribute, is difficult of attainment by either the deities or the asuras. It should be known that the qualities of goodness, passion, and darkness belong to the deities and the asuras. Goodness is the attribute of the deities, while the two others belong to the asuras. Brahma transcends all those attributes. It is pure knowledge. It is deathlessness. It is pure effulgence. It is undeteriorating. Those persons of cleansed souls who know Brahma attain to the highest end. One having knowledge for one's eye can say this much with the aid of reason and analogy. Brahma, which is indestructible, can be comprehended by only withdrawing the senses and the mind from external objects into the soul itself. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 217. Bhishma said, "He cannot be said to know Brahma who does not know the four topics, viz., dreams, dreamless slumber, Brahma as indicated by attributes, and Brahma as transcending all attributes, as also what is manifest, viz. the body, and what is unmanifest, the chit soul, which the great Rishi, Narayana, has described as Tatvam. That which is manifest should be known as liable to death. That which is unmanifest, viz., the chit soul, should be known as transcending death. The Rishi Narayana has described the religion of Pravritti. Upon that rests the whole universe with its mobile and immobile creatures. The religion of Nvritti again leads to the unmanifest and eternal Brahma. The Creator, Brahma, has described the religion of Pravritti. Pravritti implies rebirth or return. Nvritti, on the other hand, implies the highest end. The ascetic who desires to discriminate with exactitude between good and evil, who is always bent on understanding the nature of the soul, and who devotes himself to the religion of Nvritti, attains to that high end. One desirous of accomplishing this should know both the unmanifest and purusha, of which I shall speak presently. That, again, which is different from both the unmanifest and purusha, and which transcends them both, and which is distinguished from all beings, should be particularly viewed by one possessed of intelligence. Both Prakriti and Purusha are without beginning and without end. Both are incapable of being known by their like. Both are eternal and indestructible. Both are greater than the greatest of being. In these they are similar. There are points of dissimilarity again between them. Of these I shall speak presently. Prakriti is fraught with the three attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness. It is also engaged in creation. The true attributes of Kshetrajna, Purusha or the soul, should be known to be different. Purusha is the apprehender of all the transformations of Prakriti, but cannot be apprehended himself. He transcends, in respect of his original nature, all attributes. As regards Purusha and the Supreme Soul again, both of them are incomprehensible. In consequence again of both of them being without attributes by which they can be distinguished, both are highly distinguished from all else. A turbaned person has his head circled with 3 folds of a piece of cloth. The person, however, is not identical with the turban he wears. After the same manner, the embodied soul is invested with the 3 attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness. But though thus invested, the soul is not identical with those attributes. Hence these 4 topics, which are covered by these fourfold considerations, should be understood. One who understands all this is never stupefied when one has to draw conclusions in respect of all subjects of inquiry. He that is desirous of attaining to high prosperity should become pure in mind, and betaking himself to austere practices in respect of the body and the senses, should devote himself to yoga without desire of fruits. The universe is pervaded by yoga power secretly circulating through every part of it and illumining it brightly. The sun and the moon shine with effulgence in the firmament of the heart in consequence of yoga power. The result of yoga is knowledge. Yoga is talked of very highly in the world. Whatever acts are destructive of passion and darkness constitute yoga in respect of its real character. Brahmacharya and abstention from injury are said to constitute yoga of the body, while restraining mind and speech properly are said to constitute yoga of the mind. The food that is obtained in alms from regenerate persons conversant with the ritual is distinguished from all other food. By taking that food abstemiously, one's sins born of passion begin to fade. A yogin subsisting upon such food finds his senses gradually withdrawn from their objects. Hence, he should take only that measure of food which is strictly necessary for the support of his body. Another advice that may be offered is that knowledge which one obtains gradually by mind devoted to yoga should cheerfully be made one's own during one's last moments by a forcible stretch of power. The embodied soul, when divested of rajas, does not immediately attain to emancipation but assumes a subtle form with all the senses of perception and moves about in space. When his mind becomes unaffected by acts, he, in consequence of such renunciation, loses that subtle form and becomes merged in Prakriti, without, however, yet attaining to Brahma or emancipation which transcends Prakriti. After the destruction of this gross body, one who through absence of heedlessness escapes from all the three bodies, viz., the gross, the subtle, and the Karana, succeeds in attaining to emancipation. The birth and death of creatures always depend upon the cause constituted by original ignorance, or avidya. When knowledge of Brahma arises, necessity no longer pursues the person. Those, however, that accept what is the reverse of truth, by believing that to be self which is really not self, are men whose understandings are always taken up with the birth and death of all existent things. Such people never dream even of emancipation. Supporting their bodies by aid of patience, withdrawing their hearts from all external objects by the aid of their understanding, and withdrawing themselves from the world of senses, some yogins adore the senses in consequence of their subtlety. Some amongst them, with mind cleansed by yoga, proceeding according to the stages indicated in the scriptures and reaching the highest, succeed in knowing it by the aid of the understanding and dwell in that which is the highest and which, without resting on any other thing, rests on itself. Some worship Brahma in images. Some worship him as existing with attributes. Some repeatedly realize the highest divinity which has been described to be like a flash of lightning and which is again indestructible. Others who have burnt their sins by penances attain to Brahma in the end. All those high-souled persons attain to the highest end. With the eye of Scripture one should observe the subtle attributes of these several forms, as distinguished by attributes of Brahma that are, thus, worshipped by men. The yogin who has transcended the necessity of depending on the body, who has cast off all attachments, and whose mind is devoted to yoga abstraction, should be known as another instance of infinity, as the supreme divinity, or as that which it unmanifest. They whose hearts are devoted to the acquisition of knowledge succeed first in freeing themselves from the world of mortals. Subsequently, by casting off attachments they partake of the nature of Brahma and at last attain to the highest end. Thus have persons conversant with the Vedas spoken of the religion that leads to the attainment of Brahma. They who follow that religion according to the measure of their knowledge all succeed in obtaining the highest end. Even those persons who succeed in acquiring knowledge that is incapable of being shaken by the assaults of skepticism, and that makes its possessors free from attachments of every kind, attain to various high regions after death and become emancipated according to the measure of their knowledge. Those persons of pure hearts who have imbibed contentment from knowledge, and who have cast off all desires and attachments, gradually approach in respect of their nature nearer and nearer to Brahma, which has the unmanifest for his attribute, which is divine, and without birth and death. Realizing that Brahma dwells in their souls, they become themselves immutable and have never to return to the earth. Attaining to that supreme state which is indestructible and eternal, they exist in felicity. The knowledge with respect to this world is even this: it exists in the case of erring persons. It does not exist in the case of those who have not been stupefied by error. The whole universe, bound up in desire, is revolving like a wheel. As the fibers of a lotus stalk overspread themselves into every part of the stalk, after the same manner the fibers of desire, which have neither beginning nor end, spread themselves over every part of the body. As a weaver drives his threads into a cloth by means of his shuttle, after the same manner the threads that constitute the fabric of the universe are woven by the shuttle of desire. He who properly knows transformations of Prakriti, Prakriti herself and Purusha, becomes freed from desire and attains to emancipation. The divine Rishi Narayana, that refuge of the universe, for the sake of compassion towards all creatures, clearly promulgated these means for the acquisition of immortality. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 218. Yudhishthira said, "By following what conduct, O thou that art conversant with all courses of conduct, did Janaka, the ruler of Mithila, versed in the religion of emancipation, succeed in attaining to emancipation after casting off all worldly enjoyments?" Bhishma said, "In this connection is cited the following old narrative of the particular conduct by which that ruler, thoroughly conversant with all courses of conduct, succeeded in achieving the highest felicity. There was a ruler in Mithila of the name of Janadeva of Janaka's race. He was ever engaged in reflecting upon the courses of conduct that might lead to the attainment of Brahma. A century of preceptors always used to live in his palace, lecturing him upon the diverse courses of duty followed by people who had betaken themselves to diverse modes of life. Given to the study of the Vedas, he was not very well satisfied with the speculations of his instructors on the character of the soul, and in their doctrines of extinction upon the dissolution of the body or of rebirth after death. Once upon a time a great ascetic of the name of Panchasika, the son of Kapila, having roamed over the whole world, arrived at Mithila. Endued with correct conclusions in respect of all speculations about the diverse duties connected with renunciation, he was above all pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, happiness and misery, and of doubts he had none. He was regarded as the foremost of rishis. Dwelling wherever he pleased, he desired to place before the reach of all men eternal felicity that is so difficult of attainment. It seemed that he went about, amazing the world, having assumed the form of none else than that great Rishi, that lord of creatures, whom the followers of the Sankhya doctrine knew by the name of Kapila. He was the foremost of all the disciples of Asuri and was called the Undying. He had performed a mental sacrifice that had lasted for 1,000 years. He was firm in mind, and had completed all the rites and sacrifices that are enjoined in the scriptures and that lead to the attainment of Brahma. He was fully conversant with the 5 sheaths that cover the soul. He was devoted to the 5 acts connected with the adoration of Brahma, and had the 5 qualities of tranquility, self-restraint, etc. Known, as already said, by the name of Panchasika, he had approached one day a large concourse of rishis following the Sankhya doctrines and inquired of them about the highest object of human acquisition, viz., the unmanifest, or that upon which the 5 purushas or sheaths, already named, rest. For the sake of obtaining a knowledge of the soul, Asuri had inquired of his preceptor. In consequence of the latter's instructions and of his own penances, Asuri understood the distinction between the body and the soul and had acquired celestial vision. In that concourse of ascetics, Asuri made his exposition of the immutable one and indestructible Brahma, which is seen in diverse forms. Panchasika became a disciple of Asuri. He lived on human milk. There was a certain Brahmani of the name of Kapila. She was the wife of Asuri. Panchasika was accepted by her as a son, and he used to suck her breasts. In consequence of this, he came to be known as the son of Kapila, and his understanding became fixed on Brahma. All this, about the circumstances of his birth and those that led to his becoming the son of Kapila, was said unto me by the divine Rishi. The latter also told me about the omniscience of Panchasika. Conversant with all courses of duty, Panchasika, after having himself acquired high knowledge, came to Janaka, and knowing that that king had equal reverence for all his preceptors, began to amaze that century of preceptors by an exposition of his doctrine fraught with abundant reasons. Observing the talent of Kapila, Janaka became exceedingly attached to him, and abandoning his 100 preceptors, began to follow him in particular. Then Kapila began to discourse unto Janaka, who had according to the ordinance bent his head unto him, as a disciple should, and who was fully competent to apprehend the sage's instructions upon that high religion of emancipation which is explained in Sankhya treatises. Setting forth in the first place the sorrows of birth, he spoke next of the sorrows of religious acts. Having finished that topic, he explained the sorrows of all states of life, ending even with that in the high region of the Creator. He also discoursed upon that delusion for whose sake is the practice of religion and acts and their fruits, and which is highly untrustworthy, destructible, unsteady, and uncertain. Skeptics say that when death of the body is seen and is a matter of direct evidence witnessed by all, they who maintain, in consequence of their faith in the Scriptures, that something distinct from the body, called the soul, exists are necessarily vanquished in argument. They also urge that one's death means the extinction of one's soul, and that sorrow, decrepitude, and disease imply partial death of the soul. He that maintains, owing to error, that the soul is distinct from the body and exists after the loss of body, cherishes an opinion that is unreasonable. If that be regarded as existent which does not really exist in the world, then it may be mentioned that the king, being regarded so, is really never liable to decrepitude or death. But is he, on that account, to be really believed to be above decrepitude and death? When the question is whether an object exists or does not exist, and when that whose existence is asserted presents all the indications of non-existence, what is that upon which ordinary people rely in settling the affairs of life? Direct evidence is the root of both inference and the Scriptures. The Scriptures are capable of being contradicted by direct evidence. As to inference, its evidentiary effect is not much. Whatever be the topic, cease to reason on inference alone. There is nothing else called jiva than this body. In a banyan seed is contained the capacity to produce leaves and flowers and fruits and roots and bark. From the grass and water that is taken by a cow are produced milk and butter, substances whose nature is different from that of the producing causes. Substances of different kinds, when allowed to decompose in water for some time, produce spirituous liquors whose nature is quite different from that of those substances that produce them. After the same manner, from the vital seed is produced the body and its attributes, with the understanding, consciousness, mind, and other possessions. Two pieces of wood, rubbed together, produce fire. The stone called Suryakanta, coming in contact with the rays of the sun, produces fire. Any solid metallic substance, heated in fire, dries up water when coming in contact with it. Similarly, the material body produces the mind and its attributes of perception, memory, imagination, etc. As the lodestone moves iron, similarly, the senses are controlled by the mind. Thus reason the skeptics. The skeptics, however, are in error. For the disappearance of only the animating force upon the body becoming lifeless, and not the simultaneous extinction of the body upon the occurrence of that event, is the proof of the truth that the body is not the soul, but that the soul is something separate from the body and outlives it certainly. If, indeed, body and soul had been the same thing, both would have disappeared at the same instant of time. Instead of this, the dead body may be seen for some time after the occurrence of death. Death, therefore, means the flight from the body of something that is different from the body. The supplication of the deities by the very men who deny the separate existence of the soul is another good argument for the proposition that the soul is separate from the body or has existence that may be independent of a gross material case. The deities to whom these men pray are incapable of being seen or touched. They are believed to exist in subtle forms. Really, if a belief in deities divested of gross material forms does no violence to their reason, why should the existence of an immaterial soul alone do their reason such violence? Another argument against the skeptic is that his proposition implies a destruction of acts, for if body and soul die together, the acts also of this life would perish, a conclusion which no man can possibly come to if he is to explain the inequalities or condition witnessed in the universe. These that have been mentioned, and that have material forms, cannot possibly be the causes of the immaterial soul and its immaterial accompaniments of perception, memory, and the like. The identity of immaterial existences with objects that are material cannot be comprehended. Hence, objects that are themselves material cannot by any means be causes for the production of things immaterial. Some are of opinion that there is rebirth and that it is caused by ignorance, the desire for acts, cupidity, heedlessness, and adherence to other faults. They say that ignorance, avidya, is the soul. Acts constitute the seed that is placed in that soil. Desire is the water that causes that seed to grow. In this way they explain rebirth. They maintain that ignorance being ingrained in an imperceptible way, one mortal body being destroyed, another starts up immediately from it, and that when it is burnt by the aid of knowledge, the destruction of existence itself follows or the person attains to what is called nirvana. This opinion also is erroneous. This is the doctrine of Buddhists. It may be asked that when the being that is thus reborn is a different one in respect of its nature, birth, and purposes connected with virtue and vice, why should I then be regarded to have any identity with the being that was? Indeed, the only inference that can be drawn is that the entire chain of existences of a particular being is not really a chain of connected links, but that existences in succession are unconnected with one another. Then, again, if the being that is the result of a rebirth be really different from what it was in a previous phase of existence, it may be asked what satisfaction can arise to a person from the exercise of the virtue of charity, or from the acquisition of knowledge or of ascetic power, since the acts performed by one are to concentrate upon another person in another phase of existence, without the performer himself being existent to enjoy them? Another result of the doctrine under refutation would be that one in this life may be rendered miserable by the acts of another in a previous life, or having become miserable may again be rendered happy. By seeing, however, what actually takes place in the world, a proper conclusion may be drawn with respect to the unseen. The separate consciousness that is the result of rebirth is, according to what may be inferred from the Buddhistic theory of life, different from the consciousness that had preceded it in a previous life. The manner, however, in which the rise or appearance of that separate consciousness is explained by that theory does not seem to be consistent or reasonable. The consciousness, as it existed in the previous life, was the very reverse of eternal, being only transitory, extending as it did till dissolution of the body. That which had an end cannot be taken as the cause for the production of a second consciousness appearing after the occurrence of the end. If, again, the very loss of the previous consciousness be regarded as the cause of the production of the second consciousness, then upon the death of a human body being brought about by a heavy bludgeon, a second body would arise from the body that is thus deprived of animation. Once more, the doctrine of extinction of life, or nirvana or sattva sankshaya, is exposed to the objection that that extinction will become a recurring phenomenon like that of the seasons, or the year, or the yuga, or heat, or cold, or objects that are agreeable or disagreeable. If for the purpose of avoiding these objections, the followers of this doctrine assert the existence of a soul that is permanent and unto which each new consciousness attaches, they expose themselves to the new objection that that permanent substance, by being overcome with decrepitude, and with death that brings about destruction, may in time be itself weakened and destroyed. If the supports of a mansion are weakened by time, the mansion itself is sure to fall down at last. The senses, the mind, wind, blood, flesh, bones, and all the constituents of the body, one after another, meet with destruction and enter each into its own productive cause. If again the existence of an eternal soul be asserted that is immutable, that is the refuge of the understanding, consciousness, and other attributes of the usual kind, and that is dissociated from all these, such an assertion would be exposed to a serious objection, for then all that is usually done in the world would be unmeaning, especially with reference to the attainment of the fruits of the charity and other religious acts. All the declarations in the Shrutis inciting to those acts, and all acts connected with the conduct of men in the world, would be equally unmeaning, for the soul being dissociated from the understanding and the mind, there is no one to enjoy the fruits of good acts and Vedic rites. Thus diverse kinds of speculations arise in the mind. Whether this opinion is right or that is right, there is no means of settling. Engaged in reflecting on those opinions, particular persons follow particular lines of speculation. The understandings of these, directed to particular theories, become wholly taken up with them and are at last entirely lost in them. Thus all men are rendered miserable by pursuits, good or bad. The Vedas along, bringing them back to the right path, guide them along it, like grooms conducting their elephants. Many men, with weakened minds, covet objects that are fraught with great happiness. These, however, have soon to meet with a much larger measure of sorrow, and then, forcibly torn from their coveted meat, they have to own the sway of death. What use has one, who is destined to destruction and whose life is unstable, with kinsmen and friends and wives and other possessions of this kind? He who encounters death after having cast off all these, passes easily out of the world and has never to return. Earth, space, water, heat, and wind always support and nourish the body. Reflecting upon this, how can one feel any affection for one's body? Indeed, the body, which is subject to destruction, has no joy in it. Having heard these words of Panchasika that were free from deception, unconnected with delusion, because discouraging sacrifices and other Vedic acts, highly salutary, and treating of the soul, King Janadeva became filled with wonder and prepared himself to address the Rishi once more. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 219. Bhishma said, Janadeva of the race of Janaka, thus instructed by the great Rishi Panchasika, once more asked him about the topic of existence or non-existence after death. Janadeva said, O illustrious one, if no person retains any knowledge after departing from this state of being, if, indeed, this is true, where then is the difference between ignorance and knowledge? What do we gain then by knowledge, and what do we lose by ignorance? Behold, O foremost of regenerate persons, that if emancipation be such, then all religious acts and vows end only in annihilation. Of what avail would then the distinction be between heedfulness and heedlessness? If emancipation means dissociation from all objects of pleasurable enjoyment or an association with objects that are not lasting, for what then would men cherish a desire for action, or, having set themselves to action, continue to devise the necessary means for the accomplishment of desired ends? What then is the truth in connection with this topic? Bhishma continued, beholding the king enveloped in thick darkness, stupefied by error, and become helpless, the learned Panchasika tranquilized him by once more addressing him in the following words: "In this emancipation, the consummation is not extinction. Nor is that consummation any kind of existence that one can readily conceive. This that we see is a union of body, senses, and mind. Existing independently as also controlling one another, these go on acting. The materials that constitute the body are water, space, wind, heat, and earth. These exist together, forming the body according to their own nature. They disunite again according to their own nature. Space and wind and heat and water and earth, these 5 objects in a state of union constitute the body. The body is not one element. Intelligence, stomachic heat, and the vital breaths, called prana, etc., that are all wind, these 3 are said to be organs of action. The senses, the objects of the senses, viz., sound, form, etc., the power dwelling in those objects, in consequence of which they become capable of being perceived, the faculties dwelling in the senses, in consequence of which they succeed in perceiving them, the mind, the vital breaths called prana, apana, and the rest, and the various juices and humors that are the results of the digestive organs, flow from the 3 organs already named. Hearing, touch, taste, vision, and scent, these are the 5 senses. They have derived their attributes from the mind which, indeed, is their cause. The mind, existing as an attribute of Chit, has 3 states, viz., pleasure, pain, and absence of both pleasure and pain. Sound, touch, form, taste, scent, and the objects to which they inhere, these till the moment of one's death are causes for the production of one's knowledge. Upon the senses rest all acts that lead to heaven, as also renunciation, leading to the attainment of Brahma, and also the ascertainment of truth in respect of all topics of inquiry. The learned say that ascertainment of truth is the highest object of existence, and that it is the seed or root of emancipation, and with respect to intelligence, they say that leads to emancipation and Brahma. That person who regards this union of perishable attributes, called the body and the objects of the senses, as the soul, feels, in consequence of such imperfection of knowledge, much misery that proves again to be unending. Those persons, on the other hand, who regard all worldly objects as not soul, and who on that account cease to have any affection or attachment for them, have never to suffer any sorrow for sorrow, and their case stands in need of some foundation upon which to rest. In this connection there exists the unrivaled branch of knowledge which treats of renunciation. It is called Samigrata. I shall discourse to thee upon it. Listen to it for the sake of thy emancipation. Renunciation of acts is laid down for all persons who strive earnestly for emancipation. They, however, who have not been taught correctly, and who on that account think that tranquility may be attained without renunciation, have to bear a heavy burden of sorrow. Vedic sacrifices and other rites exist for renunciation of wealth and other possessions. For renunciation of all enjoyments exist vows and fasts of diverse kinds. For renunciation of pleasure and happiness exist penances and yoga. Renunciation, however, of everything is the highest kind of renunciation. This that I shall presently tell thee is the one path pointed out by the learned for that renunciation of everything. They that betake themselves to that path succeed in driving off all sorrow. They, however, that deviate from it reap distress and misery. First, speaking of the 5 organs of knowledge having the mind for the 6th, and all of which dwell in the understanding, I shall tell thee of the 5 organs of action having strength for their 6th. The 2 hands constitute 2 organs action. The 2 legs are the 2 organs for moving from one place to another. The sexual organ exists for both pleasure and the continuation of the species. The lower duct, leading from the stomach downwards, is the organ for expulsion of all used-up matter. The organs of utterance exist for the expression of sounds. Know that these 5 organs of action appertain or belong to the mind. These are the 11 organs of knowledge and of action, counting the mind. One should quickly cast off the mind with the understanding. In the act of hearing, 3 causes must exist together, viz., 2 ears, sound, and the mind. The same is the case with the perception of touch, the same with that of form, the same with that of taste and smell. These 15 accidents or attributes are needed for the several kinds of perception indicated. Every man, in consequence of them, becomes conscious of 3 separate things in respect of those perceptions, viz. a material organ, its particular function, and the mind upon which that function acts. There are again, in respect of all perceptions of the mind, 3 classes, viz., those that appertain to goodness, those that appertain to passion, and those that appertain to darkness. Into them run 3 kinds of consciousness, including all feelings and emotions. Raptures, satisfaction, joy, happiness, and tranquility, arising in the mind from any perceptible cause or in the absence of any apparent cause, belong to the attribute of goodness. Discontent, regret, grief, cupidity, and vindictiveness, causeless or occasioned by any perceptible cause, are the indications of the attribute known as passion. Wrong judgment, stupefaction, heedlessness, dreams, and sleepiness, however caused, belong to the attribute of darkness. Whatever state of consciousness exists, with respect to either the body or the mind, united with joy or satisfaction, should be regarded as due to the quality of goodness. Whatever state of consciousness exists united with any feeling of discontent or cheerlessness should be regarded as occasioned by an accession of the attribute of passion into the mind. Whatever state, as regards either the body or the mind, exists with error or heedlessness, should be known as indicative of darkness, which is incomprehensible and inexplicable. The organ of hearing rests on space. It is space itself, under limitations. Sound has that organ for its refuge. Sound, therefore, is a modification of space. In perceiving sound, one may not immediately acquire a knowledge of the organ of hearing and of space. But when sound is perceived, the organ of hearing and space do not long remain unknown. By destroying the ear, sound and space may be destroyed, and, lastly, by destroying the mind, all may be destroyed. The same is the case with the skin, the eyes, the tongue, and the nose constituting the 5th. They exist in touch, form, taste, and smell. They constitute the faculty of perception, and they are the mind. Each employed in its own particular function, all the 5 organs of action and 5 others of knowledge exist together, and upon the union of the 10 dwells the mind as the 11th, and upon the mind the understanding as the 12th. If it be said that these 12 do not exist together, then the consequence that would result would be death and dreamless slumber. But as there is no death and dreamless slumber, it must be conceded that these 12 exist together as regards themselves, but separately from the soul. The coexistence of those 12 with the soul that is referred to in common speech is only a common form of speech with the vulgar for ordinary purposes of the world. The dreamer, in consequence of the appearance of past sensual impressions, becomes conscious of his senses in their subtle forms, and endued as he already is with the 3 attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness, he regards his senses as existing with their respective objects and, therefore, acts and moves about with an imaginary body after the manner of his own self while awake. That dissociation of the soul from the understanding and the mind with the senses, which quickly disappears, which has no stability, and which the mind causes to arise only when influenced by darkness, is felicity that partakes, as the learned say, of the nature of darkness and is experienced in this gross body only. The felicity of emancipation certainly differs from it. Over the felicity of emancipation also, the felicity, viz., which is awakened by the inspired teaching of the Vedas and in which no one sees the slightest tincture of sorrow, the same indescribable and truth concealing darkness seems to spread itself, but in reality the felicity of emancipation is unstained by darkness. Like again to what occurs in dreamless slumber, and emancipation also, subjective and objective existences, from consciousness to objects of the senses, all included, which have their origin in one's acts, are all discarded. And some, that are overwhelmed by avidya, these exist, firmly grafted with them. Unto others who have transcended avidya and have one knowledge, they never come at any time. They that are conversant with speculations about the character of soul and not soul say that this sum total of the senses, etc., is body, kshetra. That existent thing which rests upon the mind is called soul, kshetrajna. When such is the case, and when all creatures, in consequence of the well-known cause, which consists of ignorance, desire, and acts whose beginning cannot be conceived, exist, due also to their primary nature, which is a state of union between soul and body, of these two, which then is destructible, and how can that, viz., the soul, which is said to be eternal, suffer destruction? As small rivers falling into larger ones lose their forms and names, and the larger ones, thus enlarged, rolling into the ocean, lose their forms and names too, after the same manner occurs that form of extinction of life called emancipation. This being the case, when jiva, which is characterized by attributes, is received into the universal soul, and when all its attributes disappear, how can it be the object of mention by differentiation? One who is conversant with that understanding which is directed towards the accomplishment of emancipation, and who heedfully seeks to know the soul, is never soiled by the evil fruits of his acts, even as a lotus leaf, though dipped in water, is never soaked by it. When one becomes freed from the very strong bonds, many in number, occasioned by affection for children and spouses and love for sacrifices and other rites, when one casts off both joy and sorrow and transcends all attachments, one then attains to the highest end and entering into the universal soul becomes incapable of differentiation. When one has understood the declarations of the Shrutis that lead to correct inferences about Brahma, and has practiced those auspicious virtues which the same and other scriptures inculcate, one may lie down at ease, setting at naught the fears of decrepitude and death. When both merits and sins disappear, and the fruits, in the form of joy and sorrow, arising therefrom, are destroyed, men, unattached to everything, take refuge at first on Brahma invested with personality, and then behold impersonal Brahma in their understandings. Jiva, in course of its downward descent under the influence of avidya, lives here, within itself formed by acts, after the manner of a silkworm residing within its cell made of threads woven by itself. Like the freed silkworm again that abandons its cell, Jiva also abandons its house generated by its acts. The final result that takes place is that its sorrows are then destroyed like a clump of earth falling with violence upon a rocky mass. As the ruru casting off its old horns or the snake casting off its slough goes on without attracting any notice, after the same manner a person that is unattached casts off all his sorrows. As a bird deserts a tree that is about to fall down upon a piece of water, and thus severing itself from it alights on a new resting place, after the same manner the person freed from attachments casts off both joy and sorrow, and dissociated even from his subtle and subtler forms attains to that end which is fraught with the highest prosperity. Their own ancestor Janaka, the chief of Mithila, beholding his city burning in a conflagration, himself proclaimed, "In this conflagration nothing of mine is burning." King Janadeva, having listened to these words capable of yielding immortality and uttered by Panchasika, and arriving at the truth after carefully reflecting upon everything that the latter had said, cast off his sorrows and lived on in the enjoyment of great felicity. He who reads this discourse, O king, that treat of emancipation, and who always reflects upon it, is never pained by any calamity, and freed from sorrow, attains to emancipation like Janadeva, the ruler of Mithila, after his meeting with Panchasika. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 220. Yudhishthira said, "By doing what does one acquire happiness, and what is that by doing which one meets with woe? What also is that, O Bharata, by doing which one becomes freed from fear and sojourns here crowned with success, in respect of the objects of life?" Bhishma said, "The ancients who had their understandings directed to the Shrutis highly applauded the duty of self-restraint for all the orders generally, but for the Brahmanas in especial. Success in respect of religious rites never occurs in the case of one that is not self-restrained. Religious rites, penances, truth, all these are established upon self-restraint. Self-restraint enhances one's energy. Self-restraint is said to be sacred. The man of self-restraint becomes sinless and fearless and wins great results. One that is self-restrained sleeps happily and wakes happily. He sojourns happily in the world, and his mind always remains cheerful. Every kind of excitement is quietly controlled by self-restraint. One that is not self-restrained fails in a similar endeavor. The man of self-restraint beholds his innumerable foes, in the form of lust, desire, and wrath, etc., as if these dwell in a separate body. Like tigers and other carnivorous beasts, persons destitute of self-restraint always inspire all creatures with dread. For controlling these men, the self-born Brahman created kings. In all the four modes of life, the practice or self-restraint is distinguished above all other virtues. The fruits of self-restraint are much greater than those obtainable in all the modes of life. I shall now mention to thee the indications of those persons who prize self-restraint highly. They are nobility, calmness of disposition, contentment, faith, forgiveness, invariable simplicity, the absence of garrulity, humility, reverence for superiors, benevolence, compassion for all creatures, frankness, abstention from talk upon kings and men in authority, from all false and useless discourses, and from applause and censure of others. The self-restrained man becomes desirous of emancipation and, quietly bearing present joys and griefs, is never exhilarated or depressed by prospective ones. Destitute of vindictiveness and all kinds of guile, and unmoved by praise and blame, such a man is well behaved, has good manners, is pure of soul, has firmness or fortitude, and is a complete master of his passions. Receiving honors in this world, such a man in afterlife goes to heaven. Causing all creatures to acquire what they cannot acquire without his aid, such a man rejoices and becomes happy. Devoted to universal benevolence, such a man never cherishes animosity for anyone. Tranquil like the ocean at a dead calm, wisdom fills his soul and he is never cheerful. Possessed of intelligence, and deserving of universal reverence, the man of self-restraint never cherishes fear of any creature and is feared by no creature in return. That man who never rejoices even at large acquisitions and never feels sorrow when overtaken by calamity is said to be possessed of contented wisdom. Such a man is said to be self-restrained. Indeed, such a man is said to be a regenerate being. Versed with the scriptures and endued with a pure soul, the man of self-restraint, accomplishing all those acts that are done by the good, enjoys their high fruits. They, however, that are of wicked soul never betake themselves to the path represented by benevolence, forgiveness, tranquility, contentment, sweetness of speech, truth, liberality, and comfort. Their path consists of lust and wrath and cupidity and envy of others and boastfulness. Subjugating lust and wrath, practicing the vow of brahmacharya and becoming a complete master of his senses, the brahmana, exerting himself with endurance in the austerest of penances, and observing the most rigid restraints, should live in this world, calmly waiting for his time like one seeming to have a body though fully knowing that he is not subject to destruction. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 221. Yudhishthira said, the three regenerate classes, who are given to sacrifices and other rites, sometimes eat the remnants, consisting of meat and wine, of sacrifices in honor of the deities, from motives of obtaining children and heaven. What, O grandsire, is the character of this act? Bhishma said, those who eat forbidden food without being observant of the sacrifices and vows ordained in the Vedas are regarded as willful men. They are regarded as fallen even here. Those, on the other hand, who eat such food in the observance of Vedic sacrifices and vows and induced by the desire of fruits in the shape of heaven and children, ascend to heaven but fall down on the exhaustion of their merits. Yudhishthira said, common people say that fasting is tapas, penances. Is fasting, however, really so, or is penance something different? Bhishma said, people do regard fast, measured by months or fortnights or days, as penance. In the opinion, however, of the good, such is not penance. On the other hand, fast is an impediment to the acquisition of the knowledge of the soul. The renunciation of acts, that is so difficult for all, and humility, consisting in the worship of all creatures and consideration for them all, constitute the highest penance. That is distinguished above all kinds of penance. He who betakes himself to such penance is regarded as one that is always fasting and that is always leading a life of brahmacharya. Such a brahmana will become a muni always, a deity evermore, and sleepless forever, and one engaged in the pursuit of virtue only, even if he lives in the bosom of a family. He will become a vegetarian always, and pure forever. He will become an eater always of ambrosia, and an adorer always of gods and guests. Indeed, he will be regarded as one always subsisting on sacrificial remnants, as one ever devoted to the duty of hospitality, as one always full of faith, and as one ever worshipping gods and guests. Yudhishthira said, how can one practicing such penance come to be regarded as one that is always fasting, or as one that is ever devoted to the vow of brahmacharya, or as one that is always subsisting upon sacrificial remnants, or as one that is ever regardful of guests? Bhishma said, he will be regarded as one that is always fasting if he eats once during the day and once during the night at the fixed hours without eating anything during the interval. Such a brahmana, by always speaking the truth and by adhering always to wisdom, and by going to his wife only in her season and never at other times, becomes a brahmacharin, celibate. By never eating meat of animals not killed for sacrifice, he will become a strict vegetarian. By always becoming charitable, he will become ever pure, and by abstaining from sleep during the day, he will become one that is always wakeful. Know, O Yudhishthira, that man who eats only after having fed his servants and guests becomes an eater always of ambrosia. That brahmana who never eats till gods and guests are fed, wins, by such abstention, heaven itself. He is said to subsist upon sacrificial remnants, who eats only what remains after feeding the gods, the pitris, servants, and guests. Such men win numberless regions of felicity in next life. To their homes come, with Brahman himself, the gods and the apsaras. They who share their food with the deities and the pitris pass their days in constant happiness with their sons and grandsons, and at last, leaving off this body, attain to a very high end. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 222. Yudhishthira said, "In this world, O Bharata, acts good and bad attach themselves to man for the purpose of producing fruits for enjoyment or endurance. Is man, however, to be regarded as their doer, or is he not to be regarded so? Doubt fills my mind with respect to this question. I desire to hear this in detail from thee, O grandsire." Bhishma said, "In this connection, O Yudhishthira, is cited the old narrative of a discourse between Prahlada and Indra. The chief of the Daitya's, viz., Prahlada, was unattached to all worldly objects. His sins had been washed away. Of respectable parentage, he was possessed of great learning. Free from stupefaction and pride, ever observant of the quality of goodness, and devoted to various vows, he took praise and censure equally. Possessed of self-restraint, he was then passing his time in an empty chamber. Conversant with the origin and the destruction of all created objects, mobile and immobile, he was never angry with things that displeased him and never rejoiced at the accession of objects that were agreeable. He cast an equal eye upon gold and a clump of earth. Steadily engaged in study of the soul and in acquiring emancipation, and firm in knowledge, he had arrived at fixed conclusions in respect of truth. Acquainted with what is supreme and what is not so among all things, omniscient and of universal sight, as he was seated one day in a solitary chamber with his senses under complete control, Sakra approached him, and desirous of awakening him, said these words, "O king, I behold all those qualities permanently residing in thee by which a person wins the esteem of all. Thy understanding seems to be like that of a child, free from attachment and aversion. Thou knowest of the soul. What, thinkest thou, is the best means by which a knowledge of the soul may be attained? Thou art now bound in cords, fallen off from thy former position, brought under the sway of thy foes, and divested of prosperity. Thy present circumstances are such as may well inspire grief. Yet how is it, O Prahlada, that thou dost not indulge in grief? Is this due, O son of Dithi, to the acquisition of wisdom, or is it on account of thy fortitude? Behold thy calamities, O Prahlada, and yet thou seemest like one that is happy and tranquil." Thus urged by Indra, the chief of the Daityas, endued with determinate conclusions in respect of truth, replied unto the former in these sweet words indicative of great wisdom. Prahlada said, "He who is unacquainted with the origin and the destruction of all created objects is, in consequence of such ignorance, stupefied. He, however, who is conversant with these two things is never stupefied. All kinds of entities and non-entities come into being or cease in consequence of their own nature. No kind of personal exertion is needed for the production of such phenomena. In the absence, therefore, of personal exertion, it is evident that no personal agent exists for the production of all this that we perceive. But though, in reality, the person, or the chit, never does anything, yet, through the influence of ignorance, a consciousness in respect of angry overspreads itself on it. He who regards himself as the doer of acts good or bad, possesses a wisdom that is vitiated. Such a person is, according to my judgment, unacquainted with the truth. If, O Sakra, the being called person were really the actor, then all acts undertaken for his own benefit would certainly be crowned with success. None of those acts would be defeated. Among even persons struggling their utmost, the suspension of what is not desired and the occurrence of what is desired are not to be seen. What becomes then of personal exertion? In the case of some, we see that without any exertion on their part, what is not desired is suspended and what is desired is accomplished. This then must be the result of nature. Some persons again are seen to present extraordinary aspects, for though possessed of superior intelligence they have to solicit wealth from others that are vulgar in features and endued with little intelligence. Indeed, when all qualities, good or bad, enter a person, urged by nature, what ground is there for one to boast of one's superior possessions? All these flow from nature. This is my settled conclusion. Even emancipation and knowledge of self, according to me, flow from the same source. In this world all fruits, good or bad, that attach themselves to persons, are regarded as the result of acts. I shall now discourse to thee in full on the subject of acts. Listen to me. As a crow, while eating some food, proclaims the presence of that food to the members of its species by its repeated cawing, after the same manner all our acts only proclaim the indications of nature. He who is acquainted with only the transformations of nature, but not with nature that is supreme and exists by herself, feels stupefaction in consequence of his ignorance. He, however, who understands the difference between nature and her transformations is never stupefied. All existent things have their origin in nature. In consequence of one's certainty of conviction in this respect, one would never be affected by pride or arrogance. When I know what the origin is of all the ordinances of morality, and when I am acquainted with the instability of all objects, I am incapable, O Sakra, of indulging in grief. All this is endued with an end. Without attachments, without pride, without desire and hope, freed from all bonds, and dissociated from everything, I am passing my time in great happiness, engaged in beholding the appearance and disappearance of all created objects. For one that is possessed of wisdom, that is self-restrained, that is contented, that is without desire and hope, and that beholds all things with the light of self-knowledge, no trouble or anxiety exists, O Sakra. I have no affection or aversion for either nature or her transformations. I do not behold anyone now who is my foe, nor anyone who is mine own. I do not, O Sakra, at any time covet either heaven, or this world, or the nether regions. It is not the case that there is no happiness in understanding the soul. But the soul, being dissociated from everything, cannot enjoy felicity. Hence I desire nothing. Sakra said, Tell me the means, O Prahlada, by which this kind of wisdom may be attained and by which this kind of tranquility may be made one's own. I solicit thee. Prahlada said, By simplicity, by heedfulness, by cleansing the soul, by mastering the passions, and by waiting upon aged seniors, O Sakra, a person succeeds in attaining to emancipation. Know this, however, that one acquires wisdom from nature, and that the acquisition of tranquility also is due to the same cause. Indeed, everything else that thou perceivest is due to nature. Thus addressed by the Lord of the Daityas, Sakra became filled with wonder, and commended those words, O King, with a cheerful heart. The Lord of the three worlds then, having worshipped the Lord of the Daityas, took his leave and proceeded to his own abode. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 223. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, by adopting what sort of intelligence may a monarch, who has been divested of prosperity and crushed by time's heavy bludgeon, still live on this earth? Bhishma said, In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Vasva and Virakana's son, Vali. One day Vasva, after having subjugated all the Asuras, repaired to the grandsire and joining his hands bowed to him and inquired after the whereabouts of Vali. Tell me, O Brahman, where I may now find that Vali whose wealth continued undiminished even though he used to give it away as lavishly as he wished. He was the god of wind. He was Varuna. He was Surya. He was Soma. He was Agni that used to warm all creatures. He became water for the use of all. I do not find where he now is. Indeed, O Brahman, tell me where I may find Vali now. Formerly, it was he who used to illumine all the points of the compass, as Surya, and to set, when evening came. Casting off idleness, it was he who used to pour rain upon all creatures at the proper season. I do not now see that Vali. Indeed, tell me, O Brahmana, where I may find that chief of the Asuras now. Brahman said, It is not becoming in thee, O Maghavat, to thus inquire after Vali now. One should not, however, speak an untruth when one is questioned by another. For this reason, I shall tell thee the whereabouts of Vali. O Lord of Sachi, Vali may now have taken his birth among camels, or bulls, or asses, or horses, and having become the foremost of his species may now be staying in an empty apartment. Sakra said, If, O Brahman, I happen to meet with Vali in an empty apartment, shall I slay him or spare him? Tell me how I shall act. Brahman said, Do not, O Sakra, injure Vali. Vali does not deserve death. Thou shouldst, on the other hand, O Vasva, solicit instruction from him about morality, O Sakra, as thou pleasest. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by the divine creator, Indra roamed over the earth, seated on the back of Airavata and attended by circumstances of great splendor. He succeeded in meeting with Vali, who, as the creator had said, was living in an empty apartment clothed in the form of an ass. Sakra said, Thou art now, O Danava, born as an ass subsisting on chaff as thy food. This thy order of birth is certainly a low one. Dost thou or dost thou not grieve for it? I see what I had never seen before, viz., thyself brought under the sway of thy enemies, divested of prosperity and friends, and shorn of energy and prowess. Formerly, thou used to make progress through the worlds with thy train consisting of thousands of vehicles and thousands of kinsmen, and to move along, scorching everybody with thy splendor and counting us as naught. The Daityas, looking up to thee as their protector, lived under thy sway. Through thy power, the earth used to yield crops without waiting for tillage. Today, however, I behold thee overtaken by this dire calamity. Dost thou or dost thou not indulge in grief for this? When formerly thou usedst, with pride reflected in thy face, to divide on the eastern shores of the ocean thy vast wealth among thy kinsmen, what was the state of thy mind then? Formerly, for many years, when blazing with splendor, thou usedst to sport, thousands of celestial damsels used to dance before thee. All of them were adorned with garlands of lotuses, and all had companions bright as gold. What, O Lord of Danavas, was the state of thy mind then, and what is it now? Thou hadst a very large umbrella made of gold and adorned with jewels and gems. Full 42,000 Gandharvas used in those days to dance before thee. In thy sacrifices thou hadst a stake that was very large and made entirely of gold. On such occasions thou wert to give away millions upon millions of kine. What, O Daitya, was the state of thy mind then? Formerly, engaged in sacrifice, thou hadst gone round the whole earth, following the rule of the hurling of the Samaya. What was the state of thy mind then? I do not now behold that golden jar of thine, nor that umbrella of thine, nor those fans. I behold not also, O King of the Asuras, that garland of thine which was given to thee by the grandsire. Vali said, Thou sayest not now, O Vasva, my jar and umbrella and fans. Thou sayest not also my garland, that gift of the grandsire. Those precious possessions of mine about which thou askest are now buried in the darkness of a cave. When my time comes again, thou wilt surely behold them again. This conduct of thine, however, does not become thy fame or birth. Thyself in prosperity, thou desirest to mock me that am sunk in adversity. They that have acquired wisdom, and have won contentment therefrom, they that are of tranquil souls, that are virtuous and good among creatures, never grieve in misery nor rejoice in happiness. Led, however, by a vulgar intelligence, thou indulgest in brag, O Purandara. When thou shalt become like me, thou shalt not then indulge in speeches like these. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 224. Bhishma said, once more, laughing at Vali, who was sighing like a snake. Sakra addressed him for saying something more pointed than what it said before. Sakra said, formerly, attended by a train consisting of thousands of vehicles and kinsmen, thou used to make thy progresses, scorching all the worlds with thy splendor and regarding us as naught. Thou art now, however, deserted by both kinsmen and friends. Beholding this miserable plight that has overtaken thee, dost thou or dost thou not indulge in grief? Formerly, all the worlds were under thy sway, and great was thy joy. I ask, dost thou or dost thou not indulge in grief now, for this fall of thine in respect of external splendor? Vali said, considering all this to be transitory, due, indeed, to the course of time, I do not, O Sakra, indulge in grief. These things have an end. These bodies that creatures have, O chief of celestials, are all transitory. For that reason, O Sakra, I do not grieve for this asinine form of mine. Nor is this form due to any fault of mine. The animating principle and the body come into existence together, in consequence of their own nature. They grow together, and meet with destruction together. Having obtained this form of existence, I have not been permanently enslaved by it. Since I know this, I have no cause for sorrow in consequence of that knowledge. As the final resting place of all rivers is the ocean, even so the end of all embodied creatures is death. Those persons that know this well are never stupefied, O wielder of the thunderbolt. They, however, who are overwhelmed with passion and loss of judgment, do not know this. They whose understanding is lost sink under the weight of misfortune. A person who acquires a keen understanding succeeds in destroying all his sins. A sinless person acquires the attribute of goodness, and having acquired it becomes cheerful. They, however, that deviate from the attribute of goodness, and obtain repeated rebirths, are obliged to indulge in sorrow and grief, led on by desire and the objects of the senses. Success or the reverse, in respect of the attainment of all objects of desire, life or death, the fruits of action that are represented by pleasure or pain, I neither dislike nor like. When one slays another, one slays only that other's body. That man, who thinks that it is he who slays another, is himself slain. Indeed, both of them are ignorant of the truth, viz., he who slays and he who is slain. That person, O Maghavat, who having killed or vanquished any one brags of his manliness, should know that he is not the actor, but the act, of which he boasts, has been accomplished by a real agent, who is different. When the question comes as to who is it that causes the creation and the destruction of things in the world, it is generally regarded that some person, who has himself been caused or created, has caused the act of creation or destruction. Know, however, that the person who is so regarded has, as already said, a creator. Earth, light or heat, space, water, and wind constituting the fifth from these do all creatures spring. When this is known to me, what sorrow can I feel for this change in my condition? One that is possessed of great learning, one that has not much of learning, one that is possessed of strength, one that is destitute of strength, one that is possessed of personal beauty, and one that is very ugly, one that is fortunate and one that is not blessed by fortune, are all swept away by time, which is too deep to be fathomed, by its own energy. When I know that I have been vanquished by time, what sorrow can I feel for this alteration in my circumstances? One that burns anything burns a thing that has been already burned. One that slays only slays a victim already slain. One that is destroyed has been before destroyed. A thing that is acquired by a person is that which is already arrived and intended for his acquisition. This time is like an ocean. There is no island in it. Where, indeed, is its other shore? Its boundary cannot be seen. Reflecting even deeply, I do not behold the end of this continuous stream that is the great ordainer of all things, and that is certainly celestial. If I did not understand that it is time that destroys all creatures, then, perhaps, I would have felt the emotions of joy and pride and wrath, O Lord of Sachi. Hast thou come here to condemn me, having ascertained that I am now bearing the form of an ass that subsists upon chaff, and that is now passing his days in a lonely spot remote from the habitations of men? If I wish, even now I can assume various awful forms, beholding any one of which thou wouldst beat a hasty retreat from my presence. It is time that gives everything and again takes away everything. It is time that ordains all things. Do not, O Sakra, brag of thy manliness. Formerly, O Purandara, on occasions of my wrath everything used to become agitated. I am acquainted, however, O Sakra, with the eternal attributes of all things in the world. Do thou also know the truth? Do not suffer thyself to be filled with wonder. Affluence and its origin are not under one's control. Thy mind seems to be like that of a child. It is the same as it was before. Open thy eyes, O Maghavat, and adopt an understanding established on certitude and truth. The gods, men, the Pitris, the Gandharvas, the snakes, and the Rakshasas were all under my sway in days gone by. Thou knowest this, O Vasva. Their understanding stupefied by ignorance, all creatures used to flatter me, saying, salutations to that point of the compass whither Vairocana's sun valley may now be staying. O Lord of Sachi, I do not at all grieve when I think of that honor, which is no longer paid to me. I feel no sorrow for this fall of mine. My understanding is firm in this respect, viz., that I will live obedient to the sway of the ordainer. It is seen that someone of noble birth, possessed of handsome features, and endued with great prowess, lives in misery with all his counselors and friends. This happens because of its having been ordained. Similarly, someone born in an ignoble race, devoid of knowledge, and with even a stain on his birth, is seen, O Sakra, to live in happiness with all his counselors and friends. This also happens because of its having been ordained. An auspicious and beautiful woman, O Sakra, is seen to pass her life in misery. Similarly, an ugly woman with every inauspicious mark is seen to pass her days in great happiness. That we have now become so is not due to any act of ours, O Sakra. That thou art now so is not due, O wielder of the thunderbolt, to any act of thine. Thou hast not done anything, O thou of 100 sacrifices, in consequence of which thou art now enjoying this affluence. Nor have I done anything in consequence of which I have now been divested of affluence, and its reverse come one after another. I now behold thee blazing with splendor, endued with prosperity, possessed of beauty, placed at the head of all the deities, and thus roaring at me. This would never be but for the fact of time standing near after having assailed me. Indeed, if time had not assailed me, I would have today killed thee with only a blow of my fists, notwithstanding the fact of thy being armed with the thunder. This, however, is not the time for putting forth my prowess. On the other hand, the time that has come is for adopting a behavior of peace and tranquility. It is time that establishes all things. Time works upon all things and leads them to their final consummation. I was the worshipped lord of the Pandavas. Burning all with my energy, I used to roar in strength and pride. When time hath assailed even myself, who is there whom he will not assail? Formerly, O chief of the deities, singly I bore the energy of all the 12 illustrious Adityas with thyself amongst them. It was I that used to bear up water and then to shower it as rain, O Vyasa. It was I that used to give both light and heat unto the 3 worlds. It was I that used to protect, and it was I that used to destroy. It was I that gave, and it was I that took. It was I that used to bind, and it was I that used to unbind. In all the worlds I was the one puissant master. That sovereign sway which I had, O chief of the celestials, is no more. I am now assailed by the forces of time. Those things, therefore, are no longer seen to shine in me. I am not the doer of acts that are apparently done by me. Thou art not the doer of acts done by thee. None else, O Lord of Sachi, is the doer of those acts. It is time, O Sakra, that protects or destroys all things. Persons conversant with the Vedas say that time, eternity, is Brahma. The fortnights and months are his body. That body is invested with days and nights as its robes. The seasons are his senses. The year is his mouth. Some people, in consequence of their superior intelligence, say that all this, the entire universe, should be conceived as Brahma. The Vedas, however, teach that the 5 sheaths that invest the soul should be regarded as Brahma. Brahma is deep and inaccessible like a vast ocean of waters. It hath been said that it hath neither beginning nor end, and that it is both indestructible and destructible. Though it is without attributes by itself, yet it enters all existent objects and as such assumes attributes. Those persons that are conversant with truth regard Brahma as eternal. Through the action of ignorance, Brahma causes the attributes of materiality to invest the chit or soul, which is immaterial spirit, having knowledge only for its attribute. That materiality, however, is not the essential attribute of the soul, for upon the appearance of a knowledge of the true cause of everything, that materiality ceases to invest the soul. Brahma in the form of time is the refuge of all creatures. Where wouldst thou go transcending that time? Time or Brahma, indeed, cannot be avoided by running nor by staying still. All the 5 senses are incapable of perceiving Brahma. Some have said that Brahma is fire, some that he is Prajapati, some that he is the seasons, some that he is the month, some that he is the fortnight, some that he is the days, some that he is the hours, some that he is the morning, some that he is the noon, some that he is the evening, and some that he is the moment. Thus diverse people speak diversely of him who is single. Know that he is eternity, under whose sway are all things. Many thousands of Indras have passed away, O Vyasa, each of whom was possessed of great strength and prowess. Thou also, O Lord of Sachi, shalt have to pass away after the same manner. Thee, too, O Sakra, that art possessed of swelling might, and that art the chief of the deities, when thy hour comes, all-powerful time will extinguish. Time sweeps away all things. For this reason, O Indra, do not brag. Time is incapable of being quieted by either thee or me or by those gone before us. This regal prosperity that thou hast attained and that thou thinkest to be beyond comparison had formerly been possessed by me. It is unsubstantial and unreal. She does not dwell long in one place. Indeed, she had dwelt in thousands of Indras before thee, all of whom, again, were very much superior to thee. Unstable as she is, deserting me she hath now approached thee, O chief of the deities. Do not, O Sakra, indulge in such brag again. It behoveth thee to become tranquil. Knowing thee to be full of vanity, she will very soon desert thee. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 225. Bhishma said, after this, he of 100 sacrifices beheld the goddess of prosperity, and her own embodied form that blazed splendor, issue out of the form of the high-souled valley. The illustrious chastiser of Paka, beholding the goddess blazing with radiance, addressed Valley in these words, with eyes expanded in wonder. Sakra said, O Valley, who is this one, thus shining with splendor, thus decked with head plumes, thus adorned with golden bracelets on her upper arms, and thus emitting a halo of glory on all sides in consequence of her energy that is issuing out of thy body? Valley said, I do not know whether she is an azure damsel or a celestial one or a human one. Thou mayst not ask her thyself. Do what pleases thee. Sakra said, O thou of sweet smiles, who art thou that art possessed of such radiance and adorned with plumes that thus issuest from the body of Valley? I do not know thee. Kindly tell me thy name. Who, indeed, art thou that thus standest here as Maya herself, blazing with thy own splendor, after having deserted the Lord of the Daityas? Oh, tell me this as I question thee. Shri said, Virakana did not know me. This Valley also that is the son of Virakana knows me not. The learned called me by the name of Dashaha. Some knew me by the name of Viditsa. I have other names also, O Vasva. They are Buddhi, Lakshmi, and Shri. Thou knowest me not, O Sakra, nor doth any one among the deities know me. Sakra said, O lady that is difficult of being born, why do you desert Valley now after having lived in him for a long time? Is it due to any act of mine, or is it due to any act that Valley has done? Shri said, neither the Creator nor the Ordainer rules me. It is time that moves me from one place to another. Do not, O Sakra, disregard Valley. Sakra said, for what reason, O goddess adorned with plumes, do you desert Valley? Why also do you approach me, for living in me? Tell me this, O thou of sweet smiles. Shri said, I live in truth, in gifts, in good vows, in penances, in prowess, and in virtue. Valley hath fallen off from all these. Formerly, he was devoted to the Brahmanas. He was truthful and had controlled his passions. Latterly, however, he began to cherish feelings of animosity towards the Brahmanas and touched clarified butter with soiled hands. Formerly, he was always engaged in the performance of sacrifices. At last, blinded by ignorance and afflicted by time, he began to boast before all persons, saying that his adorations towards me were ceaseless. Deserting him, for these faults, I shall henceforth, O Sakra, dwell in thee. Thou shouldst bear me without heedlessness, and with penances and prowess. Sakra said, O thou that dwellest amid lotuses, there is not a single person among gods, men, and all creatures that can bear thee forever. Shri said, truly, O Purandara, there is none among gods, Gandharvas, Asuras, or Rakshasas that can bear me forever. Sakra said, O auspicious lady, tell me how I should conduct myself so that thou mayst dwell in me always. I shall certainly obey thy behests. It behoveth thee to answer me truly. Shri said, O chief of the deities, I shall tell thee as to how I may be enabled to dwell in thee always. Divide me into 4 parts according to the ordinance laid down in the Vedas. Sakra said, I shall assign the habitations according to their strength and power in bearing thee. As regards myself, I shall always take care, O Lakshmi, that I may not offend thee in any way. Amongst men, the earth, that progenitrix of all things, bear them all. She shall bear a 4th part of thyself. I think she hath the strength to do it. Shri said, "Here, I yield up a quarter of myself. Let it be established on the earth. Do thou, after this, make a proper disposition, O Sakra, for my second quarter." Sakra said, "The waters, among men, in their liquid form, do various services to human beings. Let the waters bear a fourth part of thy person. They have the strength to bear a portion of thine." Shri said, "I yield up another quarter of mine that is to be established in the waters. Do thou, after this, O Sakra, assign a proper place for my third quarter." Sakra said, "The Vedas, the sacrifices, and the deities are all established in fire. Fire will bear thy third quarter, when it is placed therein." Shri said, "Here I yield up my third quarter which is to be placed in fire. Do thou, O Sakra, after this, assign a proper place for my last quarter." Sakra said, "They that are good among men, devoted to Brahmanas, and truthful in speech, may bear thy fourth quarter. The good have the power to bear it." Shri said, "Here I yield up my fourth quarter that is to be placed among the good. My portions thus assigned to different creatures, do thou continue to protect me, O Sakra." Sakra said, "Listen to these words of mine. I have thus distributed thee among different creatures. Those among creatures that will offend against thee shall be chastised by me." The chief of the Daityas, viz., Vali, thus deserted by Shri, then said these words. Vali said, "At present the sun shines as much in the east as in the west, and as much in the north as in the south. When, however, the sun, withdrawing himself from all sides, will shine only upon the region of Brahman situated in the middle of Sumeru, then will again occur a great battle between the gods and the Asuras, and in that fight I shall certainly vanquish all of you. When the sun, withdrawing himself from all sides, will shine fixedly upon only the region of Brahman, then will again occur a great battle between the gods and the Asuras, and in that fight I shall surely conquer all of you." Sakra said, "Brahman hath commanded me, saying that I should never kill thee. It is for this reason, O Vali, that I do not hurl my thunderbolt upon thy head. Go whithersoever thou wishest, O chief of the Daityas. O great Asura, peace to thee. No time will come when the sun will shine from only the meridian. The self-born, Brahman, hath before this ordained the laws that regulate the sun's motions. Giving light and heat to all creatures, he goes on ceaselessly. For 6 months he travels in a northward course, and then for the other 6 in a southward course. The sun travels by these courses, one after another, creating winter and summer for all creatures." Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Indra, "O Bharata, Vali, the chief of the Daityas, proceeded towards the south. Purandara proceeded towards the north. The thousand-eyed Indra, after having listened to this speech of Vali, which was characterized by an entire absence of pride, then ascended the skies." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 226. Bhishma said, "In this connection is also cited the old narrative of the discourse between him of 100 sacrifices and the Asura Namuchi, O Yudhishthira. When the Asura Namuchi, who was conversant with the birth and the death of all creatures, was sitting, divested of prosperity but untroubled at heart like the vast ocean in perfect stillness, Purandara addressed him these words: 'Fallen off from thy place, bound with cords, brought under the sway of thy foes, and divested of prosperity, dost thou, O Namuchi, indulge in grief, or passest thou thy days cheerfully?' Namuchi answered, 'By indulging in such sorrow as cannot be warded off, one only wastes one's body and gladdens one's foes. Then, again, no one can lighten another's sorrow by taking any portion of it upon oneself. For these reasons, O Sakra, I do not indulge in sorrow. All this that thou sayest hath one end. Indulgence in sorrow destroys personal comeliness, prosperity, life, and virtue itself, O chief of the deities. Without doubt, suppressing that sorrow which comes upon oneself and which is born of an improper disposition of the mind, one possessed of true knowledge should reflect in one's mind of that which is productive of the highest good and which dwells in the heart itself. When one sets one's mind upon what is for one's highest good, without doubt, the result that takes place is that one's objects are all accomplished. There is one ordainer and no second. His control extends over the being that lies within the womb. Controlled by the great ordainer, I go on as he sets me on, like water running along a downward path. Knowing what is existence and what is emancipation, and understanding also that the latter is superior to the former, I do not, however, strive for attaining to it. Doing acts that tend towards the direction of virtue, and also those that tend towards the opposite direction, I go on as he sets me on. One gets those things that are ordained to be got. That which is to happen actually happens. One has repeatedly to reside in such wombs in which one is placed by the ordainer. One has no choice in the matter. That person is never stupefied, who when placed in any particular condition, accepts it as that which he was ordained to be placed in. Men are affected by pleasure and pain that come by turns in course of time. There is no personal agency in the matter of pleasure or pain to anyone. In this lies sorrow, viz., that he that dislikes sorrow regards himself as the actor. Amongst rishis, gods, great asuras, persons fully conversant with the three Vedas, and ascetics in the forest, who is there whom calamities do not approach? Those, however, that are conversant with the soul and that which is not soul never fear calamities. The person of wisdom, naturally standing immovable like Himavat, never gives way to wrath, never suffers himself to be attached to the objects of the senses, never languishes in sorrow or rejoices in happiness. When overwhelmed with even great afflictions, such a person never gives way to grief. That person is a very superior one whom even great success cannot gladden and even dire calamities cannot afflict, and who bears pleasure and pain, and that which is between them both, with an unmoved heart. Into whatever condition a person may fall, he should summon cheerfulness without yielding to sorrow. Indeed, even thus should one drive off from one's self one swelling grief that is born in one's mind and that is, if not dispelled, sure to give pain. That assembly of learned persons engaged in the discussion of duties based upon both the Shrutis and the Smritis is not a good assembly, indeed, that does not deserve to be called by the name of assembly, entering which a wicked man does not become penetrated with fear, born of his wicked deeds. That man is the foremost of his species who, having dived into and inquired after righteousness, succeeds in acting according to the conclusions to which he arrives. The acts of a wise man are not easily comprehensible. He that is wise is never stupefied when afflictions come upon him. Even if he falls away from his position like Gautama in his old age, in consequence of the direct calamity, he does not suffer himself to be stupefied by any of these, viz. mantras, strength, energy, wisdom, prowess, behavior, conduct, or the affluence of wealth. Can a person acquire that which has not been ordained to be acquired by him? What sorrow then is there for the non-acquisition of that upon which one has set one's heart? Before I was born, they that have the matter in their hands had ordained what I am to do and suffer. I am fulfilling what was thus ordained for me. What then can death do to me? One obtains only that which has been ordained to be obtained. One goes thither whither it was ordained that one is to go. Those sorrows and joys are obtained that are ordained to be obtained. That man who, knowing this fully, does not suffer himself to be stupefied, and who is contented under both happiness and sorrow, is regarded as the foremost of his species. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 227. Yudhishthira said, "What, indeed, is good for a man that is sunk in dire distress, when loss of friends or loss of kingdom, O monarch, has occurred? In this world, O bull of Bharata's race, thou art the foremost of our instructors. I ask thee this. It behoveth thee to tell me what I ask." Bhishma said, "For one that has been deprived of sons and wives and pleasures of every kind and wealth, and that has been plunged into dire distress, fortitude is of the highest good, O king. The body is never emaciated of one that is always possessed of fortitude. Grieflessness bears happiness within it, and also health that is a superior possession. In consequence again of this health of body, one may again acquire prosperity. That wise man, O sire, who adheres to a course of righteous conduct, while afflicted by distress, succeeds in acquiring prosperity, patience, and perseverance in the accomplishment of all his objects." In this connection is once more cited the old narrative of the discourse between Vali and Vasva, O Yudhishthira. After the battle between the gods and the Asuras, in which a large number of Daityas and Danavas fell, had come to an end, Vali became king. He was deceived by Vishnu, who once more established his sway over all the worlds. He, of 100 sacrifices, was once more invested with the sovereignty of the deities. After the rule of the deities had thus been re-established, and the 4 orders of men had been re-established in the practice of their respective courses of duty, the 3 worlds once more swelled with prosperity, and the self-born became glad at heart. At that time, accompanied by the Rudras, the Vasus, the Adityas, the Ashwins, the celestial rishis, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, and other superior orders of beings, the puissant Sakra, seated in splendor on his 4-tusked prince of elephants, called Airavata, made a progress through all the worlds. One day, while thus engaged, the wielder of the thunderbolt beheld Vairocana's son Vali within a certain mountain cave on the seashore. Seeing the prince of Danavas, he approached him. Beholding the chief of the deities, viz. Indra, thus seated on the back of Airavata and surrounded by the several orders of the celestials, the prince of the Daityas showed no signs of sorrow or agitation. Indra also, seeing Vali staying unmoved and fearless, addressed him from the back of his foremost of elephants, saying, "How is it, O Daitya, that thou art so unmoved? Is it due to thy heroism or thy having waited with reverence upon aged persons? Is it due to thy mind having been cleansed by penances? To whatever cause it may be due, this frame of mind is certainly very difficult of attainment. Hurled from a position that was certainly the highest, thou art now divested of all thy possessions, and thou hast been brought under the sway of thy foes. O son of Vairocana, what is that by having recourse to which thou dost not grieve, although the occasion is for grief? Formerly, when thou wert invested with the sovereignty of thy own order, unrivaled pleasures were thine. Now, however, thou art divested of thy wealth and jewels and sovereignty. Tell us why thou art so unmoved. Thou wert before this a god, seated on the throne of thy sire and grandsires. Beholding thyself stripped today by thy foes, why dost thou not grieve? Thou art bound in Varuna's noose and hast been struck with my thunderbolt. Thy wives have been taken away, and thy wealth also. Tell us why thou dost not indulge in grief. Divested of prosperity and fallen away from affluence, thou indulgest not in grief. This, indeed, is something that is very remarkable. Who else, O Vali, than one like thee, could venture to bear the burthen of existence after being shorn of the sovereignty of the 3 worlds? Hearing without any pain these and other cutting speeches that Indra addressed to him, asserting the while his own superiority over him, Vali, the son of Vairocana, fearlessly answered his interrogator, saying the following words. Vali said, "When calamities have oppressed me, O Sakra, what dost thou gain by such brag now? Today I behold thee, O Purandara, stand before me with the thunderbolt upraised in thy hand. Formerly, however, thou couldst not bear thyself so. Now thou hast by some means gained that power. Indeed, who else than thou could utter such cruel speeches? That person who, though able to punish, shows compassion towards a heroic foe vanquished and brought under his sway, is truly a very superior individual. When two persons fight, victory in the battle is certainly dubious. One of the two certainly becomes victorious, and the other becomes vanquished. O chief of the deities, let not thy disposition be such. Do not imagine that thou hast become the sovereign of all creatures after having conquered all with thy might and prowess. That we have become so is not, O Sakra, the result of any act of ours. That thou hast become so, O wielder of the thunderbolt, is not the result of any act of thine. What I am now thou wilt be in the future. Do not disregard me, thinking that thou hast done an exceedingly difficult feat. A person obtains happiness and misery one after another in course of time. Thou hast, O Sakra, obtained the sovereignty of the universe in course of time, but not in consequence of any especial merit in thee. It is time that leads me on in his course. That same time leads thee also onward. It is for this that I am not what thou art today, and thou also art not what we are. Dutiful services done to parents, reverential worship of deities, due practice of any good quality, none of these can bestow happiness on any one. Neither knowledge, nor penances, nor gifts, nor friends, nor kinsmen can rescue one that is afflicted by time. Men are incapable of averting, by even 1,000 means, an impending calamity. Intelligence and strength go for nothing in such cases. There is no rescuer of men that are afflicted by time's course. That thou, O Sakra, regarded thyself as the actor lies at the root of all sorrow. If the ostensible doer of an act is the real actor thereof, that doer then would not himself be the work of someone else, viz., the Supreme Being. Hence, because the ostensible doer is himself the product of another, that another is the Supreme Being above whom there is nothing higher. Aided by time I had vanquished thee. Aided by time thou hast vanquished me. It is time that is the mover of all beings that move. It is time that destroys all beings. O Indra, in consequence of thy intelligence being of the vulgar species, thou sayest not that destruction awaits all things. Some, indeed, regard thee highly as one that has acquired by his own acts the sovereignty of the universe. For all that, how can one like us that know the course of the world, indulge in grief in consequence of having been afflicted by time, or suffer our understanding to be stupefied, or yield to the influence of error? Shall my understanding, or that of one like me, even when we are overwhelmed by time, coming in contact with a calamity, suffer itself to be destroyed like a wrecked vessel at sea? Myself, thyself, and all those who will in future become the chiefs of the deities, shall have, O Sakra, to go the way along which hundreds of Indras have gone before thee. When thy hour matures itself, time will surely destroy thee like me, thee that art now so invincible and that now blazest with unrivaled splendor. In time's course many thousands of Indras and of deities have been swept off yuga after yuga. Time, indeed, is irresistible. Having attained to thy present position, thou regardest thyself very highly, even as the creator of all beings, the divine and eternal Brahman. This position of thine had been attained by many before thee. With none did it prove stable or unending. In consequence, however, of a foolish understanding, thou alone regardest it to be immutable and eternal. Thou trustest in that which is not deserving of trust. Thou deemest that to be eternal which is not eternal. O chief of the deities, one that is overwhelmed and stupefied by time really regards oneself after this manner. Led by folly thou regardest thy present regal prosperity to be thine. Know, however, that it is never stable in respect of either thee or me or others. It had belonged to innumerable persons before thee. Passing over them, it has now become thine. It will stay with thee, O Vasva, for some time and then prove its instability. Like a cow abandoning one drinking ditch for another, it will surely desert thee for somebody else. So many sovereigns have gone before thee that I venture not to make an enumeration. In the future also, O Purandara, innumerable sovereigns will rise after thee. I do not behold those rulers now that had formerly enjoyed this earth with her trees and plants and gems and living creatures and waters and mines. Prithu, Ela, Maya, Bhima, Naraka, Samvara, Aswagriva, Puloman, Swarbanu, whose standard was of immeasurable height, Prahlada, Namuchi, Diksha, Viprachiti, Virakana, Hrinashiva, Suhotra, Burihan, Pushavat, Vrisha, Satyepsu, Rishava, Vahu, Kapilaswa, Virapaka, Vana, Kardaswara, Vani, Viswadanshtra, Nariti, Sankocha, Virataksha, Varha, Aswa, Rukaprabha, Viswajit, Pratarupa, Vrishanda, Vishkura, Madhu, Hiranyakasapu, the Danavakadaba, and many others that were Daigyas and Danavas and Rakshasas, these and many more unnamed, belonging to remote and remoter ages, great Daigyas and foremost of Danavas, whose names we have heard, indeed, many foremost of Daigyas of former times, having gone away, leaving the earth. All of them were afflicted by time. Time proved stronger than all of them. All of them had worshipped the Creator in hundreds of sacrifices. Thou art not the one person that hast done so. All of them were devoted to righteousness, and all of them always performed great sacrifices. All of them were capable of roaming through the skies, and all were heroes that never showed their backs in battle. All of them had very strong frames, and all had arms that resembled heavy bludgeons. All of them were masters of hundreds of illusions, and all could assume any form they wished. We have never heard that having engaged themselves in battle any of them had ever sustained a defeat. All were firm observers of the vow of truth, and all of them sported as they wished. Devoted to the Vedas and Vedic rites, all of them were possessors of great learning. Possessed of great might, all of them had acquired the highest prosperity and affluence. But none of those high-souled sovereigns had the least tincture of pride in consequence of sovereignty. All of them were liberal, giving unto each what each deserved. All of them behaved properly and duly towards all creatures. All of them were the offspring of Daksha's daughters. Endued with great strength, all were lords of the creation. Scorching all things with the energy, all of them blazed with splendor. Yet all of them were swept off by time. As regards thee, O Sakra, it is evident that when thou shalt have, after enjoying the earth, to leave her, thou wilt not be able to control thy grief. Cast off this desire that thou cherishest for objects of affection and enjoyment. Cast off this pride that is born of prosperity. If thou actest in this manner, thou wilt then be able to bear the grief that attends the loss of sovereignty. When the hour of sorrow comes, do not yield to sorrow. Similarly, when the hour of joy comes, do not rejoice. Disregarding both the past and the future, live contentedly with the present. When time that never sleeps came upon me that had always been heedful of my duties, turn thy heart to the ways of peace, O Indra, for that same time will very soon come over thee. Thou piercest me with thy words, and thou seemest to be bent upon inspiring dread in me. Indeed, finding me collected, thou regardest thy own self very highly. Time had first assailed me. It is even now behind thee. I was at first vanquished by time. It was for that reason that thou didst afterwards succeed in vanquishing me, for which thou roarest in pride thus. Formerly, when I happened to become angry, what person was there on earth that could stand before me in battle? Time, however, is stronger. He has overwhelmed me. It is for this reason, O Vasva, that thou art able to stand before me. Those 1,000 celestial years, that are the measure of thy sway, will surely come to an end. Thou shalt then fall, and thy limbs will become as miserable as mine now, even though I am possessed of mighty energy. I have fallen away from the high place that is occupied by the sovereign of the three worlds. Thou art now the actual Indra in heaven. In this delightful world of living beings, thou art now, in consequence of time's course, an object of universal adoration. Canst thou say what is that by having done which thou hast become Indra today, and what also is that by having done which we have fallen off from the position we had? Time is the one creator and destroyer. Nothing else is cause in the universe for the production of any effect. Decline, fall, sovereignty, happiness, misery, birth, and death. A learned person by encountering any of these neither rejoices nor indulges in sorrow. Thou, O Indra, knowest us. We also, O Vasva, know thee. Why then dost thou brag in this fashion before me, forgetting, O shameless one, that it is time that hath made thee what thou art? Thou didst thyself witness what my prowess was in those days. The energy and might I used to display in all my battles furnished sufficient evidence. The Adityas, the Rudras, the Satyas, the Vasus, and the Maruts, O Lord of Sachi, were all vanquished by me. Thou knowest it well thyself, O Sakra, that in the great encounter between the gods and the Asuras, the assembled deities were quickly routed by me by the fury of my attack. Mountains with their forests and the denizens that lived in those forests were repeatedly hurled by us. Many were the mountain summits with craggy edges that I broke on thy head. What, however, can I do now? Time is incapable of being resisted. If it were not so, do not think that I would not have ventured to kill thee with that thunderbolt of thine with even a blow of my fist. The present, however, is not the hour with me for the display of prowess. The hour that hath come is such that I should adopt tranquility now and tolerate everything. It is for this reason, O Sakra, that I put up with all this insolence of thine. Know, however, that I am less able to bear insolence than even thou. Thou braggest before one who, upon his time having matured, is surrounded on all sides by time's conflagration and bound strongly in time's cords. Yonder stands that dark individual who is incapable of being resisted by the world. Of fierce form, he stands there, having bound me like an inferior animal bound with cords. Gain and loss, happiness and misery, lust and wrath, birth and death, captivity and release, these all one encounters in time's course. I am not the actor. Thou art not the actor. He is the actor who, indeed, is omnipotent. That time ripens me, for throwing me down, like a fruit that has appeared on a tree. There are certain acts by doing which one person obtains happiness in time's course. By doing those very acts another obtains misery in the course of time. Versed as I am with the virtues of time, it behoves me not to indulge in grief when it is time that has assailed me. It is for this reason, O Sakra, that I do not grieve. Grief cannot do us any good. The grief of one that indulges in grief never dispels one's calamity. On the other hand, grief destroys one's power. It is for this that I do not indulge in grief. Thus addressed by the chief of the Daityas, he of 100 sacrifices, viz., the puissant and thousand-eyed chastiser of Paka, restrained his wrath and said these words. Sakra said, beholding this upraised arm of mine, equipped with the thunderbolt, and those nooses of Varuna, who is there whose understanding would not be agitated, including the very destroyer himself that compasses the death of all beings. Thy understanding, however, so firm and so endued with vision of the truth, hath not been agitated. O thou of invincible prowess, verily, thou art unmoved today in consequence of thy fortitude. Beholding all things in this universe to be fleeting, who is there in it, endued with body, that would venture to repose confidence on either his body or all the objects of his desire? Like thyself, I also know that this universe is not eternal, and that it has been thrown into time's conflagration that is dreadful though hidden from the view, that is continuously burning, and that is truly endless. Everyone is assailed here by time. Nothing among beings that are subtle or gross enjoys an immunity from time's sway. All things are being cooked in time's cauldron. Time has no master. Time is ever heedful. Time is always cooking all things within itself. No one who has once entered the domain of time, which is ceaselessly going on, can escape therefrom. All embodied beings may be heedless of time, but time is heedful and is broad awake behind them. No one has ever been seen to have driven off time from him. Ancient and eternal, and the embodiment of justice, time is uniform in respect of all living creatures. Time cannot be avoided, and there is no retrogression in its course. Like a usurer adding up his interest, time adds up its subtle portions represented by kalas, and lavas, and kashtas, and kshanas, and months, and days and nights. Like the current of a river washing away a tree whose roots are reached by it, time, getting at him who says, "This I will do today, but this other act I will do tomorrow," sweeps him away. Time sweeps away one, and men exclaim, "I saw him a little while ago. How has he died?" Wealth, comforts, rank, prosperity, all fall a prey to time. Approaching every living creature, time snatches away his life. All things that proudly raise their heads high are destined to fall down. That which is existent is only another form of the non-existent. Everything is transitory and unstable. Such a conviction is, however, difficult to come at. Thy understanding, so firm and endued with true vision, is unmoved. Thou dost not, even mentally, realize what thou wert some time ago. Time that is strong, assailing the universe, cooks it within itself and sweeps away everything without consideration of seniority of years or the reverse. For all that, one that is being dragged by time is unconscious of the noose thrown round one's neck. People, given to jealousy and vanity and cupidity, to lust, wrath, and fear, to desire, heedlessness, and pride, suffer themselves to be stupefied. Thou, however, art acquainted with the truth of existence. Thou art possessed of learning and endued with wisdom and penance. Thou beholdest time as clearly as if it were an emblet myrobalan on the palm of thy hand. O son of Vairocana, fully conversant art thou with the topic of time's conduct. Thou art well versed in all branches of knowledge. Thou art of cleansed soul and a thorough master of thy persons. Thou art, for this, an object of affection with all persons endued with wisdom. Thou hast, with thy understanding, fully comprehended the whole universe. Though thou hast enjoyed every kind of happiness, thou art never attached to anything, and hence thou hast not been stained by anything. The qualities of passion and darkness do not soil thee, for thou hast conquered thy senses. Thou waitest only upon thy soul, which is divested of both joy and sorrow. The friend of all creatures, without animosity, with thy heart set upon tranquility, beholding thee thus, my heart is inclined to compassion towards thee. I do not desire to afflict an enlightened person like thee by keeping him in an enchained condition. Abstention from injury is the highest religion. I feel compassion towards thee. These nooses of Varuna, with which thou hast been bound, will loosen time's course in consequence of the misconduct of men. Blessed be thou, O great Asura! When the daughter-in-law will set the aged mother-in-law to work, when the son, through delusion, will command the sire to work for him, when Sudras will have their feet washed by Brahmanas and have sexual converse fearlessly with women of regenerate families, when men will discharge the vital seed into forbidden wombs, when the refuse of houses will begin to be carried upon plates and vessels made of white brass, and when sacrificial offerings intended for the deities will begin to be borne upon forbidden vessels, when all the four orders will transgress all restraints, then these bonds of thine will begin one by one to loosen. From us thou hast no fear. Wait quietly. Be happy. Be divested of all sorrow. Let thy heart be cheerful. Let no illness be thine. Having said these words unto him, the divine Indra, having the prince of elephants for his vehicle, left that spot. Having vanquished all the Asuras, the chief of the deities rejoiced in gladness and became the one sole lord of all the worlds. The great rishis hymned the praises of that lord of all mobile and immobile creatures. The deity of fire once more began to bear the libations of clarified butter that were poured, by all, into his visible form, and the great god took charge of the nectar that was committed to his care. His praises hymned by the foremost of Brahmanas engaged in sacrifices, the Lord Indra, blazing with splendor, his wrath pacified, and his heart tranquilized, became gladdened, and returning to his own abode in heaven, began to pass his days in great happiness. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 228. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, the indications of future greatness and future fall in respect of a person. Bhishma said, The mind itself, blessed be thou, indicates the premonitory symptoms of one's future prosperity and future fall. In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between Shri and Sakra. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. The great ascetic Narada, of energy whose effulgence is as immeasurable as Brahma itself, with sins all destroyed, capable of beholding through the prosperity of his penances both this and the other world at once, and the equal of the celestial rishis in the region of the Creator, roved according to his pleasure through the triple world. One day, rising up at dawn, he wished to perform his ablutions, and for that purpose went to the river Ganga as she issued out of the pass known by the name of Dhruva and plunged into the stream. At that time the thousand-eyed Indra also, the wielder of the thunderbolt, and the slayer of Samvara and Paka, came to the very bank where Narada was. The rishi and the deity, both of souls under perfect command, finished their ablutions, and having completed their silent recitations, sat together. They employed the hour in reciting and listening to the excellent narratives told by the great celestial rishis descriptive of many good and high deeds. Indeed, with concentrated attention the two were engaged in such pleasant discourse on ancient history. While sitting there they beheld the rising sun casting his 1,000 rays right before him. Seeing the full orb, both of them stood up and hymned his praises. Just at that time they beheld in the sky, in a direction opposite to that of the rising star of day, some luminous object, resplendent as blazing fire, and that seemed to be a second star of day. And they saw, O Bharata, that luminous object was gradually approaching towards them both. Riding upon Vishnu's vehicle adorned with Garuda and Surya himself, that object blazed forth with unrivaled splendor and seemed to illumine the three worlds. The object they saw was none other than Shri herself, attended by many apsaras endued with splendid beauty. Indeed, she looked like a large solar disk herself, possessed of effulgence resembling that of fire. Adorned with ornaments that looked like veritable stars, she wore a wreath that resembled a garland of pearls. Indra saw the goddess called Padma having her habitation in the midst of lotuses. Descending from her foremost of cars, that unrivaled lady began to approach towards the Lord of the Three Worlds and the celestial Rishi Narada. Followed by Narada, Maghavat also proceeded towards that lady. With joined hands, he offered himself up to her, and versed as he was with all things, he worshipped her with reverence and sincerity never surpassed. The adorations over, the Lord of Celestials, O King, addressed Shri in the following words. Sakra said, O thou of sweet smiles, who, indeed, art thou, and for what business hast thou come here? O thou of fair brows, whence dost thou come, and whither wilt thou proceed, O auspicious lady? Shri said, In the three worlds full of the seeds of auspiciousness, all creatures, mobile and immobile, strive with their whole hearts to win an association with me. I am that Padma, that Shri decked with lotuses, who sprang from the lotus that blooms at the touch of the rays of Surya, for the prosperity of all creatures. I am called Lakshmi, Buddhi, and Shri, O slayer of Vala. I am faith, I am intelligence, I am affluence, I am victory, and I am immutability. I am patience, I am success, I am prosperity. I am Svaha, I am Svadha, I am reverence, I am fate, and I am memory. I dwell at the van and on the standards of victorious and virtuous sovereigns, as also in their homes and cities and dominions. I always reside, O slayer of Vala, with those foremost of men, viz., heroes panting after victory and unretreating from battle. I also reside forever with persons that are firmly attached to virtue, that are endued with great intelligence, that are devoted to Brahma, that are truthful in speech, that are possessed of humility, and that are liberal. Formerly, I dwelt with the Asuras in consequence of my disposition of being bound by truth and merit, seeing, however, that the Asuras have assumed adverse natures, I have left then and wished to reside in thee. Sakra said, O thou of fair face, in consequence of what behavior of the Asuras didst thou dwell with them? What didst thou see there for which thou hast come hither, having deserted the Daityas and the Danavas? Shri said, I attach myself steadfastly to those that are devoted to the duties of their own order, to those that never fall away from patience, to those that take a pleasure in walking along the path which leads to heaven. I always reside with those that are distinguished for liberality, for study of the scriptures, for sacrifices, for other scriptural rites, and for worship of Pitris, deities, preceptors, seniors, and guests. Formerly, the Danavas used to keep their abodes clean, to keep their women under control, to pour libations on the sacrificial fire, to wait dutifully on their preceptors, to restrain their passions, to be obedient to the Brahmanas, and to be truthful in speech. They were full of faith, they kept their wrath under control, they practiced the virtue of charity, they never envied others, they used to maintain their friends and advisers, and their spouses, they were never jealous. Formerly, they never assailed one another, filled with wrath. They were all contented and never felt pain at the sight of other people's affluence and prosperity. They were all charitable and economical, of respectable conduct, and endued with compassion. They were excessively inclined to grace, possessed of simplicity of conduct, steadfast in faith, and had their passions under complete control. They used to keep their servants and counselors contented, and were grateful and endued with sweet speech. They used to serve every one as each deserved in consequence of his position and honor. They were endued with shame. They were of rigid vows. They used to perform their ablutions on every sacred day. They used to smear themselves properly with perfumes and suspicious unguents. They were also to adorn their persons duly. They were observant of fasts and penances, were trustful, and utterers of Vedic hymns. The sun never rose upon them while they lay asleep. They never outslept the moon. They always abstained from curds and pounded barley. They used every morning to look at clarified butter and other auspicious articles, and with senses withdrawn they used to recite the Vedas and worship Brahmanas with gifts. Their discourse was always virtuous, and they never accepted gifts. They always went to sleep at midnight and never slept during the day. They always used to take pleasure in showing compassion for the distressed, the helpless, the aged, the weak, the sick, and women, and enjoyed all their possessions by sharing these with them. They always used to assume and comfort the agitated, the cheerless, the anxious, the terrified, the diseased, the weak and emaciated, the robbed, and the afflicted. They followed the dictates of virtue and never injured one another. They were ready and well disposed for action of every kind that deserved to be accomplished. They used to serve and wait with reverence upon seniors and aged individuals. They duly worshipped pitris, deities, and guests, and ate every day what was left after gratifying these. They were firmly devoted to truth and penances. None amongst them ate singly any food that was good, and none had congress with other people's wives. As regards compassion, they behaved towards all creatures as towards their own selves. They never allowed the emission of the vital seed into empty space, into inferior animals, into forbidden wombs, or on sacred days. They were always distinguished for gifts, for cleverness, for simplicity, for hopeful exertion, for humility, for friendliness, and for forgiveness. And, O puissant one, truth, charity, penance, purity, compassion, soft speeches, and absence of animosity towards friends, all these were always in them. Slumber, procrastination, fretfulness, envy, and want of foresight, discontent, melancholy, cupidity never assailed them. In consequence of the Pandavas having been distinguished for these good qualities, I dwelt with them from the beginning of the creation for many yugas together. Times were altered, and that alteration brought about an alteration in the character of the Pandavas. I saw that virtue and morality deserted them, and they began to own the sway of lust and wrath. Persons, though themselves inferior in attainments, began to cherish animosities towards seniors in age possessed of superior qualifications, and while the latter, possessed of virtue and merit, used to speak upon proper topics in the midst of assemblies, the former began to ridicule or laugh at them. When reverend seniors in age came, the younger individuals, seated at their ease, refused to adore the former by rising up and saluting them with respect. In the presence of sires, sons began to exercise power in matters that concerned sires alone. They that were not in receipt of wages accepted service and shamelessly proclaimed the fact. Those amongst them that succeeded in amassing great wealth by doing unrighteous and censurable deeds came to be held in esteem. During the night they began to indulge in loud screams and shrieks. Their home fires ceased to send bright and upward flames. Sons began to lord it over sires, and wives dominated over husbands. Mothers, fathers, aged seniors, preceptors, guests, and guides ceased to command respect for their superior status. People ceased to bring up with affection their own offspring, but began to desert them. Without giving away the defined portion in alms and reserving the fixed portion for offering it unto the gods, every one ate what he had. Indeed, without offering their goods to the deities in sacrifices, and without sharing them with the pitris, the gods, guests, and reverend seniors, they appropriated them to their own use shamelessly. Their cooks no longer professed any consideration for purity of mind, deed, and word. They ate what had been left uncovered. Their corn lay scattered in yards, exposed to devastation by crows and rats. Their milk remained exposed, and they began to touch clarified butter with hands unwashed after eating. Their spades, domestic knives, baskets, and dishes and cups of white brass, and other utensils began to lie scattered in their houses. Their housewives abstained from looking after these. They no longer attained to the repairs of their houses and walls. Tethering their animals, they abstained from giving them food and drink. Disregarding children that only looked on, and without having fed their dependents, the Pandavas ate what they had. They began to prepare payasa and krisara and dishes of meat and cakes and sashkali, not for gods and guests, but for their own slaves, and commenced to eat the flesh of animals not killed in sacrifices. They used to sleep even after the sun had risen. They made night of their mourns. Day and night disputes and quarrels waxed in every house of theirs. They that were not respectable amongst them no longer showed any respect for those that deserved respect, while the latter were seated in any place. Fallen off from their defined duties, they ceased to reverence those that had betaken themselves to the woods for leading a life of peace and divine contemplation. Intermixture of castes freely commenced among them. They ceased to attend to purity of person or mind. Brahmanas learned in the Vedas ceased to command respect among them. Those again that were ignorant of riches were not condemned or punished. Both were treated on a footing of equality, those, that is, that deserved respect and those that deserved no respect. Their servant girls became wicked in behavior, and began to wear necklaces of gold and other ornaments and fine robes, and used to remain in their houses or go away before their very eyes. They began to derive great pleasure from sports and diversions in which their women were dressed as men and their men as women. Those amongst their ancestors that were affluent had made gifts of wealth unto deserving persons. The descendants of the donors, even when in prosperous conditions, began to resume, for their unbelief, those gifts. When difficulties threatened the accomplishment of any purpose and friend sought the counsel of friend, that purpose was frustrated by the latter even if he had any interest of the slightest value to subserve by frustrating it. Amongst even their better classes have appeared traders and dealers in goods, intent upon taking the wealth of others. The Sudras amongst them have taken to the practice of penances. Some amongst them have begun to study, without making any rules for regulating their hours and food. Others have begun to study, making rules that are useless. Disciples have abstained from rendering obedience and service to preceptors. Preceptors again have come to treat disciples as friendly companions. Fathers and mothers are worn out with work and have abstained from indulging in festivities. Parents in old age, divested of power over sons, have been forced to beg their food of the latter. Amongst them, even persons of wisdom, conversant with the Vedas, and resembling the ocean itself in gravity of deportment, have begun to betake themselves to agriculture and such other pursuits. Persons who are illiterate and ignorant have begun to be fed at shraddhas. Every morning, disciples, instead of approaching preceptors for making dutiful inquiries for ascertaining what acts awaited accomplishment and for seeking commissions which they are to discharge, are themselves waited upon by preceptors who discharge those functions. Daughters-in-law, in the presence of their husbands' mothers and fathers, rebuke and chastise servants and maids, and summoning their husbands lecture and rebuke them. Sires, with great care, seek to keep sons in good humor, or dividing through fear their wealth among children, live in woe and affliction. Even persons enjoying the friendship of the victims, beholding the latter deprived of wealth in conflagrations, or by robbers, or by the king, have begun to indulge in laughter from feelings of mockery. They have become ungrateful and unbelieving and sinful and addicted to adulterous congress with even the spouses of their preceptors. They have betaken themselves to eating forbidden food. They have transgressed all bounds and restraints. They have become divested of that splendor which had distinguished them before. In consequence of these and other indications of wicked conduct and the reversal of their former nature, I shall not, O chief of the gods, dwell among them any longer. I have, therefore, come to thee of my own accord. Receive me with respect, O Lord of Sachi. Honored by thee, O chief of the celestials, I shall receive honor from all other deities. There, where I reside, the 7 other goddesses with Jaya for their 8th, who love me, who are inseparably associated with me, and who depend upon me, desire to live. They are hope, faith, intelligence, contentment, victory, advancement, and forgiveness. She who forms the 8th, viz., Jaya, occupies the foremost place amongst them, O chastiser of Paka. All of them and myself, having deserted the Asuras, have come to thy domains. We shall henceforth reside among the deities who are devoted to righteousness and faith. After the goddess had said so, the celestial Rishi Narada and Vasva, the slayer of Vritra, for gladdening her, offered her a joyful welcome. The god of wind, that friend of Agni, then began to blow gently through heaven, bearing delicious odors, refreshing all creatures with whom he came into contact, and contributing to the felicity of every one of the senses. All the deities, hearing the news, assembled together in a pure and desirable spot and waited there in expectation of beholding Maghavat seated with Lakshmi beside him. Then the 1,000-eyed chief of the gods, accompanied by Shri and his friend the great Rishi, and riding upon a splendid car drawn by green horses, came into that assembly of the celestials, receiving honor from all. Then the great Rishi Narada, whose prowess was known to all the celestials, observing a sign that the wielder of the thunderbolt made and which Shri herself approved of, welcomed the advent of the goddess there and proclaimed it as exceedingly auspicious. Heaven's firmament became clear and bright and began to shower nectar upon the region of the self-born grandsire. The celestial kettle drums, though struck by none, began to beat, and all the points of the horizon, becoming clear, seemed ablaze with splendor. Indra began to pour rain upon crops that commenced to appear each at its proper season. No one then deviated from the path of righteousness. The earth became adorned with many mines filled with jewels and gems, and the chant of Vedic recitations and other melodious sounds swelled up on the occasion of that triumph of the celestials. Human beings, endued with firm minds, and all adhering to the auspicious path that is trod by the righteous, began to take pleasure in Vedic and other religious rites and acts. Men and gods and Kinnaras and Yakshas and Rakshasas all became endued with prosperity and cheerfulness. Not a flower, what need then be said of fruits, dropped untimely from a tree even if the god of wind shook it with force. All the kind began to yield sweet milk whenever milked by men, and cruel and harsh words ceased to be uttered by anyone. They who, from desire of advancement, approached before assemblies of Brahmanas, and read this narrative of the glorification of Shri by all the deities with Indra at their head, deities that are competent to grant every wish, succeed in winning great prosperity. These then, O chief of the Kurus, are the foremost indications of prosperity and adversity. Urged on by thee, I have told thee all. It behoves thee to bear thyself according to the instructions conveyed herein, understanding them after careful reflection. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 229. Yudhishthira said, by what disposition, what course of duties, what knowledge, and what energy does one succeed in attaining to Brahma, which is immutable and which is beyond the reach of primordial nature? Bhishma said, one that is engaged in the practice of the religion of Nvriti, that eats abstemiously, and that has his senses under complete control, can attain to Brahma, which is immutable and which is above primordial nature. In this connection is cited the old narrative, O Bharata, of the discourse between Jayajashavya and Asita. Once on a time Asita Devala addressed Jayajashavya, who was possessed of great wisdom and fully acquainted with the truths of duty and morality. Devala said, thou art not gladdened when praised. Thou dost not give way to wrath when blamed or censured. What, indeed, is thy wisdom? Whence hast thou got it? And what, indeed, is the refuge of that wisdom? Bhishma said, thus questioned by Devala, the pure Jajashavya of austere penances, said those words of high import, fraught with full faith and profound sense. Jajashavya said, O foremost of rishis, I shall tell thee of that which is the highest end, that which is the supreme goal, that which is tranquility, in the estimation of all persons of righteous acts. They, O Devala, who behave uniformly towards those that praise them and those that blame them, they who conceal their own vows and good acts, they who never indulge in recriminations, they who never say even what is good when it is calculated to injure, instead of producing any benefit, they who do not desire to return injury for injury received, are said to be men possessed of wisdom. They never grieve for what is yet to come. They are concerned with only what is before them and act as they should. They never indulge in sorrow for what is past or even call it to their minds. Possessed of power and regulated minds, they do at their pleasure, according to the way in which it should be done, what waits for them to do in respect of all objects, O Devala, if solicited regardfully thereto. Of mature knowledge, of great wisdom, with wrath under complete control, and with their passions kept under sway, they never do an injury to anyone in thought, word, or deed. Destitute of envy, they never injure others, and possessed of self-control, they are never pained at the sight of other people's prosperity. Such men never indulge in exaggerated speeches, or set themselves in praising others, or in speaking ill of them. They are again never affected by praise and blame uttered by others in respect of them. They are tranquil in respect of all their desires, and are engaged in the good of all creatures. They never give way to wrath, or indulge in transports of joy, or injure any creature. Untying all the knots of their hearts, they pass on very happily. They have no friends, nor are they the friends of others. They have no foes, nor are they the foes of other creatures. Indeed, men that can live in this way can pass their days forever in happiness. O best of regenerate ones, they who acquire a knowledge of the rules of morality and righteousness, and who observe those rules in practice, succeed in winning joy, while they who fall off from the path of righteousness are afflicted by anxieties and sorrow. I have now betaken myself to the path of righteousness. Decried by others, why shall I get annoyed with them, or praised by others, why shall I be pleased? Let men obtain whatsoever objects they please from whatsoever pursuits in which they engage themselves. I am indifferent to acquisitions and losses. Praise and blame are unable to contribute to my advancement or the reverse. He that has understood the truths of things becomes gratified with even disregard as if it were ambrosia. The man of wisdom is truly annoyed with regard as if it were poison. He who is freed from all faults sleeps fearlessly both here and hereafter, even if insulted by others. On the other hand, he who insults him suffers destruction. Those men of wisdom who seek to attain to the highest end succeed in obtaining it by observing conduct such as this. The man who has vanquished all his senses is regarded to have performed all the sacrifices. Such a person attains to the highest rung, viz., that of Brahma, which is eternal and which transcends the reach of primordial nature. The very gods, the Gandharvas, the Pisachas, and the Rakshasas cannot reach the rung which is his who has attained to the highest end. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 230. Yudhishthira said, What man is there who is dear to all, who gladdens all persons, and who is endued with every merit and every accomplishment? Bhishma said, In this connection I shall recite to thee the words that Kesava, asked by Ugrasena, said unto him on a former occasion. Ugrasena said, all persons seem to be very solicitous of speaking of the merits of Narada. I think that celestial rishi must really be possessed of every kind of merit. I asked thee, tell me this, O Kesava. Vasudeva said, O chief of the Kukuras, listen to me as I mention in brief those good qualities of Narada with which I am acquainted, O king. Narada is as learned in the scriptures as he is good and pious in his conduct. And yet, on account of his conduct, he never cherishes pride that makes one's blood so hot. It is for this reason that he is worshipped everywhere. Discontent, wrath, levity, and fear, these do not exist in Narada. He is free from procrastination and possessed of courage. For this he is worshipped everywhere. Narada deserves the respectful worship of all. He never falls back from his words through desire or cupidity. For this he is worshipped everywhere. He is fully conversant with the principles that lead to the knowledge of the soul, disposed to peace, possessed of great energy, and a master of his senses. He is free from guile and truthful in speech. For this he is worshipped with respect everywhere. He is distinguished by energy, by fame, by intelligence, by knowledge, by humility, by birth, by penances, and by years. For these he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He is of good behavior. He dresses and houses himself well. He eats pure food. He loves all. He is pure in body and mind. He is sweet-speeched. He is free from envy and malice. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He is certainly always employed in doing good to all people. No sin dwells in him. He never rejoices at other people's misfortunes. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He always seeks to conquer all earthly desires by listening to Vedic recitations and attending to the Puranas. He is a great renouncer and he never disregards anyone. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He casts an equal eye on all, and, therefore, he has no one whom he loves and none whom he hates. He always speaks what is agreeable to the hearer. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He is possessed of great learning in the scriptures. His conversation is varied and delightful. His knowledge and wisdom are great. He is free from cupidity. He is free also from deception. He is large-hearted. He has conquered wrath and cupidity. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He has never quarreled with anyone for any subject connected with profit or pleasure. All faults have been torn away by him. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. His devotion to Brahma is firm. His soul is blameless. He is well versed in the Shrutis. He is free from cruelty. He is beyond the influence of delusion or faults. For this he is worshipped everywhere with respect. He is unattached to all such things as are objects of attachment for others. For all that he seems to be attached to all things. He is never long subject to the influence of any doubt. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He has no yearning for objects connected with profit and pleasure. He never glorifies his own self. He is free from malice. He is mild in speech. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He observes the hearts, different from one another, of all men, without blaming any of them. He is well versed in all matters connected with the origin of things. He never disregards or shows hatred for any kind of science. He lives according to his own standard of morality. He never suffers his time to pass away fruitlessly. His soul is under his control, for this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He has toiled in subjects that deserve the application of toil. He has earned knowledge and wisdom. He is never satiated with yoga. He is always attentive and ready for exertion. He is ever heedful. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He is never to feel shame for any deficiency of his. He is very attentive. He is always engaged by others in accomplishing what is for their good. He never divulges the secrets of others. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. He never yields to transports of joy on occasions of making even valuable acquisitions. He is never pained at losses. His understanding is firm and stable. His soul is unattached to all things. For this he is everywhere worshipped with respect. Who, indeed, is there that will not love him who is thus possessed of every merit and accomplishment, who is clever in all things, who is pure in body and mind, who is entirely auspicious, who is well versed with the course of time and its opportuneness for particular acts, and who is well acquainted with all agreeable things? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 231. Yudhishthira said, I desire, O thou of Kuru's race, to know what the origin and what the end is of all creatures, what is the nature of their meditation and what are their acts, what are the divisions of time, and what the allotted periods of life in the respective epochs. I desire also to know in full the truth about the genesis and the conduct of the world, the origin of creatures into the world and the manner of their going on. Indeed, whence their creation and destruction. O best of virtuous persons, if thou art minded to favor us, do tell us this about which I ask thee. Having heard before this excellent discourse of Bhrigu unto the regenerate sage Bharadvaja which thou didst recite, my understanding, purged of ignorance, has become exceedingly attached to yoga, and withdrawn from worldly objects rests upon heavenly purity. I ask thee about the subject, therefore, once more. It behoves thee to discourse to me more elaborately. Bhishma said, in this connection I shall recite to thee an old narrative of what the divine Vyasa said unto his son Sukha when the latter had questioned the former. Having studied the illimitable Vedas with all their branches and the Upanishads, and desirous of leading a life of Brahmacharya in consequence of his having earned excellence of religious merit, Sukha addressed these very questions, about which his doubts had been solved, to his father the island-born rishi who had removed, by study and contemplation, all doubts connected with the topic of the true import of duties. Sukha said, it behoveth thee to tell me who the Creator is of all beings, as fixed by a knowledge of time, and what the duties are that should be accomplished by a Brahmana. Bhishma said, unto his son who had questioned him, the sire, having a knowledge of both the past and future, conversant with all duties and endued with omniscience, thus discoursed on the subject. Vyasa said, only Brahma, which is without beginning and without end, unborn, blazing with effulgence, above decay, immutable, indestructible, inconceivable, and transcending knowledge, exists before the creation. The rishis, measuring time, have named particular portions by particular names. 5 and 10 winks of the eye make what is called a kashta. 30 kashtas would make what is called a kala. 30 kalas, with the 10th part of a kala added, make what is known as a muhurta. 30 muhurtas make up 1 day and night. 30 days and nights are called a month, and 12 months are called a year. Persons conversant with mathematical science say that a year is made up of 2 ayanas, dependent on sun's motion, viz., the northern and the southern. The sun makes the day and the night for the world of man. The night is for the sleep of all living creatures, and the day is for the doing of action. A month of human beings is equal to a day and night of the Pitris. That division, as regards the Pitris, consists in this: the lighted fortnight of men is their day which is for the doing of acts, and the dark fortnight is their night for sleep. A year of human beings is equal to a day and night of the gods. The division, as regards the gods, consists in this: the half year for which the sun travels from the vernal to the autumnal equinox is the day of the deities, and the half year for which the sun travels from the latter to the former is their night. Computing by the days and nights of human beings about which I have told thee, I shall speak of the day and night of Brahman and his years also. I shall, in their order, tell thee the number of years that are, thus, for different purposes computed differently in respect of the Krita, the Treta, the Dwapara, and the Kali Yugas. 4,000 years of the deities is the duration of the first or Krita age. The morning of that epoch consists of 400 years, and its evening is of 400 years. The total duration, therefore, of the Krita Yuga is 4,800 years of the deities. As regards the other yugas, the duration of each gradually decreases by a quarter in respect of both the substantive period with the conjoining portion and the conjoining portion itself. Thus the duration of the Treta is 3,000 years, and its morning extends for 300 years, and its evening for 300. The duration of the Dwapara also is 2,000 years, and its morning extends for 200 years, and its evening also for 200. The duration of the Kali Yuga is 1,000 years, and its morning extends for 100 years, and its evening for 100. These periods always sustain the never-ending and eternal worlds. They who are conversant with Brahma, O child, regard this as immutable Brahma. In the Krita age, all the duties exists in their entirety, along with truth. No knowledge or object came to men of that age through unrighteous or forbidden means. In the other yugas, duty, ordained in the Vedas, is seen to gradually decline by a quarter in each. Sinfulness grows in consequence of theft, untruth, and deception. In the Krita age, all persons are free from disease and crowned with success in respect of all their objects, and all live for 400 years. In the Treta, the period of life decreases by a quarter. It has also been heard by us that, in the succeeding yugas, the words of the Vedas, the periods of life, the blessings uttered by Brahmanas, and the fruits of Vedic rites, all decrease gradually. The duties set down for the Krita Yuga are of one kind. Those for the Treta are otherwise. Those for the Dwapara are different. And those for the Kali are otherwise. This is in accordance with that decline that marks every succeeding yuga. In the Krita, penance occupies the foremost place. In the Treta, knowledge is foremost. In the Dwapara, sacrifice has been said to be the foremost. In the Kali Yuga, only gift is the one thing that has been laid down. The learned say that these 12,000 years of the deities constitute what is called a yuga. 1,000 such yugas compose a single day of Brahman. The same is the duration of Brahman's night. With the commencement of Brahman's day, the universe begins to start into life. During the period of universal dissolution, the Creator sleeps, having recourse to yoga meditation. When the period of slumber expires, he awakes. That then which is Brahman's day extends for 1,000 such yugas. His nights also extends for 1,000 similar yugas. They who know this are said to know the day and the night. On the expiry of his night, Brahman, waking up, modifies the indestructible chit by causing it to be overlaid with avidya. He then causes consciousness to spring up, whence proceeds mind which is identical with the manifest. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 232. Vyasa said, Brahma is the effulgent seed from which, existing as it does by itself, hath sprung the whole universe consisting of two kinds of being, viz. The mobile and the immobile. At the dawn of his day, waking up, he creates with the help of avidya this universe. At first springs up that which is called Mahat. That Mahat is speedily transformed into mind, which is the soul of the manifest, overwhelming the Chit, which is effulgent. With avidya, mind creates 7 great beings. Urged by the desire of creating, mind, which is far-reaching, which has many courses, and which has desire and doubt for its principal indications, begins to create diverse kinds of objects by modifications of itself. First springs from its space. Know that its property is sound. From space, by modification, arises the bearer of all sense, viz., the pure and mighty wind. It is said to possess the attribute of touch. From wind also, by modification, springs light endued with effulgence. Displayed in beauty, and called also sukram, it starts into existence, thus possessing the attribute of form. From light, by modification, arises water having taste for its attribute. From water springs earth having scent for its attribute. These are said to represent initial creation. These, one after another, acquire the attributes of the immediately preceding ones from which they have sprung. Each has not only its own special attribute, but each succeeding one has the attributes of all the preceding ones. Thus space has only sound for its attribute. After space comes wind, which has, therefore, both sound and touch for its attributes. From wind comes light or fire, which has sound, touch, and form for its attributes. From light is water, which has sound, touch, form, and taste for its attributes. From water is earth, which has sound, touch, form, taste, and scent for its attributes. If anybody, perceiving scent in water, were from ignorance to say that it belongs to water, he would fall into an error, for scent is the attribute of earth, though it may exist in a state of attachment with water and also wind. These 7 kinds of entities, possessing diverse kinds of energy, at first existed separately from one another. They could not create objects without all of them coming together into a state of commingling. All these great entities coming together and commingling with one another form the constituent parts of the body, which are called limbs. In consequence of the combination of those limbs, the sum total, invested with form and having 6 and 10 constituent parts, becomes what is called the body. When the gross body is thus formed, the subtle Mahat, with the unexhausted residue of acts, then enters that combination called the gross body. Then the original creator of all beings, having by his Maya divided himself, enters that subtle form for surveying or overlooking everything. And inasmuch as he is the original creator of all beings, he is on that account called the Lord of all beings. It is he who creates all beings mobile and immobile. After having thus assumed the form of Brahman, he creates the worlds of the gods, the rishis, the pitris, and men, the rivers, the seas, and the oceans, the points of the horizon, countries and provinces, hills and mountains, and large trees, human beings, kinnaras, rakshasas, birds, animals domestic and wild, and snakes. Indeed, he creates both kinds of existent things, viz., those that are mobile and those that are immobile, and those that are destructible and those that are indestructible. Of these created objects, each obtains those attributes which it had during the previous creation, and each, indeed, obtains repeatedly the same attributes at every subsequent creation. Determined in respect of character by either injuriousness or peacefulness, mildness or fierceness, righteousness or unrighteousness, truthfulness or untruthfulness, each creature, at every new creation, obtains that particular attribute which it had cherished before. It is in consequence of this that that particular attribute attaches to it. It is the ordainer himself who attaches variety to the great entities of space, earth, etc., to the objects of the senses, such as form, etc., and to size or bulk of existent matter, and appoints the relations of creatures with those multiform entities. Amongst men who have devoted themselves to the science of things, there are some who say that, in the production of effects, exertion is supreme. Some learned persons say that destiny is supreme, and some that it is nature which is the agent. Others say that acts flowing from personal exertion and destiny produce effects aided by nature. Instead of regarding any of these as singly competent for the production of effects, they say that it is the union of all three that produces all effects. As regards this subject, some say that such is the case, some that such is not the case, some that both of these are not the case, and some that it is not that the reverse of both are not. These, of course, are the contentions of those that depend on acts with reference to objects. They, however, whose vision is directed to truth regard Brahma as the cause. Penance is the highest good for living creatures. The roots of penance are tranquility and self-restraint. By penance one obtains all things that one wishes for in one's mind. By penance one attains to that being who creates the universe. He who, by penance, succeeds in attaining to that being becomes the puissant master of all beings. It is by penance that the rishis are enabled to read the Vedas ceaselessly. At the outset, the self-born caused those excellent Vedic sounds that are embodiments of knowledge and that have neither beginning nor end to spring up and flow on from preceptor to disciple. From those sounds have sprung all kinds of actions. The names of the rishis, all things that have been created, the varieties of forms seen in existent things, and the course of actions have their origin in the Vedas. Indeed, the Supreme Master of all beings, in the beginning, created all things from the words of the Vedas. Truly, the names of the rishis, and all else that has been created, occur in the Vedas. Upon the expiration of his night, i.e., at the dawn of his day, the uncreate Brahman creates, from prototypes that existed before, all things which are, of course, well made by him. In the Vedas hath been indicated the topic of the soul's emancipation, along with the 10 means constituted by study of the Vedas, adoption of the domestic mode of life, penances, observance of duties common to all the modes of life, sacrifices, performance of all such acts as lead to pure fame, meditation which is of 3 kinds, and that kind of emancipation which is called success, siddhi, attainable in this life. That incomprehensible Brahma which has been declared in the words of the Vedas, and which has been indicated more clearly in the Upanishads by those who have an insight into the Vedas, can be realized by gradually following the practices referred to above. Unto a person who thinks he has a body, this consciousness of duality, fraught again with that of pairs of opposites, is born only of acts in which he is engaged. That consciousness of duality ceases during dreamless slumber or when emancipation has been attained. That person, however, who has attained to emancipation, aided by his knowledge, forcibly drives off that consciousness of duality. 2 Brahmas should be known, viz., the Brahma represented by sound, i.e., the Vedas, and secondly that which is beyond the Vedas and is supreme. One that is conversant with Brahma represented by sound succeeds in attaining to Brahma that is supreme. The slaughter of animals is the sacrifice laid down for the Kshatriyas. The growing of corn is the sacrifice laid down for the Vaishyas. Serving the 3 other orders is the sacrifice laid down for the Sudras. Penances, or worship of Brahma, is the sacrifice laid down for the Brahmanas. In the Krita age, the performance of sacrifices was not necessary. Such performance became necessary in the Treta age. In the Dwapara, sacrifices have begun to fall off. In the Kali, the same is the case with them. In Krita age, men, worshipping only one Brahma, looked upon the riches, the Samans, the Yajusas, and the rites and sacrifices that are performed from motives of advantage as all different from the object of their worship, and practiced only yoga by means of penances. In the Treta age, many mighty men appeared that swayed all mobile and immobile objects. Though the generality of men in that age were not naturally inclined to the practice of righteousness, yet those great leaders forced them to such practice. Accordingly, in that age, the Vedas and sacrifices and the distinctions between the several orders and the four modes of life existed in a compact state. In consequence, however, of the decrease in the period of life in Dwapara, all these, in that age, fall off from that compact condition. In the Kali age, all the Vedas become so scarce that they may not be even seen by men. Afflicted by iniquity, they suffer extermination along with the rites and sacrifices laid down in them. The righteousness which is seen in the Krita age is now visible in such brahmanas as are of cleansed souls and as are devoted to penances and the study of the scriptures. As regards the other yugas, it is seen that without at once giving up the duties and acts that are consistent with righteousness, men, observant of the practices of their respective orders, and conversant with the ordinance of the Vedas are led by the authority of the scriptures to betake themselves from motives of advantage and interest to sacrifices and vows and pilgrimages to sacred waters and spots. As in the season of rains, a large variety of new objects of the immobile order are caused to come forth into life by the showers that fall from the clouds, even so many new kinds of duty or religious observances are brought about in each yuga. As the same phenomena reappear with the reappearance of the seasons, even so, at each new creation the same attributes appear in each new Brahman and Hara. I have, before this, spoken to thee of time which is without beginning and without end, and which ordains this variety in the universe. It is that time which creates and swallows up all creatures. All the innumerable creatures that exist subject to pairs of opposites and according to their respective natures have time for their refuge. It is time that assumes those shapes, and it is time that upholds them. I have thus discoursed to thee, O son, on the topics about which thou hadst inquired, viz., creation, time, sacrifices, and other rites, the Vedas, the real actor in the universe, action, and the consequences of action. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 233. Vyasa said, I shall now tell thee, how, when his day is gone and his night comes, he withdraws all things unto himself, or how the Supreme Lord, making this gross universe exceedingly subtle, merges everything into his soul. When the time comes for universal dissolution, a dozen suns, and Agni with his 7 flames, begin to burn. The whole universe, wrapped by those flames, begins to blaze forth in a vast conflagration. All things mobile and immobile that are on the earth first disappear and merge into the substance of which this planet is composed. After all mobile and immobile objects have thus disappeared, the earth, shorn of trees and herbs, looks naked like a tortoise shell. Then water takes up the attribute of earth, viz., scent. When earth becomes shorn of its principal attribute, that element is on the eve of dissolution. Water then prevails. Surging into mighty billows and producing awful roars, only water fills this space and moves about or remains still. Then the attribute of water is taken by heat, and losing its own attribute, water finds rest in that element. Dazzling flames of fire, ablaze all around, conceal the sun that is in the center of space. Indeed, then, space itself, full of those fiery flames, burns in a vast conflagration. Then wind comes and takes the attribute, viz., form of heat or light, which thereupon becomes extinguished, yielding to wind, which, possessed of great might, begins to be awfully agitated. The wind, obtaining its own attribute, viz., sound, begins to traverse upwards and downwards and transversely along all the 10 points. Then space takes the attribute, viz., sound of wind, upon which the latter becomes extinguished and enters into a phase of existence resembling that of unheard or unuttered sound. Then space is all that remains, that element whose attribute, viz., sound, dwells in all the other elements, divested of the attributes of form, and taste, and touch, and scent, and without shape of any kind, like sound in its unmanifest state of existence. Then sound, which is the attribute of space, is swallowed up by mind, which is the essence of all things that are manifest. Thus mind, which in itself is unmanifest, withdraws all that is manifested by mind. This withdrawal of mind as displayed into mind as undisplayed or subtle is called the destruction of the vast external universe. Then Chandramadhavs, having made mind, thus, withdraw its attribute into itself, swallows it up. When mind, ceasing to exist, thus enters into Chandramadhavs, the other attributes that are owned by Aswara are all that remain. This Chandramadhavs, which is called also Sankalpa, is then, after a very long time, brought under Aswara's sway, then reason being that Sankalpa has to perform a very difficult act, viz., the destruction of chit or the faculties that are employed in the process called judgment. When this has been effected, the condition reached is said to be of high knowledge. Then time swallows up this knowledge, and as the Shruti declares, time itself, in its turn, is swallowed up by might, or energy. Might or energy, however, is, again, swallowed up by time, which last is then brought under her sway by Vidya. Possessed of Vidya, Aswara then swallows up non-existence itself into his soul. That is unmanifest and supreme Brahma. That is eternal, and that is the highest of the high. Thus all existent creatures are withdrawn into Brahma. Truly hath this, which should be conceived, with the aid of the scriptures, and which is a topic of science, been thus declared by yogins possessed of supreme souls, after actual experience. Even thus doth the unmanifest Brahma repeatedly undergo the processes of elaboration and withdrawal, i.e., creation and destruction, and even thus Brahman's day and night each consist of 1,000 yugas. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 234. Vyasa said, "Thou hadst asked me about the creation of all beings. I have now narrated that to thee in full. Listen to me as I tell thee now what the duties are of a Brahmana. The rituals of all ceremonies for which sacrificial fees are enjoined, commencing with Jatakarma and ending with Samavartana, depend for their performance upon a preceptor competent in the Vedas. Having studied all the Vedas and having displayed a submissive behavior towards his preceptor during his residence with him, and having paid the preceptor's fee, the youth should return home with a thorough knowledge of all sacrifices. Receiving the permission of his preceptor, he should adopt one of the 4 modes of life and live in it in due observance of its duties till he casts off his body. He should either lead a life of domesticity with spouses and engaged in creating offspring, or live in the observance of Brahmacharya, or in the forest in the company of his preceptor, or in the practice of the duties laid down for a yati. A life of domesticity is said to be the root of all the other modes of life. A self-restrained householder who has conquered all his attachments to worldly objects always attains to success in respect of the great object of life. A Brahmana, by begetting children, by acquiring a knowledge of the Vedas, and by performing sacrifices, pays off the 3 debts he owes. He should then enter the other modes of life, having cleansed himself by his acts. He should settle in that place which he may ascertain to be the most sacred spot on earth, and he should strive in all matters that lead to fame, for attaining to a position of eminence. The fame of Brahmanas increases through penances that are very austere, through mastery of the various branches of knowledge, through sacrifices, and through gifts. Indeed, a person enjoys endless regions of the righteous in the next world, as long as his deeds or the memory thereof lasts in this world. A Brahmana should teach, study, officiate at other people's sacrifices, and offer sacrifices himself. He should not give away in vain or accept other people's gifts in vain. Wealth, sufficient in quantity, that may come from one who is assisted in a sacrifice, from a pupil, or from kinsmen, by marriage, of a daughter, should be spent in the performance of sacrifice or in making gifts. Wealth coming from any of these sources should never be enjoyed by a Brahmana singly. For a Brahmana leading a life of domesticity, there is no means save the acceptance of gifts for the sake of the deities, or rishis, or pitris, or preceptor, or the aged, or the diseased, or the hungry. Unto those that are persecuted by unseen foes, or those that are striving to the best of their power to acquire knowledge, one should make gifts from one's own possessions, including even cooked food, more than one can fairly afford. Unto a deserving person there is nothing that cannot be given. They that are good and wise deserve to have even the prince of steeds, called Ravas, belonging to Indra himself. Of high vows, King Satyasanda, having, with due humility, offered his own life breaths for saving those of a Brahmana, ascended to heaven. Sankriti's son Rantadeva, having given only lukewarm water to the high-souled Vasishtha, ascended to heaven and received high honors there. Atri's royal son Indradamana, possessed of great intelligence, having given diverse kinds of wealth to a deserving person, acquired diverse regions of felicity in the next world. Usanara's son Sivi, having given away his own limbs and the dear son of loins for the sake of a Brahmana, ascended to heaven from this world. Pratidana, the ruler of Kasi, having given away his very eyes to a Brahmana, obtained great fame both here and hereafter. King Devavrata, having given away a very beautiful and costly umbrella, with 8 golden ribs, proceeded to heaven with all the people of his kingdom. Sankriti of Atri's race, possessed of great energy, having given instruction to his disciples on the subject of impersonal Brahma, proceeded to regions of great felicity. Amvarasha of great prowess, having given unto the Brahmanas 11 arvutas of kine, proceeded to heaven with all the people of his kingdom. Savitri, by giving away her earrings, and King Janamejaya, by giving away his own body, both proceeded to high regions of felicity. Yuvanaswa, the son of Vrishadarbha, by giving away diverse kinds of gems, a fine mansion, and many beautiful women, ascended to heaven. Nimi, the ruler of the Videhas, gave away his kingdom. Jamadagni's son, Rama, gave away the whole earth, and Gaia gave away the earth with all her towns and cities unto the Brahmanas. Once when the clouds ceased to pour, Vasishtha, resembling Brahman himself, kept alive all creatures like Prajapati, keeping them alive by his energy and kindness. Karandama's son Maruta of cleansed soul, by giving away his daughter to Angiras, speedily ascended to heaven. Brahmadatta, the ruler of the Panchalas, possessed of superior intelligence, by giving away 2 precious jewels called Nidhi and Samka unto some of the foremost of the Brahmanas, obtained many regions of felicity. King Maitrasaha, having given his own dear wife Madayanti unto the high-souled Vasishtha, ascended to heaven with that wife of his. The royal sage Sahasrajit, possessed of great fame, having cast off dear life itself for the sake of a Brahmana, ascended to regions of great felicity. King Satadyamna, having given to Mudgala a mansion made of gold and full of every object of comfort and use, ascended to heaven. The king of the Sulwas, known by the name of Dayudamat, possessed of great prowess, gave unto Richika his entire kingdom and ascended to heaven. The royal sage Madaraswa, by giving away his daughter of slender waist to Hiranyahasta, ascended to such regions as are held in esteem by the very gods. The royal sage Lomapada, of great prowess, by giving away his daughter Santa to Rishyasringa, obtained the fruition of all his wishes. King Prasenajit, of great energy, by giving away 100,000 kine with calves, ascended to excellent regions of felicity. These and many others, possessed of great and well-ordered souls, and having their senses under control, ascended, by means of gifts and penances, to heaven. Their fame will last as long as the earth herself will last. All of them have, by gifts, sacrifices, and procreation of issue, proceeded to heaven. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 235. Vyasa said, the knowledge called Tarari which occurs in the Vedas and their branches should be acquired. That knowledge is to be derived from the riches, the samans, and the sciences called Varna and Akshara. There are besides the Yajuzas and the Atharvans. In the 6 kinds of acts indicated in these dwells the divine being. They that are well versed in the declarations of the Vedas, that have knowledge of the soul, that are attached to the quality of goodness, and that are highly blessed, succeed in understanding the origin and the end of all things. A Brahmana should live in the observance of the duties laid down in the Vedas. He should do all his acts like a good man of restrained soul. He should earn his livelihood without injuring any creature. Having derived knowledge from the good and wise, he should control his passions and propensities. Well versed in the scriptures, he should practice those duties that have been laid down for him, and do all acts in this world guided by the quality of goodness. Leading even the domestic mode of life, the Brahmana should be observant of the 6 acts already spoken of. His heart full of faith, he should worship the deities in the 5 well-known sacrifices. Endued with patience, never heedless, having self-control, conversant with duties, with a cleansed soul, divested of joy, pride, and wrath, the Brahmana should never sink in languor. Gifts, study of the Vedas, sacrifices, penances, modesty, guilelessness, and self-restraint, these enhance one's energy and destroy one's sins. One endued with intelligence should be abstemious in diet and should conquer one's senses. Indeed, having subdued both lust and wrath, and having washed away all his sins, he should strive for attaining to Brahma. He should worship the fire and Brahmanas, and bow to the deities. He should avoid all kinds of inauspicious discourse and all acts of unrighteous injury. This preliminary course of conduct is first laid down for a Brahmana. Subsequently, when knowledge comes, he should engage himself in acts, for in acts lies success. The Brahmana who is endued with intelligence succeeds in crossing the stream of life that is so difficult to cross and that is so furious and terrible, that has the 5 senses for its waters, that has cupidity for its source, and wrath for its mire. He should never shut his eyes to the fact that time stands behind him in a threatening attitude, time, who is the great stupefier of all things, and who is armed with very great and irresistible force, issuing from the great ordainer himself. Generated by the current of nature, the universe is being ceaselessly carried along. The mighty river of time, overspread with eddies constituted by the years, having the months for its waves and the seasons for its current, the fortnights for its floating straw and grass, and the rise and fall of the eyelids for its froth, the days and the nights for its water, and desire and lust for its terrible crocodiles, the Vedas and sacrifices for its rafts, and the righteousness of creatures for its islands, and profit and pleasure for its springs, truthfulness of speech and emancipation for its shores, benevolence for the trees that float along it, and the yugas for the lakes along its course, the mighty river of time, which has an origin as inconceivable as that of Brahma itself, is ceaselessly bearing away all beings created by the great ordainer towards the abode of Yama. Persons possessed of wisdom and patience always succeed in crossing this awful river by employing the rafts of knowledge and wisdom. What, however, can senseless fools, destitute of similar rafts, do, when thrown into that furious stream? That only the man of wisdom succeeds in crossing this stream, and not he that is unwise, is consistent with reason. The former beholds from a distance the merits and faults of everything. Accordingly, he succeeds in adopting or rejecting what is deserving of adoption or rejection. The man, however, of unstable and little understanding, and whose soul is full of desire and cupidity, is always filled with doubt. Hence the man destitute of wisdom never succeeds in crossing that river. He also who sits inactively in doubt can never pass it over. The man destitute of the raft of wisdom, in consequence of his having to bear the heavy weight of great faults, sinks down. One that is seized by the crocodile of desire, even if possessed of knowledge, can never make knowledge one's raft. For these reasons, the man of wisdom and intelligence should strive to float over the stream of time, without sinking in it. He indeed succeeds in keeping himself afloat who becomes conversant with Brahma. One born in a noble race, abstaining from the three duties of teaching, officiating at others' sacrifices and accepting gifts, and doing only the three other acts, viz. studying, sacrificing, and giving, should, for those reasons, strive to float over the stream. Such a man is sure to cross it aided by the raft of wisdom. One who is pure in conduct, who is self-restrained and observant of good vows, whose soul is under control, and who is possessed of wisdom, certainly wins success in this and the other world. The Brahmana leading a domestic mode of life should conquer wrath and envy, practice the virtues already named, and worshipping the deities in the 5 sacrifices, eat after having fed the deities, pitris, and guests. He should conform to those duties which are observed by the good. He should do all his acts like a person of governed soul, and he should, without injuring any creature, draw his substance by adopting a course that is not censurable. One who is well versed in the truths of the Vedas and the other branches of knowledge, whose behavior is like that of a person of well-governed soul, who is endued with a clear vision, who observes those duties that are laid down for his order, who does not, by his acts, produce an intermixture of duties, who attends to the observances set down in the scriptures, who is full of faith, who is self-restrained, who is possessed of wisdom, who is destitute of envy and malice, and who is well conversant with the distinctions between righteousness and iniquity, succeeds in crossing all his difficulties. That Brahmana who is possessed of fortitude, who is always heedful, who is self-restrained, who is conversant with righteousness, whose soul is under control, and who has transcended joy, pride, and wrath, has never to languish in grief. This is the course of conduct that was ordained of old for a Brahmana. He should strive for the acquisition of knowledge and do all the scriptural acts. By living thus, he is sure to obtain success. One who is not possessed of clear vision does wrong even when one wishes to do right. Such a person, by even exercising his judgment, does such acts of virtue as partake of the nature of iniquity. Desiring to do what is right, one does what is wrong. Similarly, desiring to do what is wrong, one does what is right. Such a person is a fool. Not knowing the 2 kinds of acts, one has to undergo repeated rebirths and deaths. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 236. Vyasa said, if emancipation be desirable, then knowledge should be acquired. For a person who is born now up and now down along the stream of time or life, knowledge is the raft by which he can reach the shore. Those wise men who have arrived at certain conclusions regarding the character of the soul and that which is called life, by the aid of wisdom, are able to assist the ignorant in crossing the stream of time or life with the raft of knowledge. They, however, that are ignorant, are unable save either themselves or others. He who has freed himself from desire and all other faults, and who has emancipated himself from all attachments, should attend to these 2 and 10 requirements of yoga, viz., place, acts, affection, objects, means, destruction, certainty, eyes, food, suppression, mind, and survey. He who wishes to obtain superior knowledge should, by the aid of his understanding, restrain both speech and mind. He who wishes to have tranquility should, by the aid of his knowledge, restrain his soul. Whether he becomes compassionate or cruel, whether he becomes conversant with all the Vedas or ignorant of the riches, whether he becomes righteous and observant of sacrifices or the worst of sinners, whether he becomes eminent for prowess and wealth or plunged into misery, that person who directs his mind towards these attributes that I have spoken of is sure to cross the ocean of life which is so difficult to cross. Without speaking of the results of the attainment of Brahma by yoga, it may be said that he who sets himself to only inquiring after the soul transcends the necessity of observing the acts laid down in the Vedas. The body with jiva within it is an excellent car. When sacrifices and religious rites are made its upasta, shame its varutha, upaya and apaya its kuvara, the breath called apana its aksha, the breath called prana its yuga, knowledge, and the allotted period of existence its points for tying the steeds, heedfulness its handsome vandura, the assumption of good behavior its nemi, vision, touch, scent, and hearing its four steeds, wisdom its nabi, all the scriptures its pratoda, certain knowledge of the scriptural declarations its driver, the soul its firmly seated rider, faith and self-restraint its forerunners, renunciation its inseparable companion, following behind and bent upon doing it good, purity the path along which it goes, meditation, or union with Brahma, its goal, then may that car reach Brahma and shine there in effulgence. I shall now tell thee the speedy means that should be adopted by the person who would equip his car in such a fashion for passing through this wilderness of the world in order to reach the goal constituted by Brahma that is above decrepitude and destruction. To set the mind upon one thing at a time is called dharana. The yogin, observing proper vows and restraints, practices in all 7 kinds of dharana. There are, again, as many kinds of dharanas arising out of these, upon subjects that are near or remote. Through these the yogin gradually acquires mastery over earth, wind, space, water, fire, consciousness, and understanding. After this he gradually acquires mastery over the unmanifest. I shall now describe to thee the conceptions in their order that are realized by particular individuals amongst those that are engaged in yoga according to the rules and ordinances that have been laid down. I shall tell thee also of the nature of the success that attaches to yoga commenced, according to rules, by him who looks within his own self. The yogin, that abandons his gross body, following the instructions of his preceptor, beholds his soul displaying the following forms in consequence of its subtlety. To him in the first stage, the welkin seems to be filled with a subtle substance like foggy vapor. Of the soul which has been freed from the body, even such becomes the form. When this fog disappears, a second, or new, form becomes visible. For, then, the yogin beholds within himself, in the firmament of his heart, the form of water. After the disappearance of water, the form of fire displays itself. When this disappears, the form that becomes perceivable is that of wind, as effulgent as a well-tempered weapon of high polish. Gradually, the form displayed by wind becomes like that of the thinnest gossamer. Then, having acquired whiteness, and also the subtlety of air, the Brahman's soul is said to attain the supreme whiteness and subtlety of ether. Listen to me as I tell thee the consequences of these diverse conditions when they occur. That yogin who has been able to achieve the conquest of the earth element attains by such lordship to the power of creation. Like a second Prajapati endued with a nature that is perfectly imperturbable, he can from his own body create all kinds of creatures. With only his toe, or with his hand or feet, that person can singly cause the whole earth to tremble who has achieved the lordship of the wind. Even this is the attribute of the wind as declared in the Shruti. The yogin, who has achieved the lordship of space, can exist brightly in space in consequence of his having attained to uniformity with that element, and can also disappear at will. By lordship over water, one can, like Agastya, drink up rivers, lakes, and oceans. By lordship over fire, the yogin becomes so effulgent that his form cannot be looked at. He becomes visible only when he extinguishes his consciousness of individuality. These 5 elements come within his sway. When the understanding, which is the soul of the 5 elements and of the consciousness of individuality, is conquered, the yogin attains to omnipotence and perfect knowledge, or perception freed from doubt and uncertainty with respect to all things, comes to him. In consequence of this, the manifest becomes merged into the unmanifest or supreme soul from which the world emanates and becomes what is called manifest. Listen now to me in detail as I expound the science of the unmanifest. But first of all, listen to me about all that is manifest as expounded in the Sankhya system of philosophy. In both the Yoga and the Sankhya systems, 5 and 20 topics of knowledge have been treated in nearly the same way. Listen to me as I mention their chief features. That has been said to be manifest, which is possessed of these 4 attributes, viz., birth, growth, decay, and death. That which is not possessed of these attributes is said to be unmanifest. 2 souls are mentioned in the Vedas and the sciences that are based upon them. The first, which is called Jivatman, is endued with the 4 attributes already mentioned, and has a longing for the 4 objects or purposes, viz., religion, wealth, pleasure, and emancipation. This soul is called manifest, and it is born of the unmanifest, supreme soul. It is both intelligent and non-intelligent. I have thus told thee about sattva, inert matter, and kshatrajna, immaterial spirit. Both kinds of soul, it is said in the Vedas, become attached to objects of the senses. The doctrine of the Sankhyas is that one should keep oneself aloof or dissociated from objects of the senses. That yogin who is freed from attachment and pride, who transcends all pairs of opposites, such as pleasure and pain, heat and cold, etc., who never gives way to wrath or hate, who never speaks an untruth, who, though slandered or struck, still shows friendship for the slanderer or the striker, who never thinks of doing ill to others, who restrains the 3, viz., speech, acts, and mind, and who behaves uniformly towards all creatures, succeeds in approaching the presence of Brahman. That person who cherishes no desire for earthly objects, who is not unwilling to take what comes, who is dependent on earthly objects to only that extent which is necessary for sustaining life, who is free from cupidity, who has driven off all grief, who has restrained his senses, who goes through all necessary acts, who is regardless of personal appearance and attire, whose senses are all collected for devotion to the true objects of life, whose purposes are never left unaccomplished, who bears himself with equal friendliness towards all creatures, who regards a clod of earth and a lump of gold with an equal eye, who is equally disposed towards friend and foe, who is possessed of patience, who takes praise and blame equally, who is free from longing with respect to all objects of desire, who practices brahmacharya, and who is firm and steady in all his vows and observances, who has no malice or envy for any creature in the universe, is a yogin who, according to the Sankhya system, succeeds in winning emancipation. Listen now to the way and the means by which a person may win emancipation through yoga, or the system of Patanjali. That person who moves and acts after having transcended the puissance that the practice of yoga brings about in the initial stages succeeds in winning emancipation. I have thus discoursed to thee on those topics, viz., emancipation according to the Sankhya system and that according to the Yoga system, which are dissimilar if the speaker be disposed to treat them as such, but which in reality are one and the same. Thus can one transcend all pairs of opposites. Thus can one attain to Brahma. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 237. Vyasa said, borne up and down in life's ocean, he that is capable of meditation seizes the raft of knowledge and for achieving his emancipation adheres to knowledge itself, without extending his arms hither and thither for catching any other support. Sukha said, what is that knowledge? Is it that learning by which, when error is dispelled, the truth becomes discovered? Or is it that course of duties consisting of acts to be done or achieved, by the aid of which the object sought may be understood or attained? Or is it that course of duties, called abstention from acts, by which an extension of the soul is to be sought? Do tell me what it is, so that by its aid, the two, viz., birth and death, may be avoided. Vyasa said, that fool who believing that all this exists in consequence of its own nature without, in fact, an existent refuge or foundation, fills by such instruction the aspirations of disciples, dispelling by his dialectical ingenuity the reasons the latter might urge to the contrary, succeeds not in attaining to any truth. They again who firmly believe that all cause is due to the nature of things, fail to acquire any truth by even listening to wiser men or the rishis, who are capable of instructing them. Those men of little intelligence who stop, in their speculations, having adopted either of these doctrines, indeed, those men who regard nature as the cause, never succeed in obtaining any benefit for themselves. This belief in nature, as the producing and the sustaining cause, arising as it does from a mind acting under the influence of error, brings about the destruction of the person who cherishes it. Listen now to the truth with respect to these two doctrines that maintain, 1. That things exist by their own nature, and 2. That they flow, in consequence of their own nature, from others that are different from and that precede them. Wise men apply themselves to agriculture and tillage, and the acquisition of crops, by those means, and of vehicles, for locomotion, and seats and carpets and houses. They attend also to the laying of pleasure gardens, the construction of commodious mansions, and the preparation of medicines for diseases of every kind. It is wisdom, which consists in the application of means, that leads to the fruition of purposes. It is wisdom that wins beneficial results. It is wisdom that enables kings to exercise and enjoy sovereignty, although they are possessed of attributes equal to those of persons over whom they rule. It is by wisdom that the high and the low among beings are distinguished. It is by wisdom that the superior and the inferior ones among created objects are understood. It is wisdom or knowledge that is the highest refuge of all things. All the diverse kinds of created things have 4 kinds of birth. They are viviparous, oviparous, vegetables, and those born of filth. Creatures, again, that are mobile should be known to be superior to those that are immobile. It is consistent with reason that intelligent energy, inasmuch as it differentiates all non-intelligent matter, should be regarded as superior to non-intelligent matter. Mobile creatures, that are innumerable, and of 2 kinds, viz., those that have many legs and those that have 2. The latter, however, are superior to the former. Bipeds, again, are of 2 species, viz., those that live on land and those that are otherwise. Of these, the former are superior to the latter. The superior ones eat diverse kinds of cooked food. Bipeds moving on land are of 2 kinds, viz., middling or intermediate, and those that are foremost. Of these, the middling or intermediate are regarded as superior to the former in consequence of their observance of the duties of caste. The middling or intermediate ones are said to be of 2 kinds, viz., those that are conversant with duties, and those that are otherwise. Of those, the former are superior in consequence of their discrimination in respect of what should be done and what should not. Those conversant with duties are said to be of two kinds, viz., those that are acquainted with the Vedas and those that are otherwise. Of these the former are superior, for the Vedas are said to dwell in them. Those that are acquainted with the Vedas are said to be of two kinds, viz., those that lecture on the Vedas and those that are otherwise. Of these, the former, who are fully conversant with the Vedas, with the duties and the rites laid down in them, and the fruits of those duties and rites, are superior in consequence of their publishing all those duties and rites. Indeed, all the Vedas with the duties laid down in them are said to flow from them. Preceptors of the Vedas are of two kinds, viz., those that are conversant with the soul and those that are otherwise. Of these, the former are superior in consequence of their knowledge of what is meant by birth and death. As regards duties, they are, again, of two kinds, viz., pravritti and nivritti. He who is conversant with duties is said to be omniscient or possessed of universal knowledge. Such a man is a renouncer. Such a man is firm in the accomplishment of his purposes. Such a man is truthful, pure, both outwardly and inwardly, and possessed of puissance. The gods know him for a Brahmana who is devoted to knowledge of Brahma, and not him who is conversant with only the duties of pravritti. Such a man is versed also in the Vedas and earnestly devoted to the study of the soul. They that have true knowledge behold their own soul as existing both in and out. Such men, O child, are truly regenerate, and such men are gods. Upon these rests this world of beings, and them dwell this whole universe. There is nothing that is equal to their greatness. Transcending birth and death and distinctions and acts of every kind, they are the lords of the four kinds of creatures and are the equals of the self-born himself. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 238. Vyasa said, "These, then, are the obligatory acts ordained for Brahmanas. One possessed of knowledge always attains to success by going through the prescribed acts. If no doubt arises in respect of acts, then acts done are sure to lead to success. The doubt to which we refer is this, whether acts are obligatory or whether they are optional. As regards this doubt about the true character of acts, it should be said that, if acts are ordained for man for inducing knowledge, by which alone Brahma or emancipation is to be attained, even then, they should be regarded as obligatory and not optional. I shall now discourse on them by the light of inferences and experience. Listen to me. With respect to acts, some men say that exertion is their cause. Others say that necessity is their cause. Others, again, maintain that nature is the cause. Some say that acts are the result of both exertion and necessity. Some maintain that acts flow from time, exertion, and nature. Some say that of the three, viz., exertion, necessity, and nature, one only, and not the other two, is the cause. Some are of opinion that all the three combined are the cause. Some persons that are engaged in the performance of acts say, with respect to all objects, that they exist, that they do not exist, that they cannot be said to exist, that they cannot be said not to exist, that it is not that they cannot be said to exist, and lastly, that it is not that they cannot be said not to exist. These then are the diverse views entertained by men. They, however, that are yogins, behold Brahma to be the universal cause. The men of the Treta, the Dwapara, and the Kali Yugas are inspired with doubts. The men, however, of the Krita Yuga are devoted to penances, possessed of tranquil souls, and observant of righteousness. In that age all men regard the riches, the Samans, and the Yajuzas as identical, notwithstanding their apparent diversity. Analyzing desire and aversion, they worship only penance. Devoted to the practice of penances, steadfast in them, and rigid in their observance, one obtains the fruition of all desires by penances alone. By penance one attains to that by becoming which one creates the universe. By penance one becomes that in consequence of which one becomes the puissant master of all things. That Brahma has been expounded in the declarations of the Vedas. For all that, Brahma is inconceivable by even those that are conversant with those declarations. Once more has Brahma been declared in the Vedanta. Brahma, however, cannot be beheld by means of acts. The sacrifice ordained for Brahmins consists in japa, meditation and recitation, that for Kshatriyas consists in the slaughter of clean animals for the gratification of the deities, that for Vaishyas consists in the production of crops and the keep of domestic animals, and that for Sudras in menial service of the three other orders. By observing the duties laid down for him and by studying the Vedas and other scriptures, one becomes a Dvija, regenerate. Whether one does any other act or not, one becomes a Brahmana by becoming the friend of all creatures. In the beginning of Trita, the Vedas and sacrifices and the divisions of caste and the several modes of life existed in their entirety. In consequence, however, of the duration of life being decreased in Dwapara, those are overtaken by decline. In the Dwapara age as also in the Kali, the Vedas are overtaken by perplexity. Towards the close of Kali again, it is doubtful if they ever become even visible to the eye. In that age, the duties of the respective order disappear, and men become afflicted by iniquity. The juicy attributes of kine, of the earth, of water, and medicinal and edible herbs disappear. Through universal iniquity the Vedas disappear, and with them all the duties inculcated in them, as also the duties in respect of the four modes of life. They who remain observant of the duties of their own order become afflicted, and all mobile and immobile objects undergo a change for the worse. As the showers of heaven cause all products of the earth to grow, after the same manner the Vedas, in every age, cause all the ambas to grow. Without doubt, time assumes diverse shapes. It has neither beginning nor end. It is time which produces all creatures and again devours them. I have already spoken of it to thee. Time is the origin of all creatures, time is that which makes them grow, time is that which is their destroyer, and lastly it is time that is their ruler. Subject to pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, pleasure and pain, etc., creatures of infinite variety rest on time according to their own natures, without being otherwise than how they have been ordained by Supreme Brahma. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 239. Bhishma said, thus addressed, by his sire, Sukha, highly applauding these instructions of the great Rishi, set himself about asking the following question relating to the import of duties that lead to emancipation. Sukha said, by what means doth one possessed of wisdom, conversant with the Vedas, observant of sacrifices, endued with wisdom, and free from malice, succeed in attaining to Brahma, which is incapable of being apprehended by either direct evidence or inference, and unsusceptible of being indicated by the Vedas? Asked by me, tell me by what means is Brahma to be apprehended? Is it by penance, by brahmacharya, by renunciation of everything, by intelligence, by the aid of the Sankhya philosophy, or by yoga? By what means may what kind of singleness of purpose be attained by men, with respect to both, viz., the mind and the senses? It behoveth thee to expound all this to me. Vyasa said, no man ever attains to success by means other than the acquisition of knowledge, the practice of penances, the subjugation of the senses, and renunciation of everything. The great entities, 5 in number, represent the first, or initial, creation of the self-born. They have been very largely placed in embodied creatures included in the world of life. The bodies of all embodied creatures are derived from earth. The humors are from water. Their eyes are said to be derived from light. Prana, apana, and the three other vital breaths have the wind for their refuge. And, lastly, all unoccupied apertures within them, such as the nostrils, the cavities of the ear, etc., are of space. In the feet of living creatures is Vishnu. In their arms is Indra. Within the stomach is Agni, desirous of eating. In the ears are the points of the horizon, or the compass, representing the sense of hearing. In the tongue is speech, which is Sarasvati. The ears, skin, eyes, tongue, and nose, forming the fifth, are said to be the sense of knowledge. These exist for the purposes of apprehension of their respective objects. Sound, touch, form, taste, and scent, forming the fifth, are the objects of the 5 senses. These should always be regarded as separate from, or independent of, the senses. Like the charioteer setting his well-broken steeds along the paths he pleases, the mind sets the senses along directions it pleases. The mind, in its turn, is employed by the knowledge sitting in the heart. The mind is the lord of all these senses in respect of employing them in their functions and guiding or restraining them. Similarly, the knowledge is the lord of the mind in employing and guiding or restraining it. The senses, the objects of the senses, the attributes of those objects represented by the word nature, knowledge, mind, the vital breaths, and jiva dwell in the bodies of all embodied creatures. The body within which the knowledge dwells has no real existence. The body, therefore, is not the refuge of the knowledge. Primordial nature, Prakriti, having the 3 attributes of goodness and passion and darkness, is the refuge of the knowledge which exists only in the form of a sound. The soul also is not the refuge of the knowledge. It is desire that creates the knowledge. Desire, however, never creates the 3 attributes. The man of wisdom, capable of subduing his senses, beholds the 17th, viz., the soul, as surrounded by 6 and 10 attributes, and his own knowledge by the aid of the mind. The soul cannot be beheld with the aid of the eye or with that of all the senses. Transcending all, the soul becomes visible by only the light of the mind's lamp. Divested of the properties of sound and touch and form, without taste and scent, indestructible and without a body either gross or subtle, and without senses, it is nevertheless beheld within the body. Unmanifest and supreme, it dwells in all mortal bodies. Following the lead of the preceptor and the Vedas, he who beholds it hereafter becomes Brahma's self. They that are possessed of wisdom look with an equal eye upon a Brahmana possessed of knowledge and disciples, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a Chandala. Transcending all things, the soul dwells in all creatures mobile and immobile. Indeed, all things are pervaded by it. When a living creature beholds his own soul in all things, and all things in his own soul, he is said to attain to Brahma. One occupies that much of the Supreme Soul as is commensurate with what is occupied in one's own soul by Vedic sound. He that can always realize the identity of all things with his own self certainly attains to immortality. The very gods are stupefied in the track of that trackless man who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures, who is engaged in the good of all beings, and who desire to attain to Brahma, which is the final refuge of all things. Indeed, the track which is pursued by men of knowledge is as visible as that of birds in the sky or of fish in water. Time of its own power cooks all entities within itself. No one, however, knows that in which time, in its turn, is itself cooked. That of which I speak does not occur above, or in the middle or below, or in transverse or in any other direction. That is to tangible entity, it is not to be found in any place. All these worlds are within that. There is nothing in these worlds that exists out of that. Even if one goes on ceaselessly with the celerity of a shaft impelled from the bowstring, even if one goes on with the speed of the mind itself, one would not still reach the end of that which is the cause of all this. That is so gross that there is nothing grosser. His hands and feet extend everywhere. His eyes, head, and face are everywhere. His ears are everywhere in the universe. He exists overwhelming all things. That is minuter than the minutest, that is the heart of all entities. Existing, without doubt, that is still imperceptible. Indestructible and destructible, these are the dual forms of existence of the Supreme Soul. In all mobile and immobile entities, the existence it displays is destructible, while the existence it displays in Chaitanya is celestial, immortal, and indestructible. Though the Lord of existent beings both mobile and immobile, though inactive and divested of attributes, it enters, nevertheless, the well-known mansion of 9 doors and becomes engaged in action. Men of wisdom who are capable of beholding the other shore say that the unborn, or the Supreme Soul, becomes invested with the attribute of action in consequence of motion, pleasure and pain, variety of form, and the 9 well-known possessions. That indestructible soul which is said to be invested with the attribute of action is nothing else than that indestructible soul which is said to be inactive. A person of knowledge, by attaining to that indestructible essence, gives up for good both life and birth. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 240. Vyasa said, O excellent son, asked by thee, I have told thee truly what the answer to thy question should be according to the doctrine of knowledge as expounded in the Sankhya system. Listen now to me as I expound to thee all that should be done, for the same end, according to the Yoga doctrine. The uniting together of intellect and mind, and all the senses, and the all-pervading soul is said to be knowledge of the foremost kind. That knowledge should be acquired, through the preceptor's aid, by one that is of a tranquil disposition, that has mastered his senses, that is capable, by meditation, of turning his gaze on the soul, that takes a pleasure in such meditation, that is endued with intelligence and pure in acts. One should seek to acquire this knowledge by abandoning those 5 impediments of yoga which are known to the wise, viz., desire, wrath, cupidity, fear, and sleep. Wrath is conquered by tranquility of disposition. Desire is conquered by giving up all purposes. By reflecting with the aid of the understanding upon topics worthy of reflection, one endued with patience succeeds in abandoning sleep. By steady endurance, one should restrain one's organs of generation and the stomach from unworthy or sinful indulgence. One should protect one's hands and feet by using one's eyes. One should protect one's eyes and ears by the aid of one's mind and speech by one's acts. One should avoid fear by heedfulness and pride by waiting upon the wise. Subduing procrastination, one should, by these means, subdue these impediments of yoga. One should pay one's adorations to fire and the Brahmanas, and one should bow one's head to the deities. One should avoid all kinds of inauspicious discourse, and speech that is fraught with malice, and words that are painful to other minds. Brahma is the effulgent seed of everything. It is, again, the essence of that seed whence is all this. Brahma became the I, in the form of this mobile and immobile universe of all entities that took birth. Meditation, study, gift, truth, modesty, simplicity, forgiveness, purity of body, purity of conduct, subjugation of the senses, these enhance one's energy, which, when enhanced, destroys one's sins. By behaving equally towards all creatures and by living in contentment upon what is acquired easily and without effort, one attains to the fruition of all one's objects and succeeds in obtaining knowledge. cleansed of all sins, endued with energy, abstemious in diet, with senses under complete control, one should, after having subdued both desire and wrath, seek to attain to Brahma, firmly uniting the senses and the mind, having drawn them away from all external objects, with gaze fixed inwards, one should, in the still hours of evening or in those before dawn, place one's mind upon the knowledge. If even one of the five senses of a human being be kept unrestrained, all his wisdom may be seen to escape through it like water through an unstopped hole at the bottom of a leathern bag. The mind in the first instance should be sought to be restrained by the yogin after the manner of a fisherman seeking at the outset to render that one among the fish powerless from which there is the greatest danger to his nets. Having first subdued the mind, the yogin should then proceed to subdue his ears, then his eyes, then his tongue, and then his nose. Having restrained these, he should fix them on the mind. Then, withdrawing the mind from all purposes, he should fix it on the knowledge. Indeed, having restrained the five senses, the yati should fix them on the mind. When these the mind for their sixth become concentrated in the knowledge, and thus concentrated remain steady and untroubled, then Brahma becomes perceptible like a smokeless fire of blazing flames, or the sun of effulgent radiance. Indeed, one then beholds in oneself one's soul like lightning fire in the skies. Everything then appears in it, and it appears in everything in consequence of its infinitude. Those high-souled Brahmanas that are possessed of wisdom, that are endued with fortitude, that are possessed of high knowledge, and that are engaged in the good of all creatures, succeed in beholding it. Engaged in the observance of austere vows, the yogin who conducts himself thus for 6 months, seated by himself on an isolated spot, succeeds in attaining to an equality with the indestructible. Annihilation, extension, power to present varied aspects in the same person or body, celestial sense, and sounds, and sights, the most agreeable sensations of taste and touch, pleasurable sensations of coolness and warmth, equality with the wind, capability of understanding, by inward light, the meaning of scriptures and every work of genius, companionship of celestial damsels. Acquiring all these by yoga, the yogin should disregard them and merge them all in the knowledge. Restraining speech and the senses, one should practice yoga during the hours after dusk, the hours before dawn, and at dawn of day, seated on a mountain summit, or at the foot of a goodly tree, or with a tree before him. Restraining all the senses within the heart, one should, with faculties concentrated, think on the eternal and indestructible like a man of the world thinking of wealth and other valuable possessions. One should never, while practicing yoga, withdraw one's mind from it. One should with devotion betake oneself to those means by which one may succeed in restraining the mind that is very restless. One should never permit oneself to fall away from it. With the senses and the mind withdrawn from everything else, the yogin, for practice, should betake himself to empty caves of mountains, to temples consecrated to the deities, and to empty houses or apartments, for living there. One should not associate with another in either speech, act, or thought. Disregarding all things, and eating very abstemiously, the yogin should look with an equal eye upon objects acquired or lost. He should behave after the same manner towards one that praises and one that censures him. He should not seek the good or the evil of one or the other. He should not rejoice at an acquisition or suffer anxiety when he meets with failure or loss. Of uniform behavior towards all beings, he should imitate the wind. Unto one whose mind is thus turned to itself, who leads a life of purity, and who casts an equal eye upon all things, indeed, unto one who is ever engaged in yoga thus for even 6 months, Brahma, as represented by sound, appears very vividly. Beholding all men afflicted with anxiety, on account of earning wealth and comfort, the yogin should view a clod of earth, a piece of stone, and a lump of gold with an equal eye. Indeed, he should withdraw himself from this path of earning wealth, cherishing an aversion for it, and never suffer himself to be stupefied. Even if a person happens to belong to the inferior order, even if one happens to be a woman, both of them, by following in the track indicated above, will surely attain to the highest end. He that has subdued his mind beholds in his own self, by the aid of his own knowledge, the uncreate, ancient, undeteriorating, and eternal Brahma, that, viz., which cannot be attained to except by fixed senses, that which is subtler than the most subtle, and grosser than the most gross, and which is emancipation's self. Bhishma continued, by ascertaining from the mouths of preceptors and by themselves reflecting with their minds upon these words of the great and high-souled Rishi spoken so properly, persons possessed of wisdom attain to that equality, about which the scriptures say, with Brahman himself, till, indeed, the time when the universal dissolution comes that swallows up all existent beings. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.